Okie dokie artichokes. Hey, can you guys hear me? Mid. Hey. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Hey, perfect. Alrighty. Sorry, I was trying to get things situated to make sure that there's a backup, like, internet server in case this, like, lags or whatever, so make sure that everything goes smoothly. It's, here in SD, it's raining, which really sucks for satellite internet, you know?
Yeah.
RIP. So how are you, man? You ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Alright, so it's on the starting soon screen right now, so I'm about to hop on, and then they'll be able to hear us and all that fun jazz, and then we'll just, you know, cut it how it goes, I guess. Alright, so let's
let's do this.
Let's do it. I'm about to put this down just a little bit in the music area, and then we're gonna get this started in 3, 2, 1. They should be able to hear us now. Hi guys, how's it going?
What is up?
What's going on, everybody? Alright, y'all. So, as you can probably tell because of the lighting, that it's gloomy in San Diego. So, the light's hitting me very blue. So your boy's looking pretty pasty. I'm just gonna check on a couple things to make sure that everything is looking swell. But it's looking like we're good to go. Everybody, if you guys would do me the massive favor and would let us know if anything goes wrong in regards to dropping frames, in regards to the music being too loud, any of that stuff, because, you know, it's always good to have some troubleshooters in the chat, you know what I'm saying? So please do us that massive favor. I'm going to put the screen over here actually so I can see you guys a lot better. Perfect. Cool. All right. Solid. Alrighty guys, so welcome to the APA Academy live draft stream. This is going to be season number 3. We're super excited. I'm joined by my good friend MidPokeMaster. Go ahead and say hi, my man.
What's up, guys?
So today we're going to go through the whole shebang, but not all in one sitting. So just to give you guys a heads up, we are going to be doing this in 2 different bouts. If you guys were following the AP Twitter handle, you guys have noticed that we also tagged Shayquaza. Shayquaza will be joining us as well, but he'll be joining us for part 2, pool 2 of the live draft stream, and that's going to be a little bit later after we finish pool 1. Mid's going to be joining us for pool 1, like I said, and yeah, so let's just hop right into it, guys. We're just going to go over a couple stuff so everybody's all on the same page in regards to rules, so everybody knows what's going on, all that fun jazz. And so first slide we got going on, something's going on with the webcam, so that's fine, no big deal for this one slide. But here's the draft rules, guys, so we'll just read straight through it. Basically, the draft will be conducted in a snake format using 2 separate draft pools. So essentially, like we talked about, we have 2 different halves, pool 1, pool 2. All teams must meet the following requirements. So on the left of the little square, you'll see that there's a tier 1, a tier 2. We have 2 tier 3s, a tier 4, a tier 5, a Gmax, and then 4 free slots, right? So the idea behind this is to make sure that everything is balanced and everybody has to fill out a certain point criteria. And you'll notice that we do allow Gigantamax this generation. So Gigantamax is going to be here. Gigantamax is here to stay. So we're going to experiment with it a little bit. But you'll notice, down at the bottom it says Gmax Pokemon must hold a Pokeball. Any capture ball is accepted. Example, Master Ball, Beast Ball, etc. Mid, you want to go into a little bit why we're doing that?
The simple answer that Dynamax and Gigantamax is just broken. It's just broken and competitive. There's no real way to really fix it. But sorry, I might have to mute in and out a little bit just to cough, but otherwise I'll be good. but the people in Maine, after playing in WBE, realized that Gigantamax is broken, but they didn't want to ban it because it's like it's good for viewers because a lot of people that don't really know.
See that Mid's cutting in and out, guys, and I see you guys are buffering a little bit, so let me just fix this real quick, and hopefully this will fix all issues, and we're back on. Perfect. All right, so what Mid was saying is basically is that Gigantamax is, so there is a period where they're able to make transactions, and then they're done. Number 2, coaches must, well, basically they can make unlimited trades with their coaches until week 7. So essentially, week 7 is the cutoff date. That's the last day for them to make any changes. Coaches may only trade and use free agency transactions from their own move pool. Now, this is important. Why is it important? It's because you'll notice that because we did 2 draft pools and we're doing Gigantamax, we are also allowing the other form of the Gigantamax Pokemon to be drafted. For example, Pool 1 will have accessibility to Grimmsnarl and Gigantamax Grimmsnarl. So what that basically means that there's going to be 4 Grimmsnarls running around. So there's going to be the regular, the Gigantamax in one pool, and the regular and the Gigantamax in the second pool. So there's a lot of shifting going around. So we want to make sure that you guys are aware of that for sure. So all those changes need to be done by week number 7. Moving on, we have playoffs. Mid, you want to go by the playoffs a little bit?
Yeah, top 10 coaches in the league will make playoffs. Doesn't matter how many from Pool 1 or Pool 2, just the top 10. And top 6 will get a round 1 bye. So basically only 2 battles will happen round 1 of playoffs. So it'll be 8 versus 10 and 9. No, it'll be 7 versus 10, 8 versus 9. And then it'll basically be just first round of playoffs again. So yeah, it's just top 10 make playoffs, top 6 get first round byes, then 7 through 10 will battle, and so on. Until, we get to the championship and somebody wins.
Exactly. So get hyped for that, guys. There's going to be a top 10 cut, so it's going to be insane. Alright guys, so moving on, so we have the battle rules. So this is the stuff of the nitty gritty that we're going on for this league this season. Simple stuff that's typical in all draft leagues. We have baton pass clause, obviously. We can't pass any stats. You are allowed to dry pass, and you're allowed to pass a substitute. Sleep clause applies. You're only allowed to put 1 Pokemon to sleep per team at a time. Species clause, obviously. So basically, this draft does not allow us to have 2 of the same Pokemon. 1-hit KO clause. Nothing like fissure. No, none of that shenanigans. So we have the Moody clause. So the ability Moody. I'm sorry for like Glalie, for example, is banned. Evasion clause, we don't want to use anything like double team, minimize, things like that. That's just going to make people grow gray hairs. Endless battle clause, basically stalling. There's no stalling. We're going to be working with the alternate form of the timer. We're going to be basically bypassing this so that way Nintendo doesn't check what we're doing. Sounds sketchy, but it's really not. It's just allowing us to do an alternate form of a timer, essentially, is what you got to keep in mind for that. Swagger clause, you got to make sure that the swagger move is banned because that's really, really annoying. Alright, coaches do not have to G-Max when clicking their first move. That's huge. So that's going to come a lot within strategy, right? You can choose to come in Gigantamax and wreak havoc, or you can just play it slow, nice and easy, pick your opportunities, then Gigantamax. That's one thing to keep in mind. Alright guys, so like I said before, this is the very first half of the draft. And then the Pool 1 coaches are going to be on your screen. Mid, you're actually in this. What are your thoughts about your position?
Oh, I've arguably the worst position in the draft, being dead in the middle. But my team's good either way. But there was a lot of like the top coaches in the league in this draft, so it made it a little bit harder to draft. But that just made it more challenging and fun. Yeah,
it's what is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th. Yeah, you're dead middle. That's crazy. All right, so the coaches that are on the screen are going to be the coaches we're going to be covering for the first half with my man Mid. So we have Shuckle King and his Oklahoma. So if I butcher all you guys' names, then please forgive me.
It's not Oklahoma. It's OK Rillaboomers.
The OK Rillaboomers. There you go. See, first one right out the gate. Mid, you want to go through all the teams? That way I don't butcher these guys?
Sure. So first off, as you said, we got Shuckle King and his OK Rillaboomers. Then we got the Cincinnati Dreads, coached by JBWestside. Then we got PlatinumHowler and his Delta Glygars. Then we got Sir George and his Saint Eggies, or what, I can't remember what his exact team name is.
Eggies.
Then you get, what do you say?
The Sand Ant Eggies. I like that.
Oh yeah, I knew I was forgetting something. I just can't remember what it was. Then you got me, the Kentucky Torcats. Then you got MattOshea and his Montreal Melodics. Then you got the Vancouver Titans, coached by Jack. Then we got the Chicago Corviknights, coached by Zach the Weather Gamer. Then we got the Toronto Tyrantrums, coached by SiNxRealize. Then we got the Austin Weaviles, coached by Nibbs.
Nice. So heavy lineup, guys. Heavy lineup. So for those who are interested in other teams that you're maybe confused of why we're not going over them, again, I'm going to show you guys pool number 2 real quick. This is pool 2 that we'll be covering a little bit later with Shayquaza. Alright, so these are the coaches. We'll go over that, all that fun jazz later at that time. But if you see the coach that you guys are rooting for on your screen, that's going to be a little bit later in the day. So make sure you guys stick around for the entire draft stream. So, with all that being said, let's go back to the draft order. So with the very first overall pick, Mr. Shuckle King is going to go ahead and take. Let's just hop right into him, man. So we have, oh boy, Dragapult first overall. This one is freaking scary, man. This is the pseudo legendary of the generation. Dragon Ghost typing, very versatile. What are your thoughts on first overall? Do you think it's worth the first overall pick?
I think pre-home it is, but post-home I feel like since we have like Melmetal and a bunch of other ones like Hiram and Necrozma, I don't think this is like the best first round pick. Well, it is a first round pick, but not pick one. But Dragapult's really good since it's faster than almost everything in the metagame besides their aura, and just being able to be physical and special, it's really nice.
Yeah, so for one thing we didn't mention, everybody, is that this is going to be post-home. I don't know if we mentioned that before, but all the movesets that were released once that cloud service was out is what we're going to be working with, including the Pokemon that came with it. So like Mid said, Zero Aura, Melmetal is available. All the Pokemon that didn't have access to moves prior to home, for example, Bisharp now has access to knockoff again. Togekiss can run Roost and Heal.
I'm going to bring over Shuckle King into the call.
Alright, cool. So Shuckle King coming on in, man.
Welcome.
Hey, bro. Welcome. What's your give us the intel on your first overall pick.
You there?
Hey.
Hey. Give us the lowdown. Why Dragapult first overall?
No, I think this mon is pretty broken. We'll see. Obviously, pre-home, it was probably better, but Melmetal's still pretty cool too.
Yeah, it's definitely versatile. It's the most versatile Pokemon in the format for sure. But yeah, for sure, really good first overall pick. Was it for versatility alone?
It's also pretty strong. We have you can go specs, you can go even physical. Sub-disable sets are pretty legit.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, man. First, that's a legit pick, man. Legit pick. Thanks for coming in.
Yep.
All right, bro. So the next pick that we've got, we have Melmetal coming to the Cincinnati Dreads. There we go. So this is a pretty surefire first overall pick, but going second is still pretty fire. JB, this is gonna be pretty fire. I don't want to be switching into any double iron bashes. That's for sure.
No, this thing's incredibly broken. Plus, with the coverage it gets, to where it really has a neutral coverage move for literally every mon in the game, and just being able to be so physically defensive while being offensive is really nice.
Yeah, and then with basically having the ability in Iron Fist and giving Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, things of that nature, Double Iron Bash actually does get boosted by the Iron Fist ability, so that's pretty intense. This thing's gonna be almost Dracovish like tough to switch into. Even a resisted hit can take over half, which is going to be pretty scary. All right, well, The next pick that we have is the Delta Glygars is taking Necrozma third overall. I know you like this one.
Oh, I had this thing in APA Classic, and I just loved it. This thing, if you got in the right position, just could sweep literally every week. Even if it didn't have the greatest matchup, it could still sweep.
Yeah, this thing has so much opportunity to sweep with the Totemize, and now Dragon Dance, its new toy that it got this generation. It gets crazy coverage, and its ability Prism Armor allows it to basically take a little bit allows it to absorb super effective hits a little bit better, so weakness policy tests are super viable on this Pokemon. It's a for sure really good pick for 3rd overall. I really like that one.
Yeah, and that it also can be defensive and be able to take hits instead of always having to be the offensive mon.
You just don't know what you're going to bring every single week, which makes it perfect for draft. And the Sand and Aggies are going to pick up Cinderace first for the 1st row overall. What do you think about that one?
I thought this was a very interesting pick since it's only Blaze.
Yeah.
And I already thought it was kind of high tiered for it to be a tier 1. So I think it's a very interesting pick, but he can do what he wants. Like, this is not a bad mon in any shape or form. I just think it's very interesting for it to go round 1.
Yeah, so just to kind of explain this pick a little bit, yes, we are running hidden abilities. For example, Rillaboom does have access to its grassy terrain, but Cinderace has a hidden ability of Libero. But Libero is essentially protein like Greninja had in the past, and this Pokemon would just be too broken, so we just didn't allow it. So this is going to be Blaze. 1st overall, it's interesting because Court Change has a really strong signature move and Pyro Ball. So, I mean, maybe he just wanted to secure his physical attacker right away, but pretty interesting pick. We'll have to see how he wants to fill that out a little bit later on. So the next pick, oh look, go to talk to me, man. Talk to me.
Bro, I was so excited to get Kyurem. It's something I never used in Gen 7 actually. So this is actually my first league using this mon. And I just love that it got so many buffs this gen with Dragon Dance, Icicle Spear, and Freeze Dry. While also still retaining like the substitute Toxic Roost set, while being at base 95 and just having great stats across the board, being able to be split, being able to be physical and special, and just being that offensive prowess. Just a really good tier 1 in my opinion.
Yeah, this thing got so many tools. With it getting Dragon Dance, it actually is pretty viable because it does get Icicle Spear, which isn't the most reliable offensive ice type move, but you know, if you get 5 hits every now and then, that can come out clutch. You don't have to worry about substitutes if they want to try to do that kind of shenanigans on you. This Pokemon can do so much, and it's super bulky. I've actually never really looked into its stats because it's never really been on my radar for whatever reason. But it's pretty fat HP in both defenses, so this thing can take a lot of hits. So this is a good pick for you, man. This is a good way to start off a team.
Yeah, I love it.
Alright guys, so with the next pick that we have, the Montreal Milotics are going to pick up Jirachi. Jirachi, that is allowed because of post-home. Does have a couple different tools to its belt, but it's an interesting pick as one of the mythicals, Psychic and Steel typing. This Pokemon can be good for running bulky sets, it could be running pivot sets, they can be running Stealth Rocks, all that fun jazz, but you never really know what Jirachi is going to be running every single week. So versatility-wise, that's there. So it's a pretty solid pick for the Montreal Milotics. What do you think about this one?
I think it's a good mon, but round 1 was a little early for it because every time I've seen it used, it's always been a little bit underwhelming. Not as great as the coach thought it would be. It's usually forced to either the Scarf set with Zen Headbutt Iron Head, or just the bulky Rocker with Wish Pass.
Yeah. I mean, the versatility factor is there is what I think that he wanted, but this thing is, yeah, it's a little bit early. I can agree with that. But hey, whenever you're in a draft and you have a game plan and you want to secure specific pieces, sometimes you got to bite the bullet and where you actually take it. So he might have a plan. Watch out for Matt. Alright guys, so with the next pick that we have, the Vancouver Titans are going to be taking up Excadrill. This is a solid pick. I love me some drill. If I ever get the chance to draft this thing, oof. It's so good with the Mold Breaker ability. If you could pick up a Sand Setter with the Sand Rush, that's solid because it's going to be typically the fastest Pokemon on the field, barring a really fast Scarfer. Great moveset. Dual Stab, Iron Head, Earthquake. Does get alternate forms of Earthquake like High Horsepower and Drill Run, things of that nature. It gets Poison Jab for an alternate form to be able to hit Grass types and Fairy types at the same exact time. This Pokemon is super versatile and it hits like an absolute truck, even just as a wall breaker and to set hazards and remove hazards. This Pokemon just does it all in draft. I love this Pokemon. What do you think about this one?
This is a pick that Jack takes all the time. It's like a comfort mon for him because he's picked this mon in multiple leagues and has done really successful with it every single time. Just he knows how this mon works inside and out, and it's just a really good mon that fits his play style.
Yeah, if that's whenever you can say something that you're comfortable with, do it 100%. The Chicago Corviknights are going to pick up Hydreigon for his first pick. This is going to be a pretty solid one because of the tools that it got. It does also get Dragon Dance. It doesn't have a very good move pool physically. It only gets Outrage, doesn't get Dragon Claw for whatever reason. But he could still run Crunch. He could still pull that kind of shenanigan. But this mon is super versatile, getting rid of hazards, all that fun jazz. What do you think about Hydreigon?
I'm going to pull Zach in the call so he can explain.
Oh, Zach, come on in, my man.
Welcome.
Hello.
Tell us about it.
So, Hydreigon, this is a mon that I've used a lot. I really enjoy using it. Now that it's got Dragon Dance, don't sleep on the fact that it does have Iron Head and a couple of other physical tools. I love using the Nasty Plot set, Scarfs, and depending on how you build around it, this team can just go nuts with Hydreigon breaking, potentially.
Yeah, once you get
I love it. It's my favorite dragon type.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I actually didn't know that it got Iron Head, so you taught me. Hopefully we play together and be prepping for that.
It's either Iron Head or Steel Wing, one or the other.
It gets Iron Head.
It does get Iron Head.
Nice.
Yeah.
Nice. All right, man. Well, thanks for popping in.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, guys, so with the next pick, we have the Toronto Tyrantrum. We're going to be picking up Gigantamax Corviknight. So the first Gigantamax mon comes off the board. This thing is going to be holding the fattest of Beast Balls with its ability. It does have the Flying type move that switches over, and it does remove hazards, which could be pretty good, so he doesn't have to necessarily run Defog. He doesn't have to fill up a move slot, which is pretty solid, but it's not going to have that reliable recovery and leftovers and such like that. What do you think about Gigantamax Corviknight being the very first Gigantamax mon off the board?
I don't think it's the best Gigantamax mon, but it's certainly a really good mon, especially when you don't have to Gigantamax turn one. So you can just like bulk up Roost and just hit with, I can't remember what its G-Max move is called, the flying one. But yeah, I think it's a really good pick, and especially if you don't want to run Defog, you can just G-Max and hit your opponent while getting rid of the hazards at the same time, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's like I said, you don't have to be planning to put defog on your 4 sets. It doesn't have that 4 set move syndrome, and because it can't run leftovers, it does have Roost, so that does give it that opportunity to be able to get that longevity. So pretty solid pick. Is it the best Gigantamax Pokemon? No, but again, sometimes coaches want to fill a certain role and they want to guarantee their Pokemon early, so that way they don't have to worry about it and they can build around whatever it is they're looking at. So the next pick that we're looking at is to round out the very first round. We have Gigantamax Toxtricity that is allowed for this season. What do you think about this one? What's the sitch on the brand new mon?
Honestly, it's worse than Toxtricity because just through talking with John Jr. and Diet Ty, they both had an APA main but then dropped it because it's honestly not as good as you would think because it doesn't get the Punk Rock boost to Overdrive and Boom Burst and such. But like, if you get that shift cure up, and when it doubles its HP and can take more hits, it can do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the Gigantamax move essentially takes up the electric type move, so it doesn't set up electric terrain, and it does have a chance. So it doesn't have a chance. It will guarantee you either a poison or a
which can be pretty nice.
Yeah, so, but the thing about that, it's not like Pikachu's where you're guaranteed to know that they're going to be paralyzed. Like, if you're hoping for a para and you get a poison, that could be game-changing, depending. But overall, yeah, like Mid said, if you get that shift gear up and you get those super boosted electric type attacks, that could be pretty crazy. So make sure you bring your ground type, that's for sure. So, rounding out the very first round, what do you think so far? What stands out the most? To me, I think that Melmetal second overall is pretty intense.
That Melmetal is really nice, just considering how prevalent it is right now through like Smogon and just other draft leagues. People say it's overrated, but I seriously say it's like top 3 best mon in the format at the moment. I feel like 100%. Almost every pick was really good besides that Cinderace, but if it's something George is comfortable with, go ahead.
Yeah, Necrozma, pretty fire Pokemon. I'm really excited to see what that thing does. I do have to face it week 1, so I'm not very excited. I'm not excited whatsoever. That's gonna take a lot of prep. All right, guys, so we're just gonna hop right into round number 2. So essentially, for those who are new to draft leagues and new to drafts and how they work, so we started from number 1 and we ended at number 10. The number 10 pick was the Austin Weavile. We're gonna snake back. So the Austin Weavile do get the very first pick in the second round, and with that second pick, they're gonna be picking up regular, Corviknight. So the good Corviknight, the one that doesn't Gigantamax, that can hold an item, is going to come off the board, and he's going to put it and pair it with Toxtricity. Being able to get rid of the fairy types that maybe don't want to play any kind of shenanigans that he may have planned, because he has double power with that, with the poison and the steel type going on right now. He's not going to be worrying about hazards. It's going to be a good pivot for him. Toxtricity is really weak, quad weak to ground types, so maybe that's the thought process behind getting Corviknight. So it's a pretty solid pick. Going first in the second round is pretty good. Typically it goes not first overall, but in the first round. So what do you think about Corviknight?
I think it's a really good mon, and it's crazy to think that it didn't go to round 2, but you have to consider this is a 10-man draft, so some mons will go later or earlier than it should, just considering the draft size. But Corviknight plus Toxtricity is really nice, because Corviknight will take any ground type move that Toxtricity doesn't want to deal with, and he's just destroying the fairy types right now with his 2 picks.
Yeah, 100%. So we have 20 coaches, so to be able to split them up in half, it makes the teams a little bit more balanced and gives you a little bit more broken things and a little more things to work with. But you'll see a lot more picks that are a little surprising going a little bit later, and this is one of those, that's for sure. And so we're seeing a theme here. These two are talking to each other in call or something, because it's Sin and the Toronto Tyrantrum are going to pick up regular Toxtricity. So Sin and Nibbs are getting the same exact picks, but flip-flop. One Gigantamax, one not. Toxtricity is a great Pokemon, so there's a lot of versatility with this thing. You can set up a shift gear. You can use both forms. Doesn't show on this screen, but you are allowed to use the low-key and the amped-up form. 2 different style moves. The amped up form is the one that gives access to the shift gear ability, getting those punk rock boosts with the overdrives and the boom burst, hitting like an absolute truck. You can't set up a substitute on this thing because it goes straight through it. If there was a sound type, this would be the headliner for that. So Toxtricity looking pretty fire. No fairy types are going to switch in on these teams, that's for sure.
That is true.
And the Chicago Corviknights are going to come in with the Gen 7 mon, the Alolan Ninetales, to pair up with that Hydreigon, wanting to set up that Aurora Veil possibly to get some Dragon Dances up, because my mans came into the call ready to hit some Dragon Dances, so he had to secure himself the opportunity to do so. So we have Alolan Ninetales coming up on the fray. What do you think about this one? Would you prefer this one over Vanillix?
I low-key kind of forgot that G-Max Metal was still sitting there, because I was always going to take my Fairy Dragon Steel Core, and I forgot about it, and I got sniped on multiple Steel types. So, but anyways, Alolan Ninetales, the reason I drafted it, this was the first mon I ever drafted in my career. I love it. Veil Offensive with Hydreigon. All I need is a Sticky Web setter, and basically this team kind of just can go in and hit really hard. Need a little bulk, but A-Tails with the Veil. Scarf is also a decent offensive set. So I think it makes a good start to the FDS core. I just need a Steel type at this point.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's a good start to your little core, man. Your dragon and your fairy. Pretty solid that chance to be able to set up Veil and be able to set up. Nasty Plot sets are going to be viable, 100%. So pretty scary pick. That's a good pair for these two. They cover each other's weaknesses pretty well. Hydreigon being able to come in on some steel type moves, the fire type attacks, and being able to switch vice versa. So, pretty solid pick. Alright guys, so for the next pick in the draft, we have the Vancouver Titans. They're going to pick up Rotom Wash. Typically, you see this thing go round 1. Sometimes round 2. It's a pretty good mon. It has died down a little bit in viability as it has in past generations. It's a little bit... It's not that it's not as good as it used to be, but Rotom Heat has kind of come into the spotlight as of recent, but it's still a really good water and electric type Pokemon. Only one weakness to grass types, can Volt Switch around, can have access to Defog now that we have post-home access, so it does get Paint Split as well. It can stick around for a really long time, spread toxics, things of that nature, but it's a good pairing with Excadrill, being able to switch into those ground type moves and then those fire type moves. What do you think about the pairing of these two?
Honestly, I think Rotom Wash is a lot better than it was last gen, but Rotom Heat did get a lot better, but I just feel like once it gets a Nasty Plot up, it can just spam Thunderbolt and Hydro Pump because it's so hard to kill. It just needs to get rid of those grass types, which this team doesn't really enjoy right now, but once those go away, the pairing between Excadrill and Rotom Wash is just pretty easy just to beat teams with.
Yeah, for sure. So you can switch into those attacks, and you can get rid of those bulky waters that maybe Excadrill doesn't want to deal with, because Rotom did get access to Nasty Plot, so it is a viable sweeper. So just depends on the way he's going to run it each and every week. Next mon that we see going off is with the Montreal Milotics taking up Blastoise, the new Shell Smasher of the generation. Talk to him about Blastoise, man.
I love Blastoise. It was one of my favorite mons in Gen 7. I drafted it all the time. But I think this was also another early pick, but just considering that it's a lot better now with that Shell Smash. So it's not as passive as it used to be, and that it has a good amount of coverage moves. Just makes it really viable. And that the Rapid Spin boost gives it +1 speed really helps it out a lot.
Yeah, its natural bulk doesn't allow it to get not necessarily a free Shell Smash, but it's a lot easier to shut up a Shell Smash than like Barbaracle in past generations. So this thing could be a threat depending on the movesets and the EV spreads for sure. And the coverage is crazy. It still gets that Mega Blastoise coverage with Aura Sphere, Dark Pulse. Gets access to Hydro Pump, obviously Ice Beam, things of that nature, and can be a hazard remover. So it could be a bulky set, it could be a sweeper set, you just never know. That's the versatility that you have to play for every single week. The Kentucky Torcast, talk to them about your pick. You got Gigantamax Metal, being able to get the other half, the non-item version.
There was no reason for this thing to still be there at round 2.
Yep.
I think it went pick 3 in the other draft pool. So that's insane, considering that it was still there at like pick 15 or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But this one's really good. And his G-Max move you wouldn't think is very good. It's just, you do the damage and then it basically torments your opponent. But considering Mons usually have one coverage move for Melmetal, so if it hits you once and then you torment it, it can't use it the next turn. So you just pick up another free kill. And it really helps starting off my Fairy Dragon Steel Core.
Yeah, this thing hits like an absolute truck. And not only is it bulky, I believe it's like a 143 base HP spat, and then you double that with the Gigantamax. You don't even need a leftovers. That's so much bulk. It's so stupid. But the fact that this thing fell to you at 15, that's insane. That's a steal. That's a steal.
Get it? Because it's steel type.
Hey, we got the puns. All right, guys. So the next fit that we got going on is the Sand and Eggies is gonna take Gigantamax Flapple, not Appleton, but Flapple. G-Max Flapple is pretty solid. It does still have access to the Hustle Boost, so essentially that you can't run a Life Orb, but you do still get that little boost of power with its really strong Dragon and Grass type moves. It does get a little solid coverage and it has access to Dragon Dance and Sucker Punch and things of that nature, but this thing can for sure do some damage. If you guys have seen A-Drive use this in the WBE, he's for sure been able to turn around games because of his Gigantamax Flapple, so hopefully George and his Flapple can do the same thing in the APA Academy. What do you think about Flapple?
Oh, this one's really good, but it hurts it that it can't hold an item, so it really needed that Life Orb or that Yachi Berry for it to be able to set up and just be super effective. But I still truly believe that this one's really hard to switch into, and that you're going to need your G-Max mon to switch into it.
Yeah, it's an interesting pairing between the two of them, Flapple and Cinderace. So Flapple doesn't really necessarily want to face off against those bulky grass types, so Cinderace can hopefully mitigate that. But we have an interesting pair. We have a start of the Elemental Core with Fire and Grass. Maybe he'll pick up a really bulky Water a little bit later on. And the next pit that we have going on is the Delta Glygars are going to pick up Weavile. Oh my god, this week 1 matchup sucks. So the Weavile is such a threat. This thing is such a good sweeper, wall breaker, great dual stabs, ice and dark typing, access to Icicle Crest, Ice Shard, and gets knockoff back, which I'm not very excited about. This Pokemon can just literally switch in depending on whatever time in the game is, and just clean up. Literally just game over. Depending on what you have left, if you're able to position yourself, Weavile can just finish the game off for you. This mon is so scary, and the fact that he got it in the second round just blows my mind.
Well, this one's incredible because the only thing it really loses to is bulky waters, but if it gets a Swords Dance up, it'll two-shot most of them, and if they're chipped, they're just gone and it wins.
Yeah, all it needs is a little bit chip, and that's it. And then you got a Necrozma in there, so be able to set up and basically break through stuff, and then Weavile just comes and cleans things up. It's going to be a really tough matchup, that's for sure. Week 1, shout out to my man Plat over here. All right, so the next fit that we have, The Cincinnati Dreads are going to pick up Rillaboom that does have access to grassy terrain. Pretty solid grass type this generation. Gets access to U-turn. Its signature move is drum beating. It does guarantee that they lower down their speed every single time that it hits. Gets great coverage. Gets knockoff. That's a pretty solid move for a grass type, but this can be a bulky grass type. It can be a pivot. It can be a grassy terrain setter, but the grassy terrain is probably what the mindset was here to protect Melmetal from those ground type moves for sure. That's the first thing that sticks out in my mind.
Well, yeah, it's crazy to think that a grassy terrain Rillaboom is tier 2, but the one drawback is that it doesn't have reliable recovery. It only gets leftovers, it gets grassy surge recovery, and then it has leech seed. So that's the only thing that really makes it a drawback from tier 1 to tier 2. But this one's really a solid pairing with Melmetal. They just need to find a way to deal with fire types.
Yeah, the debate between tier 1 and tier 2 has been something that we were chatting about too. But tier 2 seems like a good spot for Rillaboom, especially because it's they're very early in the generation, that's for sure. So we have Mr. Struggle King picking up Obstagoon the monster. I had this in APA Classic. This Pokemon is so strong. It gets access to Guts, and you can give it a Flame Orb, and this thing hits like an absolute truck. It does have a base 90 attack power without it, so it's a little underwhelming, but once you get that flare, that Guts boost, it gets pretty intense. It gets access to knockoff, it gets access to facade. So whenever you get that neutral coverage, it gets access to close combat, which is insane coverage within its own right. And it does have access to things like Seed Bomb, Parting Shot, things of that nature. This Pokemon is a crazy good wall breaker, and to pair it up with Dragapult is pretty solid because you can switch in on those ghost type attacks and switch in on those dark type attacks. So pretty solid mon for his team. What do you think about Obstagoon going for the very last pick of round 2?
Welcome, Shuckle King.
Oh, even better. Give us the 411, man.
Obstagoon go for the very last pick.
Welcome, Shuckle King.
Shuckle, you there?
Oh, even better.
You there?
Hey.
Oh, you got everything basically. Yeah, it hits crazy, and hopefully, like, they're both weak to fair, but Obstagoon can break it down pretty easily. Dragapult can break as well with the ball, so it's a good combo there, and also has close combat, low steals. So yeah, Obstagoon is pretty nutty for tier 3.
Yeah, tier 3 is a pretty good steal. It's a good value for tier 3, that's for sure. But yeah. Fairy type's gonna be something that you keep in mind. But that's a good pairing for the two of them. That's a pretty solid, man. Good job.
Yeah, I'm happy with it.
Alright guys, so for basically the draft recap, for Shuckle King, if you're still here, this is what we're gonna talk about this one. What's the first thing that sticks out in your mind, Mid? I think that the Weavile is a scary one. That's not just because it's my week 1 opponent, but the Weavile going in the second round is intense. I would guess that thing to go first in the first round.
I really love the Corviknight, the Gigantamax Melmetal pick, the Weavile, and the Rillaboom and the Obstagoon. Those are all really good picks this round. I feel like these coaches know what they're doing, picking some of like the mons that they might be picking a little early, like the Obstagoon, but knowing what you want to pick and knowing like you're playing later on that these mons really help with it, I think that's what they're doing.
Exactly. So the terminology being sniped is real because you come in with the game plan, and typically whenever you bring or you draft Pokemon a little bit early, say like example Cinderace, and you have a game plan, you want to make sure that you can solidify those pieces early. So some of these pieces may not make a little bit of sense, but wait as these rounds pass on, and then maybe it'll kind of pan out for you guys. But we're going to start off the very first pick. We're going to snake back around, and we're going to be with the Rillaboomers one more time, and they're going to be picking up Zeraora. Oh my lord. This man got Dragapult and Zeraora on the same exact team. I'm just baffled. What do you have to say about this one?
I think that's incredibly broken, and I would have picked
Oh
Zeraora if G-Max Melmetal wasn't there. But knowing how good Shuckle King is and such, this team he's just going to destroy almost every coach with it.
It's just such an incredible core. You have the physical attacker, the two. Aside from Excalibur, this is the fastest 2 Pokemon in the entire game. Being able to hit things incredibly hard. Zeraora had so many new tools given to it this generation. It gets access to Play Rough. It does have Aura Sphere access now. That way it doesn't have to run close combat if it doesn't necessarily want to. But this Pokemon is so broken. It can still pivot out with Volt Switch. It gets the Volt absorbability, so that way you can not have to plan for that, and not necessarily need a ground type for that matter. But Zeraora, that Pokemon, the core here, the offensive core here is incredible.
I like this.
Tell us about it, man. How excited are you to get both of these in the same team?
Oh, I am shocked that I was able to get Zeraora. I mean, my second and third picture, basically. It doesn't matter the order, but yeah, no, I think it's like a top maybe 6 or 7 mon. So I had to pounce on it.
For sure.
And I'll take the 2 like fastest mons outside of like what? A Celigore maybe?
Yeah, this man doesn't even need a choice scarf. He doesn't know what a choice scarf is.
Exactly.
Not needed whatsoever. For those of you who don't understand how big this is, whenever you have such a high speed tier, you don't have to invest in speed whatsoever. So you're able to tailor form your EV spreads to your opponent, and you can necessarily not even run any speed at all on your sets, and then you can run it all on bulk.
Exactly.
So that way you can take more hits. So it's just incredible to have both of these on the same team. I don't want to face you, that's for sure. I'm not about it. I'm gonna call out state that day.
Yeah, I'm excited.
All right, guys. So for the next pick, we have the Cincinnati Dreads picking up Hatterene to pair up with Melmetal and Rillaboom. We have the second part to the Fantasy Core, or the Fairy Dragon Steel Core. Hatterene's a pretty good Pokemon. It's able to set up Trick Room for itself and for Melmetal, so that's something for us to watch out for. It's going to be quad resistant to fighting type attacks, so that's going to be something that we have to look it out to, and get some great coverage. For somewhat, it does have access to Mystical Fire for those steel types, and it has access to some really strong Fairy and some Psychic Stab. But what do you think about Hatterene?
I personally really love Hatterene. It's really good. I've seen my friend OP Jellicent use it in UBL. It's more than just like a Trick Room mon. It can be defensive within Assault Vest and still be able to do enough damage because it has a really high special attack stat. So even not invested, D-Gleam plus Psyshock plus Mystical Fire plus whatever other coverage move you need does a lot. And this mon's just, it's not the crazy most versatile mon. Like you'll run the same few moves every week, but it does its job really well.
It does, and the Trick Room viability, even though like Mid said, it doesn't necessarily have to be pinned to that every single week. It's pretty scary to have to prep to be able to have a Trick Room setter for Melmetal, because Double Iron Bash does have a 30% chance per hit to flinch, so that's going to be pretty intense. The next pick that we have in the draft, we have the Delta Glygars. PlatinumHowler picking up Heliolisk. Heliolisk, a pretty good offensive, somewhat electric type, normal and electric type. So it does have access to Surf, has access to Hyper Voice. It gets those the basic thunder, the Thunderbolt, Thunderwave, Thunder, all that fun jazz. Can you tell me about Heliolisk a little bit?
It's just kind of a straightforward mon. You'll almost always run this thing either Choice Scarf or Choice Specs. Just spam U-Turn, Hyper Voice, Thunderbolt, Volt Switch, and it's one of the few electric types that can still touch ground types between Grass Knot and Surf, which is really nice. And just that normal typing paired with the electric is really nice because no Ghost type wants to switch on the Thunderbolts and no ground type wants to.
Yeah, this thing is going to be a threat for sure. So it's being able to cover those holes that he's got on his team. You'll see a couple different things start to form around this time in the draft. That there's a couple coaches that are going to want to fill roles in regards to cores, like the Fantasy Core, like the Elemental Core. They're going to want to get their Fire type, already having their Water and their Grass type. They're going to want to get their Steel type to fill up their Fairy and their Dragon. And some coaches will start to fill holes in regards to what the team has already, which is what PlatinumHowler is doing right now. Whatever weaknesses that some of your teammates may have, other Pokemon may not necessarily fit it type-wise, but it does fit it in regards to what it is offensively. So that's something to keep in mind and keep note as we move forward. We have the Sand and Eggies picking up Jellicent, a pretty solid bulky water type, water and ghost type. It does get access to Strength Sap this generation. Strength Sap is one of the most broken moves in the entire game. If you were to put top 3, in my opinion, it would be Knockoff, Scald, and then Strength Sap. Best moves in the entire game. It does lower the attack power by 1 and then recovers its HP based on the attack power of the opponent that it used Strength Sap on. So that's pretty intense. If you're lowered down, you can have chances to get to full. If it's a physically offensive Pokemon, it's basically going to be immune to any fighting type attacks, normal type attacks. Gets access to Scald, gets access to Will-O-Wisp and Hex. This can be a really good bulky pivot for my man George. Any thoughts on Jellicent here?
You've basically said everything I was gonna say.
This mon fills, it's not necessarily as versatile as you would like, but it fills its role to a T. He's got his elemental core completely filled out, just like how we were talking about before. He's got his fire, water, grass, and they pair with each other pretty well. He's got a bulky water type, a semi-offensive G-Max, and a very offensive fast fire type. For the next mon coming up, the Kentucky Torcats are going to take Sylveon. Talk to him about Sylveon, man.
I love Sylveon, and I love that in the first 3 rounds, I got arguably my favorite Fairy Dragon Steel Core I've ever got. Just being able to be bulky, defensive, also be able to hit super hard with the Pixelate Hyper Voices, and getting Mystical Fire so it can still touch those Steel types that they can't, that it wouldn't be able to without the hidden power. So I think it's just a really nice mon, and Wish Baton Pass into that Melmetal, so if he gets weakened, I can just wish it back up.
Yeah, if you were to put a conversation for the top fairy types, Togekiss, Sylveon are in that conversation. This mon is so good defensively. It can be run offensively. A Choice Specs Hyper Voice set is something to be not to be laughed at. This Pokemon is a great pivot for both Kyurem and Melmetal, so he's got his Fantasy Core all set up. Being a pure fairy type is very solid, so it's a great pickup for you. So with the next pick that we have is the Montreal Milotics are going to pick up Terrakion, that is going to be coming over through post home the cloud service. So Terrakion is allowed. All 3 of the Swords of Justice, including Keldeo, is allowed. So Terrakion is going to be jumping on the team with Jirachi and Blastoise. This thing is so incredibly threatening offensively. The rock and the fighting type combination is so hard to switch into. Close combat, stone edges, things of that nature. This thing can set up a swords dance and just dent teams. This Pokemon is so fast with a base 108 I believe speed tier, so this thing can come in and break, and then Blastoise can come in and sweep. This Pokemon is going to be so threatening. What do you think about Terrakion?
Oh, I think this one's really nice. And if you haven't noticed, he's literally only drafted mons that were coded into the game that you could get through home, which is kind of funny. And I like that it has access to Mega Horn now, so it's able to actually touch those. Yeah,
this mon is incredible for him. I can't wait to see what he wants to do with it. With the next pick in the draft, we have the Vancouver Titangs with, that's right, Tyranitar. This man paired Tyranitar with Excadrill. So the classic pairing of the Sand Core has been assembled with the Vancouver Titangs. This is going to be quite a scary core to deal with, setting up the Sand for Excadrill and his Sand Rush ability, and Sand Force ability, depending on whatever his matchup that he has. And then Rotom Wash is able to really pair well with Tyranitar as well. Tyranitar is one of those pseudo-legendaries that has just always been around every single generation and has always been top tier. Tyranitar can fill so many roles. It could be the bulky hazard setter, it could be the sweeper, it could be the I don't know what's happening, why is this special Tyranitar coming kind of Pokemon. Gets access to Hydro Pump this generation for whatever reason. Now it gets, I think it gets, alright guys, sorry about those technical difficulties. Again, like I said, it's raining out, so light is not loving us today, but we're back. So on your screen we have the Chicago Corviknights that are taking Gigantamax Copperajah. Pretty solid Pokemon, very bulk steel type. Its Gigantamax move does allow it to set up the steel spikes, so the steel type version of spikes could be pretty good for incoming fairy types. So pretty solid Pokemon. What do you think about Copperajah Medivac?
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
There was some, I don't know, there was a problem with Discord, but I switched the server that it's on, like where the actual APA Academy server is located, so it works now.
There we go.
But I really like G-Max Copperajah because those steel spikes wouldn't normally think about while it's able to attack, which is really nice.
Yeah, it's a great pairing with Hydreigon. Basically, the Fantasy Core is looking pretty solid. It doesn't allow it to hold an item, which kind of sucks for it, but it's still a really bulky Pokemon. If you wanted to set those steel spikes, it's pretty solid. So, great pickup from a man. Zach, the Weather Gamer. With the next pick, the Toronto Tyrant. Oh, hey, there he is.
Sorry,
Come on back.
Yeah,
talk about it.
I got added. So the reason I took Copperajah was because I was stupid and let Melmetal go, both Corviknight. went for the next best steel type. And as you said with those steel spikes, Dragon's biggest weakness is fairy types. So if I can do 25% to those fairy types every time with those steel spikes, it's great.
Yeah, you can actually run. I've seen very viable sets where people try to hazard stack. You put Stealth Rock on this thing, and you have the Steel type move, and it still sets up those other hazards. It can be pretty solid and a little overwhelming for your opponent. So, very solid pickup. This have you used?
There's my FDS.
Have you used Copper before? Looks like we lost Zach. All right. So with the next pick in the draft, we have the Toronto Tyrantrum. They're going to pick up Slurpuff. So Slurpuff is a pretty solid fairy type. It's a little bit early, in my opinion, to pick up Slurpuff, which is a pretty good value at tier 2. It does have access to Sticky Web. It does regain, I believe it regains Belly Drum. I could be wrong on that. I don't know if it just lost it in general, but if it does, it gets access to Belly Drum again. I believe it should still have access to Belly Drum. Am I wrong about that?
Oh, it gets Belly Drum again. It just didn't get it pre-home because the mon it breeds with it was.
Yeah, this Pokemon could be a super viable sweeper depending on the situation, because it does have access to the ability Burden. So being able to pop the Citrus Berry after using a Belly Drum, double, and then just wrecking havoc with really, really strong play roughs. So this Pokemon could be pretty solid for the team to pair up with Corviknight and Toxtricity. So now that the fairy types don't want to switch in, you want to make sure that you want to cover the dragon types. So with the very last pick in the second round, hold on a second, guys. It's like these slides are bumping out on us. Give me 1 second. Interessante. But anyway, talk to me about Slurpuff a little bit more while I fix the slides.
Slurpuff is a really good mon. Just being able to set up that Belly Drum and then boost, so it outspeed almost everything on your team besides a really fast Scarfer. While it can also be special with like Calm, Deagling, Fire, not Fast, Flamethrower, and Surf. But also being able to be defensive with like a Cotton Guard set with like Sticky Webs and with Therapy. It's just really.
Yeah, it's a great versatile mon to build a setup with the team. Sorry guys, give me 1 second. I'm not sure what the OBS is just completely laying an egg at the moment. Let me see if I can get this thing back. Give me 1 second. So now that we're gonna pop over to the very last half of the draft, what do you think about it so far?
I think I think every team's really good so far. Some are obviously better than others, but as we go on, teams will round out more, see what they're doing and such, and will most likely be good by the end of this draft.
Yeah. So let's see. Give us 1 second, guys. We're gonna pop through all these, and hopefully this will get us back to where we were. Give me 1 sec. We love OBS. OBS is our friend. OBS will treat us well for the rest of this draft, hopefully. So here's Slurpuff, and then we have the next pick. There it is. The Austin Weavile are going to pick up Arcanine to round out the second round. Arcanine is a pretty solid pick, a very, very bulky fire type, getting access to Morning Sun, being able to be very physical. It could also run special. It's a great Pokemon with the access and the the new items, heavy duty boots. This Pokemon could be pretty threatening. What do you think about Arcanine?
I think Arcanine's really nice. I usually want to think it's a tier 2, but considering that there's not that many great fire types this gen, and that it's a really great user of the heavy duty boots, so health rock damage, it's really nice, and I think it really fits well with this team.
Yeah, for sure. This mon is going to be the fit like a glove, 100%. So to kind of round out round number 3, the first thing that stands out to me personally is that my man Shayquaza picking up Zeraora. That's so crazy to me. Zeraora, the addition to Tyranitar, great fit to the team. Terrakion is going to be super threatening. What sticks out to you?
Oh, it's easily the Zeraora. There's no reason for a mon that is that good in this format to be here at round 3, and especially like Shayquaza. I think the Terrakion is really good on 3, just being a great wall breaker and such. Tyranitar is really good on Jack, even though it doesn't more, it still beat any bulky psychic. And I really like the G-Max Copper as well.
Yeah, the
Those
Zero Aura
Steel
is
Stealth
just-
Rocks.
Yeah, the Steel Stealth Rocks, being able to set up both Stealth Rocks and the Steel Stealth Rocks is just so much. It can be a little overwhelming for teams, especially if you don't bring any hazard removal that game. So, with all that being said, let's move on to round number 4. So, the very first pick, the Austin Weavile are going to pick up Mudsdale, the very, very bulky ground type. This thing is going to be so annoying to deal with if you don't have anything to hit it super effectively. For most part, being able to run Rest and Sleep Talk is extremely viable if you don't have something to break through this thing. This thing can be an absolute menace, being able to set up Stealth Rocks, getting access to Close Combat and Heavy Slam, really great coverage. Mudsdale is just an incredible ground type. What do you think about Mudsdale?
Oh, it's really good. I actually lost 2 last season in AP Academy against It's Whatever. So I underestimated it and didn't bring anything that could beat it. But then it just ended up being able to wall my entire team, which is really crazy considering it was an Uber season.
Yeah, this thing is, if you don't have any really good special super effective attacks to hit it, this thing can just flip a game in an absolute instant. The Toronto Tyrantrums are going to pick up Dugtrio. Dugtrio coming in to be able to trap those fire types that Corviknight may not want to deal with. Very fast ground type Pokemon. Getting access to the Arena Trap ability, so this thing could be a really good trapper to get rid of those Pokemon that his team doesn't necessarily want to deal with. So, what do you think about Dugtrio in draft format?
I think it's really nice, and I like because it really helps the electric types that only Corviknight really struggles with on this team, but nothing on this team can like automatically beat them and make them bad. But Dugtrio really helps out that Corviknight. That looks like it's gonna be his main way of being like offensive and defensive.
Yeah, so this thing can be pretty solid in order to get rid of those threats that are going to really threaten Corviknight and Toxtricity, really. So, great pickup. This is going to be another one of those team fits, not necessarily for filling an actual role type wise, but filling a role to be able to support the rest of its teammates. So great pickup. Next mon that's coming up on the screen, we have the Chicago Corviknight picking up Milotic, a really bulky water type Pokemon. This thing is an absolute menace. Getting the ability competitive to be able to switch into, or not switch into, but to have a Pokemon that has Intimidate, boost up its special attack by 2, can be pretty threatening if it's running a modest build. Getting access to the Marvel Scale ability with the Flame Orb, basically doubling its physical defense. This thing is going to be really hard to take down with its longevity and recover. And basically spreading scalds all over the place. This thing is going to be really hard to take down.
So, Zach, tell us what you think about your team in Melodic.
So I watched Jellicent, the bane of my existence in Gen 8, come off the board last round. Well, I kind of need something that is not going to be completely screwed by that. So I grabbed Milotic. It won't care if it gets Will-O-Wisp. It's a nice bulky water. I've actually never used it before. To-do list. And if I need to, at some point this season, I'm going to try and bring competitive. If somebody wants to set webs on me to try and slow down my team, nah, let me just bring Milotic. It's also nice with Dragon Tail to be able to fade things in and out, help me chip.
There we are. Guys, thank you so much for your patience. We really do appreciate everything that you guys are going through. My man's is sweating, so there's a heavy rain falling down here in San Diego, and then the internet is via satellite, so there's some difficulties. So I really do appreciate you guys bearing with us and all these technical difficulties. Everything should be all set now. We are back on your screen. We have Celebi. Mid is back here on call. So Mid, talk to me about Celebi.
This is another mon that he really likes. It really fits well. Gives him that grass type first. Fire, water, grass. And it gives them another way of dealing with those bulky waters that Excadrill and Tyranitar don't really want to deal with.
Yeah, it's a great Pokemon to be able to pivot in and out. It does get access to Stealth Rock, so it can run Stealth Rock because sometimes Tyranitar and Excadrill don't necessarily want to run Stealth Rock. They want to be a little bit more offensive, so it's a pretty good pickup, being able to come in synergistically. With the next pick that we have is the Montreal Milotic is going to pick up Vikavolt. Vikavolt, the extremely hard-hitting electric bug-type Pokemon with the ability in Levitate, being able to pick off those bulky water types that Terrakion doesn't necessarily want to deal with. It does get access to Sticky Web this generation, so that could be something that he wants to run in pairation with Terrakion, and possibly Blastoise. Maybe there's something like a Zeraora or a Dragapult that may not be able to outspeed, even with the Shell Smash. So Vikavolt, pretty solid pickup for the Milotics. What do you think about Vikavolt?
I really do like it, and I like the way it can set up stealthy. I almost said stealthy rocks, but I meant sticky webs to basically make it Terrakion that much better. Because did Rock Polish get like snapped out of the game this gen? I feel like it did. So if it did, Terrakion can't set up its speed anymore, and it just makes Terrakion that much scarier.
Yeah, speed control is going to be huge with Terrakion, that's for sure. So solid pickup from my man Matt. We have the Kentucky Torracats picking up Silvally. The anime has confirmed. We pronounce it Silvally. Talk to me about Silvally.
I'm still saying Silvally because the other name sounds stupid. But it gives me my first wave of hazard control. Gets rid of hazards with defog. But parting shot's really nice. So I party shot into my Cure, and while my opponent's weakened, I can set up a Dragon Dance or set up a Substitute. Or I can go into Melmetal and just be able to start clicking Double Iron Bash or G-Max up. It's speed tied with Cure for my fastest Mon, and I think it just fits really well, especially with that multi-attack boost this gen.
Yeah, this Pokemon is going to be a great fit. The parting shot is going to be huge for Kyurem. That's for so you'll be able to get that thing in safely and just hit something really, really hard. Pivot back out into Silvally. Can be able to fit in any kind of role that you need. It could be a Steel type, Dark type, Fairy type, whatever ability. The buff to multi-attack, huge. 120 from 90, massive. So
I really like that.
Yeah, for sure. With the next pick, guys, we have the Sant Ant Eggies with our man. He's picking up Dracozolt. Very threatening this generation. One of the fossils, but this is the electric dragon version. The bolt beaks off this thing is going to be incredibly hard to switch into. It does get access to hustle, so it could be a positive or it could be a negative depending on which way you look at it. I personally don't really like to mess with inaccurate moves because I have the worst luck with that kind of stuff, but this thing can hit like an absolute truck. What do you think about Dracozolt? Are you more of a Draco fan or are you a fan of Mr. Fish?
I'm more of a fan of Mr. Fish just because it has less immunities to it. While Dracozolt's Bolt Beak is just for a whole way of just a whole type beats it from the ground type perspective. But I also like that since we're using like hidden abilities, the Sand Rush is really nice if he does that getting like a Gigalith or something. So we can set up Sand and just out.
Yeah, this thing can be incredibly threatening with the sweeper, so it does, even though the Sand Rush ability is not released, it still has access to it because we're going to be going to that land timer, that mode that we play. So basically it bypasses anything that isn't released. So this Pokemon can be an incredible sweeper. I did have access to it in the UPO Showdown League, and this Pokemon saved me so many times. I paired it up with Excadrill and Tyranitar, and being able to be that extra Sand Rush sweeper, so good. Next mon on the draft we have is the greatest Pokemon ever created, the greatest Pokemon in the entire game. Fight me. This Pokemon is so good. Mimikyu is so versatile. This Pokemon was so broken with his ability Disguise that they had to neuter it. Now before in Generation 7 they did, whenever the Disguise was broken, he took no damage. Generation 8 they said no, this Pokemon isn't God, we can't do that anymore, it's not fair for the rest of the people that play Pokemon. So it does have to take 1/8 of its health every time it loses its Disguise, which kind of sucks because now the Focus Sash set is now null and void, but nonetheless it does have crazy coverage. Gets access to Wood Hammer, gets access to Drain Punch, gets access to Priority Shadow Snake, Shadow Claw. They gave it Phantom Force. Depending on your opinion, 2-turn moves could be pretty bad, but Phantom Force does bypass Protect, so it's another hard-hitting Ghost-type stab move that Mimikyu can use. Gets Play Rough, very, very hard-hitting. It's dual stabs in Psychic and Ghost. I'm sorry, Fairy and Ghost. And very hard to switch into. It's actually unresisted. Actually, now that I think about it, it is unresisted. So this Pokemon, when it sets up a Swords Dance or a Bulk Up, it can be incredibly sweeping, very, very threatening as a sweeper, as a wall breaker. And you can run it in other cheeky sets like the Curse set. So the Curse set basically brings its attack in half, its HP in half, and then the opponent will lose 25% every single time. So this Pokemon could be a really, really annoying threat. So Mimikyu, greatest Pokemon, very good fit on PlatinumHowler's team. Very, very good. I'm very passionate. I was like all choked up. I love this Pokemon so much. It's my mascot. Yeah. So with the next pick, the Cincinnati Dreads are going to pick up Sirfetch'd. Talk to them about Sirfetch'd, man. Mid, you there? Well, Mid reconnects and he comes back to us. I'm going to talk about Sirfetch'd to you. This thing is a very, very good sweet wall breaker. Awesome ability and scrap. Hey, he's back. There you go.
I don't know, my mic was doing something weird there.
Mercury's in retrograde today, man. It's just the electronics are just not loving us today.
Yeah, but Sirfetch'd is really nice. It helps deal with those steel types that nothing else on JB's team really wants to deal with. And it's just, it seems super physically offensive now, so he might want to look more into some defensive, some more special attackers.
Yeah, he's very susceptible to setting up a reflect and being able to kind of mitigate his team just a little bit. A lot of physical attackers are great, but if your opponent knows how to kind of work around that, it could be a little bit tough. But nonetheless, Sirfetch'd with the scrappy ability hits incredibly hard. You can't switch into a ghost type because it's still going to hit it anyway. This thing does get priority in first impression. First impression is actually extremely viable depending on the typing that you're using it on. It could be pretty clutch with the Choice Band. Choice Band in first impressions is like a mini Haxorus because Haxorus did get access to that. So this thing could be an incredible threat. So watch out for JB with this thing, the Duck. Next pick we have rounding out the round 4, we have Roserade and go into the OK Rillaboomers. Very good spiker, toxic spikes, regular spikes. Did get a very huge nerf because we did lose Hidden Power with its ability into Ignition. It was one of those Pokemon that loved running Hidden Power every single week. But because Hidden Power was removed from the game, this Pokemon was kind of neutered in a sense, but does still hit really, really hard with Energy Balls, with Leaf Storm, Sludge Bomb. This Pokemon could be a great hazard setter, like I said. But what do you think about the changes to Roserade?
I had Roserade and GDL, and I absolutely loved it. I just love how you can run like a max HP, max speed set, and still be able to take hits, do some damage, set up a spike or a T-spike, sleep powder your opponent. I just thought it was all very nice.
Yeah, it can still run other things instead of Hidden Power, so this thing can be a really solid mon to help. I've been watching your games in the GDL. This man puts everything to sleep. He hits every sleep powder. So maybe we're going to be seeing that with the Rillaboomers this season. So to recap this round, the one thing that kind of sticks out to me is, of course, the Mimikyu and the Sirfetch'd being basically adding on another physical attacker to the team, which could be a kryptonite to the team, but could also be a blessing depending on what teams can handle it and which ones can't. Milotic is going to be a really good Pokemon for the Chicago Corviknights, but what do you think about this round overall?
Well, I thought this round was like very interesting. There was a lot. This is usually the round where like a bunch of stuff go earlier than they need to, or mons that should have been picked up earlier usually go. But this round seemed like normal round 4. Like Mimikyu was really nice here, Sirfetch'd was really nice here, Milotic was really nice here. Those are kind of some of my favorite picks of this round.
Yeah, this round was very interesting to say the least. Draco's going into this round is pretty interesting, but let's see what we got for round number 5. The very first pick, round number 5, going back around to the snake is going to be Mamoswine. Mamoswine, the incredible threat, the ground and ice typer that is going to hit the entire metagame with his dual stabs of hitting with Icicle Crash and Earthquake. Alone, this thing can be a great wall breaker. Has access to Ice Shard to pick stuff off. It gets access to Superpower. Knockoff, it does get access to Knockoff again. Post Home can set up Stealth Rock. This Pokemon is very, very hard to switch into and can switch your game's momentum at a blink of an eye with just flinching everything with Icicle Crash. So very, very good Pokemon for the Rillaboomers. The next pick, moving through, kind of gaining some ground a little bit. We have the Cincinnati Dreads. We were talking about these physical attackers. JB says, I don't care about stacking myself with a bunch of physical attackers. I'm just going to throw on the best physical attacker this generation has seen. And I'm just going to throw Dracovish on here. Dracovish in round number 5. Talk to him, man. Talk to him.
This Mon is honestly a little overrated, but it fits almost perfect on this team because this team really struggles with those fire types, and Dracovish just gets rid of all of them, invalidates them all.
Yeah, if you don't have a Water Absorb or Storm Drain Pokemon, this thing is gonna...
More likely than not, it's gonna have to be Choice Scarfed on this team so far.
Yeah.
But I think it fits amazing.
Yeah, his speed tiers are kind of... I don't think he doesn't have anything over base 100, so like Mid said, it's going to have to be Choice Scarf most of the time, unless he can get a Sticky Webber, but this thing can run pretty good in Trick Room, which could be something that he may want to think about, but this thing, unless you have a Storm Drain Pokemon or a Water Absorb Pokemon, is going to be so tough to deal with. Those Vicious Wrens, the Strong Jaw boosted Vicious Wrens are nothing to scoff at.
Yeah, this one's just crazy.
It really, really is. The Delta Glygars are going to pick up Torkoal, the fire type, the pure fire type that sets up the sun. Great Pokemon to be able to get rid of hazards. It just sits and is just really, really fat. This Pokemon takes a lot of hits. Gets access to Solar Beam with Pairing and Drought, which is really good for those water types. Gets access to Lava Plume in case it wants to start spreading burns all over the place. It can set hazards, like I said, with Stealth Rock and remove them with Rapid Spin. Very, very versatile Pokemon to help fill the utility of a team. And to pair this thing up with Heliolisk is pretty good because Heliolisk does get access to Solar Power. Being able to give it a free Life Orb boost to any of its attacks is pretty solid. And being able to have Weavile on the team, not really having to worry about any grass types, which is going to be not grass types, but Weavile's been able to basically clean things up for it. But Torkoal, really great physical utility Pokemon for the team.
Yeah, it really is.
So for the next round, we have the next pick. We have the Sant and Eggies picking up Sticky Webs. We have Ribombi here, the Bug and Fairy type. Talk to them about Ribombi, man.
I really like Ribombi, and it fits really well in this team because it helps Flap. It doesn't always have to set up that Dragon Dance. It can just come in, Gigantamax, and just do the damage. It helps Dracos out, so as I said before, Flapple just does damage. Doesn't have to be Choice Scarf. Even helps Cinderace out a little bit to where it doesn't have to run that much speed. It can just be like max HP, max attack.
Yeah, speed control is something to definitely keep in mind 100%. Whenever you can control the game with your speed, it's really hard to not be in command of the entire thing and have your opponent on the back foot. And Dracozolt is the number one thing that pops off to this pick. Not only does it give it its fairy type to its dragon type, it gives access to those sticky webs, so that way those Dracozolt bolt beaks are going to hit like an absolute truck when they get doubled. So very good pairing on his part. The Kentucky Torcast picking up another sticky web setter, Galvantula. What's the thought process behind this one?
So I really just picked this mod not even for sticky webs. That was just kind of an added benefit. It just helps me deal with bulky grasses and mainly bulky waters that my team really does not like, outside of like Silvally Grass or Kyurem Freeze Dry. But this just gives me a faster one than Kyurem and Silvally. Gives me just like a good speed control, even good sticky webs, which I don't have to run every week because this mod's still really good without them. And it just felt like it just benefited my team a lot.
Yeah, great coverage, Energy Ball, Bug Buzz, Thunder. Being able to get those Compound Eyes Thunders. Doesn't have the greatest special attack stat, but still, a Thunder stat boosted is still nothing to scoff at. This Pokemon hits like an absolute truck. Being able to pivot with Volt Switch, this thing can be an incredible threat and swing the tide because of its speed tier. Fast electric types are essential for any draft, because if your opponent did not bring a ground type or a Volt Absorber, this thing can just pivot around, Volt Switch, and just get damage and get out. Very, very good. Good pick on your part, man. Solid work.
Thanks.
We have the next pick coming off the Cincinnati Dreads picking up. Well, here's another Scoffy. Okay, we're gonna fix this again. Thanks, OBS. And then we're gonna get right back. Give me 1 second, guys. I realized how to fix it last time, so we're gonna do it this way. So we are in. Let's see. We're in pick 132, 39, and. All right. This is how we fixed it last time. Then we loop it, and then we go back like this. Hit OK. There's Mamoswine, and then we go back to the round. See? Once one thing happens, we realize what's going on, and then boom, we go right back onto it.
Yeah.
Next pick. The Montreal Milotics are going to pick up Braviary. So Braviary is going to be a pretty solid pick from a man, a normal flying type. This thing now gets access to close combat, which in prior generations only had access to superpower. So it's another alternative form to be able to hit those steel types. So this thing could be a great defogger for the team. It could be a great pivot option. And Defiant. One of the best abilities in the game. If you want to click defog to get rid of those hazards, then good luck when this thing switches in.
Oh, it's really nice.
Yeah, Braviary.
And you just have to really prep hard around it, so you don't just auto lose to it sometimes.
Exactly. Auto losing Pokemon like this, even though it doesn't seem very overwhelming on paper, at the end of the day, if you try to defog, this thing switches in. You have to deal with a +2 Braviary. That's incredible. Then all of a sudden, how do you come back? Depending on the time of the game. Incredible pick. I love Braviary. The Vancouver Titans are going to pick up Noivern for their next pick. Noivern is a great dragon and flying type. This is a great value for tier 3. What do you think about being tier 3?
Oh, I really like Noivern this gen. It's really got a lot better because through that throat spray item, just being able to click Boom Burst and just getting that +1 special attack boost. It has a really great stat between Draco Meteor, Hurricane, Dragon Pulse. I almost said Iron Head, but I meant Air Slash. And just being able just to have that speed tier is really amazing.
Yeah, the speed is incredible. Even though it isn't necessarily that strong, like Mid said, running that throat spray is going to be pretty clutch for him, and being able to get defog with the heavy duty boots is going to be pretty intense. This Pokemon is really versatile, can fit a lot of roles for a team. Maybe he'll hit every Hurricane this season. You never know. The Chicago Corviknights are going to pick up Gengar. Gengar, the tier 1 Pokemon. Very threatening Pokemon this generation. Ghost types this gen are absolutely crazy. Now that Pokemon Home has been released, there's a couple more answers to ghost types, but still nonetheless, if you don't have an answer to a ghost type, this thing can just come in, slap a Choice Scarf on it, and you can just Shadow Ball everything. And it gets great coverage. Thunderbolt, Dazzling Gleam, gets Sludge Wave. You can run Destiny Bond on it if there's a Pokemon you just can't knock out in one hit. With a Choice Scarf, Destiny Bond, get knocked out, bring that Pokemon down with you. Gengar, very threatening tier 1 Pokemon.
Gengar is easily one of the top Pokemon in the format right now, considering there's no Pursuit, it gets Nasty Plot, it has a great speed tier, and with Ghost being one of the best offensive typings in the game, it just makes it that much better.
Yeah, Gengar, the typical thing you see is that Gengar will switch in, and because it's so threatening offensively, you typically want to switch out. But now this generation, if you switch out, it threatens that substitute. And if you substitutes, there's a possibility of a free Nasty Plot, then you're really in trouble. So this is a great pickup for Zach and his Chicago Corviknights. With the next pick, the Toronto Tyrantrum are going to pick up Darmanitan. Darmanitan the Fireman. So, Darmanitan, my second favorite Pokemon of all time. Galarian Darmanitan. Darmanitan, this one is one of the same. This one does not get access to Guerrilla Tactics. People thought that it would this gen, but it didn't. Still has that Sheer Force ability. But nonetheless, those Sheer Force boosted Flare Blitzes are hitting like an absolute truck. It can still run those rock slides that still get boosted. And it gets boosted fire punches. Can pivot in and out with U-turn. It is a very good wall breaker. Pairs really well with the team because right now all I see is the those grass types coming in. Although Corviknight can still kind of deal with it, but being able to come in and deal with those bulky grass types, this is going to be a great pickup for Sin. What do you think about Darmanitan this gen?
I really like it. It didn't get anything new, but it's still just a brutally strong Mon with that Choice Scarf U-turn, just be able to outspeed anything and just pivot around while still being able to like force your opponents to bring their bulky waters just for it is really nice, and it helps break the steel types that his team otherwise, outside of Dugtrio, kind of struggles with.
Yeah, this Pokemon, like I said, didn't get any tools, but what it did before, it still does really well now. All right, the next mon that we see, the Austin Weavile are going to take Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr is a very good Pokemon this generation.
Tyrantrum's team?
Did I say the Tyrantrum? Nope. Hold on. No,
Should be one between Corviknight and the Weaviles.
Yeah, it's this one, the Tyrantrums.
Oh, I thought you said the Weaviles.
Austin Weavile? Oh no, sorry. Maybe I verbally said maybe I said that. But the Austin
never
Weavile.
Mind.
But yeah, the Austin Weaviles are going to take Conkeldurr. Conkeldurr is a very good Pokemon this generation. Being able to sit and really hit things incredibly hard. Slap an Assault Vest on this thing, and then the Mach Punches off a Conkeldurr are be able to pick off most teams. But this thing hits like an absolute truck with great coverage and all those the Ice Punches and the Fire Punches and the Thunder Punches. This thing is so good. It's a great pairing for the team that he has so far.
It's the best defogger in the game, honestly.
That stink is, I don't know how. Maybe it just spins it, or it spins his cinder blocks around. I don't know, but they gave it a defog for whatever reason. But yeah, you never expect the defog off of this thing. That's for sure.
This mon's just really good with this team because it really doesn't have a great switch in. Because anything that was one switch into it doesn't want to take the knockoff.
Yeah, this thing has no switch-ins whatsoever. It's just depending. The coverage is great. You don't know what's going to come off of it, but getting access to knockoff again is incredible for Conkeldurr. Basically, you come in, the Conkeldurr comes in, this thing's going to hit you hard. You're threatened to get out. He hits a knockoff. You lose an item. It takes almost half damage. This thing hits like just an absolute truck. So, to kind of round out round number 5, what sticks out to you the most? To me, Dracovish. Dracovish, even though he has a bunch of physical attackers and it fits really well in his team, I think that that's the number 1 pick that I would see. I'm like, whoa, that's crazy that he picked that up this late.
I love that Gengar and Dracovish were still here at round 5. Like at the start of the gen, Dracovish was a round 1 pick, and now that it's at round 5 is crazy.
Yeah, some mons will slip. Depending on whatever game plan that you have for your team, there's other Pokemon that are incredible that just may not fit on your team in general. So the fact that these things are slipping, these coaches are just salivating at the mouth. Alright, so we're going to hop into round number 6, and the very first pick of round 6 is going to be Gardevoir, the Psychic and Fairy type Pokemon. This is a pretty good Pokemon. I don't think that this thing got anything new this gen, but it still does things really well. Hits very hard with Moonblast. It's a really good Psychic type Pokemon. You say something?
It got Mystical Fire, so that's one
right.
new move it got, but that's not. It just helps it with that hidden power.
Yeah, it helps it with the hidden power nerf, being able to deal semi with steel types. Not hidden power. Mystical Fire does have a good secondary effect to reduce its special attack, I believe is what it is, every single time that it hits. So this Pokemon can be pretty good in that regard. So the Gardevoir is pretty intense in regards to its ability in Trace. So it could be pretty clutch if you have an Intimidate Pokemon, switching Gardevoir, intimidate that physical Intimidator, and then being able to handle it just a little bit better, if not knock it out. So the Trace ability can come in clutch for the Weaviles, for sure. With the
100%.
With the next pick, the Toronto Tyrantrums are going to pick up Machamp. Machamp the 4-armed fiend, regular Machamp, not Gigantamax Machamp, but Machamp is pretty good. It's not that overwhelming, but it does have pretty good tools in regards to Draft League. It gets access to the No Guard ability, hitting those dynamic punches 100% accurately every single time. Gets access to the really hard hitting close combats. It gets access to Bullet Punch. Really great Pokemon in regards to being able to wall break, because this generation does have a little bit of a slower feel to it. Now that Pokemon Home has been released, all the faster Pokemon are starting to slowly trickle in, but for the most part, everything is relatively slow. So Machamp fits pretty well in regards to being a wall breaker. But what do you think about Machamp?
I really do like Machamp. It's kind of every team likes a good fighting type of champs. Not one. It's a really good one. I like the no guard, dynamic punch, or the guts close combat, and that it gets priority in bullet punch and has knockoff. It's really nice.
Yeah, so this thing, the priority and the dynamic punches are what the two highlights are for this Pokemon. It's going to be pretty solid for him. The Chicago Corviknights are going to pick up Orbeetle, regular Orbeetle, not Gigantamax, but the regular Orbeetle. We see this thing put in the finest of work with Wolf Glick and his team over with the WBE. A lot of really good sets you can run on this thing. Gets access to sticky webs, a very bulky psychic and bug type. Although on paper this thing has a lot of weaknesses, it can still sponge a lot of hits at the same time. So it's very viable to be able to use a weakness policy on this because it gets access to agility, calm mind, so this thing can turn around a matchup. He cannot baton pass any stats, but baton pass is still a great pivot option for him. What do you think about Orbeetle as a Pokemon in general?
I think it's a pretty nice tier 4. It has a lot of utility while still having that offensive prowess itself, because Bug and Psychic is a really good like offensive typing to combine, and just that it can set up. But the thing is, this in APA you can only baton pass subs or baton pass nothing, so you won't have like the WBE shenanigans with like Calm Mind, Iron Defense into like his Hydreigon or something.
Yeah, for sure. But regardless, the setup options are there. The bulky Pokemon aspect is there. Orbeetle can put on a couple different sets and can put on a show. So it'll be interesting to see what he wants to do with it this season. The Vancouver Titans are going to pick up Chandelure. Chandelure, the very, 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 very offensive fire type, fire and ghost typing. Let me some ghosts. But this thing is really, really good this gen, like we kind of mentioned with Gengar in regards to the wall breaking aspect to it. Although it's not as fast as Gengar, it does have a base 80. This thing is still really, really good in regards to being able to break down those bulky fire types. Being able to break down, basically hit Shadow Ball incredibly hard. Does get access to Energy Ball as well. This Pokemon is going to be able to create some big old dents.
Yeah. And as we said before, Ghost types is easily the best offensive typing this gen so far, so that just makes it even better.
Yeah, Ghost types are just running rampant as of right now. Like we said, Pokemon Home is allowing it to be mitigated just a little bit, but nonetheless, a good Psychic type, really, really great for a draft team. We have the Montreal Milotic going into the Alola region and bringing back Persian, the pure dark type, base 115 speed, very fast this gen. Gets access to Fur Coat to be very bulky on the physical side. Getting access to Parting Shot, which is invaluable for a team, being able to drop down the attack power of the Mon that's on the field, switch out and bring in whatever sweeper that is there. Being able to stop any Psychic type Pokemon, regardless if it's a physical type attacker, but this thing can be pretty versatile. It's a little bit underwhelming in regards to its attacks, but it's a very good utility Pokemon. What do you think about Persian?
I really like the Alolan Persian. I think it fits well in this team. Gives him another Mon faster than Terrakion, so his speed tiers are really nice. And just that Parting Shot into like a Jirachi or a Shell Smash Blastoise or an SD Terrakion is really nice.
Yeah, this Pokemon is going to be the biggest thing, like Mid said, is going to be the speed tiers. Being able to control speed in the game, so good. Here we go. The legend, he's next. The Kentucky Torcast pick up SiNxRealize. I was watching this happen because I'm in the other pool, right? As you see on your screen, I'm in pool 2. I was watching this and I saw this notification pass through, and the fact that you pick up SiNxRealize in round number 6, one of the best, if not the best, grounded water type Pokemon this late, incredible. What do you think about this?
I really like Seismitoad. In almost every like serious draft I've seen in Gen 8, this one has been a late round 2, early round 3 pick.
Yeah.
So seeing it there at round 6 was insane. Every team needs their bulky water and a bulky ground, so you don't just auto lose to electric spam. So that just makes it so much better. It's my first Stealth Rocker, so I needed Stealth Rockers, and it just really helps out my team a lot since the removal of HP Grass.
Yeah, and the Water Absorb. No more Dracovish attacks. Dracovish can't just come in and spam Vicious Rend on you, which is something that you don't have to worry about one of the weeks, because like we said in the beginning of the draft stream, there are going to be two Dracovish, because there's no Gigantamax, I'm sorry. There's two other Dracovish that are going to be running around for mid to deal with, so being able to come in on those Vicious Rends is going to be a lot easier for him. And other water type Pokemon that are offensive like Inteleon, he doesn't have to worry about that. But this Pokemon puts it atop of other water and ground types because it can set up Stealth Rock. No other water ground type could do that, which is pretty solid. So great pickup, man. Seismitoad, round 6. Oy. So we have the Sand and Eggies picking up Bronzong. Bronzong in past generations being the best tier 3 in my opinion. Sometimes it gets put in tier 4, which I don't think it's a place for it, but this is a pretty solid Pokemon in regards to being able to fill in some utility aspects to it. It does have access to Levitate and Heat Proof, so be able to switch things up depending on the matchup is pretty solid. Great defenses. It's a Steel and Psychic type Pokemon, can set up Stealth Rock, can set up Trick Room. This Pokemon can run Gyro Ball, it can run Earthquake. It could be a really great utility Pokemon for whatever he wants to run that week. Bella's GOAT. Yeah, Bella's GOAT. This Pokemon is great. Any thoughts on Bronzong here?
I think it's really nice. Gives them a ground immunity to help deal. So Cinderace and Dracozolt just don't die to EQs. Gives them, I believe, his first Stealth Rocker, which is really nice. Gives them the bulky steel type that you always need, and I just think it fits this team really well.
It really does. This Pokemon is so good. The utility off this thing is incredible. The Delta Glygars are going to pick up Gigantamax Sandaconda. We get another Gigantamax Pokemon coming off the board. It's been quite some time. This Pokemon is actually pretty good. It's a very good Pokemon that gets access to both Sandspit and Shedskin. So Shedskin is great to be able to be a status absorber. It doesn't guarantee that you'll get rid of the status, but is a 30% chance, which is pretty high. Whenever it gets touched by a physical or a special type hit, it does set up the sand, which could be clutch for him in some situations. He does have Torkoal, which is interesting that he's going to pair it up with this team, but there could be some other plans moving forward. What do you think about pairing Sand with Sun?
I think it's very interesting, but it's something we've seen before with like a Tyranitar and Mega Charizard Y. Mm-hmm. And he could run like Sandvale Heliolisk, which could be something, but it would hurt like a Moonlight or Morning Sun Necrozma, which is something he needs to think about.
Yeah, it's controlling the weather, as I think is what he wants to do. I wouldn't be surprised, maybe Pelipper? We'll see. So next mon that comes off the board, we have the Cincinnati Dreads taking up Minicus's favorite Pokemon, Salazzle. Very good offensive Pokemon. Gets rid of fairies, gets rid of steel types. It's basically the fantasy core killer. Gets access to Dragon Pulse as well. So depending on the matchup and depending on whenever it comes in the game, it can get rid of any Dragon type. Dragon type, Steel type, and Fairy type. Very good offensive Pokemon. It did get access to a little bit more physical coverage this gen. I think it got Dragon Dance. Am I wrong?
I think it actually does get Dragon Dance.
Yeah, it does. Which is interesting, not to really take advantage of the +1 attack boost, but to take advantage of the +1 speed boost. That way you can run Modest and then get a Dragon Dance up and be able to outspeed the entire opponent's team, which is pretty solid. Maybe we'll see that with some shenanigans.
I had a friend with a Mega Charizard Y before run Dragon Dance, so his opponent thought he was physical, but he was just special, just trying to trick out his opponent and get the speed boost.
Yeah, if you guys know JB, he's gonna be coming with the heat, so maybe we'll see that Dragon Dance special Salazzle this season. Next mon coming off and rounding up the round number 6, we have Steelix to Shuckle King and his Rillaboomers. Very good steel ground type. Very bulky Pokemon. Very versatile in regards to what it could do. It could be a really good sheer force attacker. It could be a good stealth rock setter. It could be a good Pokemon just to switch in and not have to deal with those fairy types, because he had a very big fairy type problem. Although Roserade can come in on some of those, it doesn't necessarily always want to, especially if it's a physical fairy type Pokemon. So the fact that he got this Steelix, being able to invest all of his EVs in Spidef, is able to soak up those fairy types just a little bit more. But what do you think about Steelix?
I really do like Steelix, especially on this team, just because it gives him more of a defensive presence that this team kind of struggles with like his most defensive mon being a Mamoswine that you don't want to run defensive. And it can run, I believe, Iron Defense Body Press, like Ant saying in the chat. It's just really nice. if you don't watch Kelly Under the Radar, he's almost swept a dude with like a Totemize iron defense body press. So that's really nice.
I did. For those of you who caught the WBE, to throw them up a little bit, the game where Kelly Under the Radar versus In Vivid Color, Steelix almost brought it back for him, and without hacks, it probably could have. So Steelix can be filling in a lot of different roles for this team. Doesn't necessarily have to be that bulky Pokemon to come in and soak hits instead of Stealth Rock. It could be a very offensive and very out of the box. That's for sure. So Steelix has a lot of tools in its belt. So rounding out round number 6, looking back at it, what sticks out at you the most?
See, that's kind of hard to say because there's a lot of really good picks this round that I enjoyed. I really like that Steelix. I like the Bronzong, but I really like that Salazzle. It's one of those ones that's good every time you draft it. It might not be a kill leader, but it forces enough prep, which makes it really nice.
I like the Seismitoad for your part, man. Seismitoad is going to be a great fit for you, but Salazzle for sure. I agree. Whenever it fits any team, it fits any build, it can come in and just clean things up because of its really strong dual stabs. And being able to come in, poke holes, if not clean, is super valuable for a team. Super valuable. All right, so let's go ahead and get started in round number 7. Getting towards the nitty gritty, we have Rotom Frost. So we have the, I believe, third, or is this the second? No, it's the third.
I think it's the second.
The second. So I believe Rotom Heat and Rotom Mo have not been drafted yet. But remember, guys, each Pokemon has a specific point in value, so sometimes it just doesn't fit onto the team. And Rotom Frost is a really good Pokemon. It's a really good offensive electric type. It could be defensive. It could be there to get rid of Stealth Rock. It could be there to just Volt Switch out. And remember, because of the ice typing, it doesn't get completely walled out by ground type Pokemon. So if someone wants to switch into ground type on its Volt Switch, it can click Blizzard. Although it is inaccurate, it can still deal with it. So Rotom Frost, really great Pokemon.
Yeah, especially as a tier 5, because like the tier 5 draft pool was really rough.
Garbage.
Oh, it was terrible. So that's why Rotom Frost was arguably the best tier 5 there. Especially to be able to run heavy duty boots defog.
Yeah, because it is an ice type, so it is weak to rock type. So it does take 25% from Stealth Rock every time it comes in. So that the access to heavy duty boots does beef it up a little bit to be a hazard remover for sure. So the Cincinnati Dreads picking up another ice type. The ice types coming off the board. We have Obama Snow, the ice and grass type wall breaker Pokemon, being able to set up the hail. And this generation, it does have access to Aurora Veil. We have a Aurora Veil setter for the rest of his team. So maybe he wants to be able to bring in that Surfetch to that Melmetal a little bit freely and start poking a little bit more holes. But how do you think this fits on his team?
It's a very interesting pick, but I do like the Aurora Veil option for the Melmetal, which can be really nice. And I've seen JB use this before. He likes the choice. I know he likes the choice scarf set, just to fake you out and just be able to do a lot of damage.
Yeah, the wood hammers off this thing is incredible. 100% accurate blizzards. It can run a mix set, so this thing is super viable as an offensive threat, so it doesn't necessarily have to be that support role for the Aurora Veil, so watch out for JB, even though he does already have a grass type. The Delta Glygars are going to come in and take Copperaja, non-Gigantamax Copperaja, the pure steel typing, very slow, could be very offensive with his sheer force ability, and it got great coverage. Heat Crash, Iron Head for stab, gets access to Play Rough, I believe, and Power Whip. Very good versatile Pokemon. So what do you think about Copperaja?
I really like it. I think it's so much better in Draft League than it is in Smoke-On because it is steel type and it is weak to a lot of like the really good offensive typings, being like fighting, fire, and ground. So you're always gonna almost run a reduction berry on it. But I feel like PlatinumHowler has a really good team to deal with its weaknesses and just make it a really good mon on this team.
Yeah, for sure. Copperaja is going to be a threat. The San Aggies are picking up the homies, picking up the squad. He's got Phalanx, the pure fighting type that's brand new, introduced to this generation. A very interesting Pokemon. It does have a it does have an Omni boosting move and no retreat. So no retreat basically gives you a +1 in every single one of its stats except evasiveness. So that's really, really key. So NHP doesn't boost his HP at all, but it gets a +1 in attack, defense, special attack, special defense, and speed. So if you give it a chance to set up, that's going to be pretty intense and hard to deal with. But the catch to no retreat is that you cannot switch out, which could be a hindrance to Phalanx depending on what you look at it. But what do you think about Phalanx as a tier 2, I believe? I think it's a tier 3 actually.
I believe it's tier 3. I think it's a really good mon, but once you set up that no retreat, you just can't switch out. So it's kind of like make or break with it. So it'll be so it's just interesting how he uses this thing, if he can set it up into the right position.
And there's a little fun. Sorry, say it again.
Yeah. So like if he gets a sticky web up and then he gets that no retreat, it'll just it'll always outspeed everything.
Yeah, there's two different things that I tried, because I try to love a Pokemon whenever it's designed. I love this thing's design, so I want to love it competitively. So there's two things that I wanted to point out that I wanted in testing on Smogon stuff. I did two things. You do have access to no retreat. You also have access to Swords Dance. So if you do get a sticky web boost like Mid was saying, and you can get both of those up, then you can absolutely wreck teams. When Dynamax was still legal, that was a pretty solid set. But I tried my very best to see if I can get around no retreat. So I put a Shed Shell on it and see if that would work, and it didn't work. So that's something that people thought of. I've tested that, but the Shed Shell no retreat still doesn't work. No retreat is you got to stick around. So that's one way to kind of neuter the Omni boosting. The Kentucky Torcats are picking up a very, very good spinner. Fighter type is Hitmonchan. What's your thought process behind Hitmonchan?
Hitmonchan's a mon that I just really like this gen. This is probably the fourth time I've drafted it. Since Gen 8 started. It has a wide variety of coverage just because it's a Gen 1 mon. I love the it's Iron Fist, I believe.
Iron Fist.
With like Mach Punch, Drain Punch, and all the elemental punches makes it really good. Then the Rapid Spin plus the Rapid Spin boost plus a bulk up is just really nice.
Yeah, and being able to get rid of those hazards is something really solid. It's not weak to hazards. I mean, it's not weak to rocks, so it doesn't have to take that 25%, but can still come in and get rid of them. And gets that +1 speed boost. This thing is a very offensive Pokemon. It could be with those Iron Fist ability, and the coverage that it gets is incredible, getting all the elemental punches. And it's boosted physical fighting type attack, close combat, with that +1 speed boost. Has the opportunity to sweep, so very good Pokemon for the Kentucky Torcats. The Montreal Milotic are going to pick up Gigantamax Alcremie. Alcremie, the move that this thing gets does heal itself. It does say itself and its allies, so it is a way to get around not having to hold an item. So it can still heal itself a little bit. I believe it's 25% every single time that it uses it, kind of like Life Dew. Not Life Dew, but the 25% move. So this could be pretty good. So Alcremie, very, very good Pokemon in regards to being a bulky fairy type. But what do you think about Alcremie in general?
I think it's really nice, especially because even when it's in that Gigantamax form, it can heal itself up. I had it in GDL, it's just a regular, but I didn't think it was that amazing. But I feel like now that this one can Gigantamax, it's so much better, just because it can set up a Calm Mind and then just do so much damage with its wide variety of coverage.
I mean, I want to see that. I want to see that shiny rainbow Alcremie come every single week. That thing is beautiful. But this thing can set up a Calm Mind and gets access to Mystical Fire, so it can deal with those steel types. Depending on the matchup, this thing can be pretty bulky and really hard for teams to deal with. So Alcremie could be a threat now that it can get that HP buff with the Gigantamax. So great pickup on Matt's part. The Vancouver Titans are going to pick up the Water Bug Fiend Golisopod, the mascot of Team Skull. This Pokemon could be a really, really good physically offensive presence. It could be a great Pokemon to be able to pick stuff off. It's a great ground type switch in. So even though it does have access to it gets emergency exit, which is this ability. And that could be a hindrance and it could be a blessing. He could be able to switch it in and intentionally get that thing off to pivot into another sweeper. Probably something like Chandelure or Excadrill, depending on the matchup. But this thing could be really good to pick stuff off with Aqua Jet.
Yeah, Golisopod's really nice, but just makes it bad. What makes it worse than it could be is just its ability.
Yeah.
That just makes it a little rough.
Yeah, it's if you want to come in and use it as a physically offensive threat, emergency exit can be kind of a downer. But if you're using it to pivot on purpose, it could be something pretty solid. We'll have to see if Gray can pull off those shenanigans. The Chicago Corviknights are going to pick up Passimian. Passimian, the really offensive fighting type Pokemon with access to Defiant. So we have the second Defiant type Pokemon coming off the board. Defiant ability, I should say. This thing gets access to U-Turn. It's a great choice scarfer. Getting access to Knockoff, Close Combat, Iron Head, great coverage. This thing is a great wall breaker with 120 base attack power. But what do you think as Passimian as an overall fighting type?
I think it's really good, but especially with that Define ability. So like if his opponent tries to defog away the webs his orbital sets and he switches this in, he gets that Defiant boost and it just goes ham.
Yeah.
If his opponent's bulky psychic or fairy type is weakened.
Oh yeah. Watch out for the Defiant. Defiant's such a good ability. Oh, we have Poltegeist. We have a really offensive and versatile ghost type, in my opinion. This thing has a great Spaduf stat and a really good special attack stat. It could be a very threatening Shell Smash sweeper, and paired up with what he has already, it's a very interesting pair. I don't really see the synergy so far, but I do see the fact that he wants to get a very offensive ghost type to be able to clean things up, but getting access to weak armor can also help it a lot. Being able to get the +2 speed boost without having to run Shell Smash and run fully offensive Modest could be something that he may want to run, but it also gives access to Strength Sap. So there could be some other sets, maybe like a Assault Vest, Strength Sap kind of thing, but what do you think about Poltegeist?
Literally every time you call me to say something, I start to cough, but when I'm not talking, I don't, so it's just my luck.
So
but
funny.
Poltegeist is really good. It just only loses to dark types because it just can't touch him at all. But between Machamp and Slurpuff, that's really not an issue. Plus, the rest of his team should be able to pressure dark types quite a bit. Poltegeist is really good. It's a little overrated, I feel, but I saw Automatic use it in UBL, like a physically defensive set that was able to 1v1 an Obstagoon, which is crazy. So I'm excited to see how Poltegeist does this season.
Yeah, Poltegeist was a lot more threatening in the beginning of the gen. It's starting to find a little bit more counters, but still is a very threatening Pokemon. This one already passed. Alright, OBS, we're about to fix you again. Alright guys, give me 1 second. See what I'm saying? Telling you. So we have live editing. Good stuff. So we have this coming off, that comes off there, but we know how to fix it, which is great. I'm gonna go here, we're gonna loop back around and go like that. Perfect. See? We have live editing at its finest. We know how to fix it though, which is great. So we're in round 7. Golisopod, Passimian, Poltegeist, and the next pick we have is Charizard going to the Austin Weavile. So Charizard is going to be a very good Pokemon this generation with access to heavy duty boots. It's not the Gigantamax form, this is the regular Charizard, but this thing is still really good, and getting access to solar power is going to be great for this Pokemon. Toxtricity pairing off with it is going to be pretty nice because it's able to deal with those bulky water types that Charizard doesn't necessarily want to deal with if it doesn't have Solar Beam. But it's a very good Pokemon because now it can roost post home and still have access to the heavy duty boots, so it can be a pretty threatening Pokemon. And with this 100 base speed tier, very good. What do you think about Charizard?
I think Charizard's really nice. I think he could have waited till like the second to last round to get it, but Boots is what makes it still viable, because otherwise this thing would be a tier 5, no doubt. Because he doesn't have the best way to. Charizard is pretty nice this gen, just because it has the boots. You can set up your Dragon Dance and stuff.
Yeah, I think that he's gonna be wanting that default Conkeldurr for his Charizard every single week. If it's not on Corviknight, that default Conkeldurr is coming, guys. I'm telling you. All right, guys. So we have the recap for round number 7. Things that stand out to me is the Rotom Frost, a great tier 5 Pokemon. Just if you guys were to see these tiers, it's incredibly bad. The Passimian is going to be a great pair off for the Chicago Corviknight. An interesting pick to pick up the Poltegeist, but we can see where it is now, getting rid of those dark types. What do you think about the round so far?
I feel like everything that went in this round was like a good pick. Charizard could have waited, but I feel like everybody picked really well. That Rotom Frost in tier 5 is really nice. That Copper Ajah still there is really nice. That Creamy was pretty good. So those are like my favorite picks.
Yeah, you're starting to see teams start to fill those holes and start to get to where they need to kind of mitigate or not have to over prepare for certain teams to fill those holes, which you're gonna start to see. Some things may be like a little out of the box, but it does fit well in those teams. So we're gonna go into round number 8. First pick, we have the Austin Weavile picking up Inteleon. The new starter for this generation, the skinny 007, my man, is with access to Snipe Shot, so you can run that if you want to. So very good. An offensive water type, very fast. Gets some pretty cool coverage, gets access to Air Slash, gets access to, well, it's not incredibly, it doesn't have a lot of good coverage, but it has what it needs. It has the tools that it needs, and it gets access to U-Turn, which is pretty good. A very fast offensive.
It does get
water type with
access to
U-Turn.
its hidden ability, Sniper.
Yeah.
So those snipe shots are really deadly.
Exactly. If you put a scope lens on this thing, it could be pretty intense. So a scope lens boosted snipe shot is going to be really hard hitting off this thing for sure. But very good pairing. Finally got his water type. I'm more of a fan of bulky water types versus offensive ones, but this does fit the bill because it has a very fast speed tier. So very good Pokemon in that regard. The Toronto Tyrantrum, we're going to pick up Claydol in Tier 5. Another good Pokemon that's decent value because it does have access to both Stealth Rock and Rapid Spin. But what do you think about Claydol, Tier 5?
I think it's really great this gen, but because I get that nasty plot, it actually gets the teleport initiative now.
Yeah.
Because it's just like a little bit worse baton pass where it just like takes the hit, then you teleport out, bring in whatever mon you want. It is a nice rapid spinner, but you won't get very many nasty plot sweeps, unfortunately, but it's still not a bad mon.
Yeah, Claydol in Tier 5 is pretty decent, guys, for what was available. It fits a pretty solid role in his team. And Slow Pivot is amazing, in my opinion. Being able to, if your Pokemon can absorb a hit and then get your thread in for free, super great. We have the Chicago Corviknights are going to pick up Rhyperior. Very good rock and ground type Pokemon. Does have a lot of weaknesses and has 2 4-time super effective weaknesses like in water and grass, but with its ability in solid rock, it's able to mitigate that just a little bit. So the weakness policy sets like Necrozma is still pretty viable on this Pokemon. So this thing could be a bulky Pokemon form, it could be a hazard setter, it could be a sweeper, it could be a wall breaker. Very versatile Pokemon.
He drafts Rhyperior all the time, and he'll just run Stealth Rock, like Swords Dance, Rock Polish, sets like that. It's really good. It can only do a few things, but for the jobs it does it well.
Yeah, and guys, it does. You can't say anything else about not drafting Pokemon that you love and drafting Pokemon that you're comfortable with, because in a competitive league like this, you kind of want to fall on things that you know well. The next mon that we have, the Vancouver Titans, are going to pick up Aromatisse. Aromatisse coming off the board, a very bulky fairy type Pokemon, being able to pass off really fat wishes. It's a great Pokemon in regards to being very utility based. That way you can basically switch in a little bit better to protect Excadrill and Tyranitar a little bit more. But what do you think about Aromatisse as a Pokemon? I know it's not the biggest fan favorite.
I'm personally not a big fan of Aromatisse, but I do like that it can be taunted due to its ability. Mm-hmm. But I think it's a really good mon, good Wish Passer for that Tyranitar, for that Rotom Wash,
Wish Passer
for that Chandelure. It doesn't have the greatest coverage. It didn't like most fairies did, but it.
But yeah, the Wish Pass, especially for Tyranitar, is massive because that thing can get chipped down very, very easily. Even though it's a very bulky on the Spadef side because it has access to that Sandstream, but it gets chipped down very easily. So being able to pass wishes off to it is so good. So it pairs really well with the team. The Montreal Milotic are going to pick up Roselia, the baby form of what you have. Or what not what you have is someone else has on the league, but it's a very good spiker, very good toxic spiker, great EV user, gets access to Giga Drain, so that way it's able to regain its health and access to Synthesis. But this is a pretty solid pickup for being able to set up hazards. What do you think about Roselia? Do you think it'll actually come most weeks?
It's like a very interesting mon. Like, it takes any hit you really need it to. It can do some damage back, but it does what it needs to. Be a bulky pivot, spike and T-spike synthesis, such and such. Does basically everything Roserade does, but doesn't hit as hard and is just a little bit bulkier with that Eviolite.
Yeah, it's just what flavor ice cream do you like? Do you like bulk or do you like offense? Really, is what it comes down to, those two. The next mon we have they have my man Mid picking up Skuntank, a great value pick. But tell me a little bit more about Skuntank and why this mon is so good where it is.
It's honestly probably one of my favorite tier 5s in this draft, being a poison and dark type, which is two great typings. Poison so you can soak up your opponent's T-spikes, and then dark type so you don't just lose to mono psychic sets from like a Reniculus or I can't think of what other psychic types that run that this gen are, but and that it gets defog post home, which is really nice. And Memento, it did lose not Sucker Punch, it did lose which is a
Pursuit.
little bad, but for tier 5 it's pretty good. Like it could have been like a middle tier 4, but it's
Yeah, what makes this thing stand out as a poison type in general, because the poison dark typing is incredible, only having one weakness in ground. But what makes this stand out from other dark poison types is that it gets access to Fire Blast and Flamethrower, so it isn't completely walled by any steel type that wants to come in. So great pickup in tier 5. Great value. 100%. The Sand and Eggies are going to pick up Piloswine. We have the bulky version of Mamoswine coming off the board. No Eyes himself, little man is going to be soaking up a lot of hits, so still has access to everything that Mamoswine has. Didn't get any real new tools. I do think that this thing also gets close combat, but it doesn't necessarily want to run it all the time because it's more of a bulky Pokemon. Kind of like the idea Roselia was running, Roselia and Roserade. Mamoswine and Piloswine is the same. One's more offensive and one's more bulky. Which flavor of ice cream do you like better? Do you want to set up Stealth Rocks and soak up hits, or do you want to knock out Pokemon? Depending on the week, you can also make this very offensive, but this typically wants to be here to soak up hits.
yeah.
The Delta Glygars are going to take the normal and Dragon-type Pokemon Drampa. What do you think about Drampa coming in at tier 5?
I think it's another great tier 5. Two great dual stabs, only really resisted by Steel type, but it gets Fire Blast for it. Gets Roost and Defog post home, plus that Berserker ability makes it really nice once it goes below 50%.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a Goat Paw, like my friend TTM Carbat for the Win says. It's Goat Paw.
It's Goat Paw. It's a great offensive special type, guys. This thing is a very good wall breaker. Special wall breakers are kind of hard to come by. You typically see them physical, so Drampa's a pretty good Pokemon at a tier 5. We have next another Gigantamax Pokemon, Gigantamax Orbeetle. Now, this is a very good pick because it's one of 3 Pokemon that we did not mention and can do a specific thing. Remember that they do have to hold a Pokeball. That could be any kind of Pokeball, but there are 3 Pokemon that are Gigantamaxes that are available. This is one of them. Orbeetle, Gengar, and Grimmsnarl are the 3 that have access to Trick. So what they could do is they can trick away their Pokeball, and then they can get any other item that the opponent has. Maybe that they want the leftovers, they trick the leftovers onto it, or a Life Orb or something like that. But it does have that opportunity to get rid of its non-competitive item and get whatever the opponent has. So that could be pretty solid for it. It gets really bulky with that HP buff already being bulky in general, and its signature move does activate Gravity, which could be pretty good for the rest of his team. If Obama Snow's Hail is gone and he still wants to hit Blizzards, that'll still be 100% accurate. But how do you think the fit goes with this Gigantamax Orbeetle with the rest of his team?
And I think it's kind of interesting. I just think he grabbed it because there aren't the greatest G-Max mons left. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure he did get sniped of Orbeetle, so if he doesn't want a Gigantamax, he doesn't have to. Just set up that sticky web. He can get the gravity up, so like once he ends, he can like make it easier to hit Hypnosis with that Orbeetle. I don't really know what this thing does. It's just kind of offensive and bulky.
Yeah, it's allowed to take more hits, so it can be a little bit more threatening on the offensive side versus its counterpart, the non-Gigantamax Orbeetle. Oh man, someone called John Jr. because Cramorant comes off the board. The OK Roller Boomer's taking the water derpy flying type against. You talk about it, I can't. Every time I see this one, I just can't stop smiling. Oh, boy.
Phil.
It's
I
Phil.
mean, Cramorant. Phil. It's honestly not a bad tier 5 because if it gets like to below 25%. If they hit you, it does 25% and paralyzes them after it throws a Pikachu.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's John Jr. actually did a really good job with him in a couple other showdown leagues that he was in, because his ability, it's so far fetched, but it's just so, you wouldn't expect it, right? You take a hit and then you have to deal damage back every single time, and then if, like you said, if that Pikachu comes in its mouth and you get paralyzed, then what do you do after that? So Cramorant's a sneaky Pokemon that can come in some weeks that can force prep because of its ability. It's very interesting, unique ability, but I just love it for its aesthetics, man. It's just so derpy. I love this Pokemon. So we're going to round out round number 8, guys. Looking back at it, I think the Rhyperior is a really good steal to get this late in the draft. Skuntank, phenomenal pick by your part. I think it's the best tier 5 that was picked out of the bunch. A lot of the coaches this round want to attack the tier 5 because it's so bad, so they want to be able to secure their semi-decent pick to be able to fit their team and not have to be handcuffed to something that's not really going to work for them this gen. That's the one thing that I take apart that everyone's starting to go after.
Yeah, I really like that Inteleon pick. That one's like really good this gen. I feel it's not the greatest, but it's good. You gotta love Phil, and I think Dram great.
Yeah, Phil. Oh my god, Cramorant. Alright, guys, so we're going to go into round number 9. The first pick we have is Gastrodon. We have the second water ground type off the board. Gastrodon is kind of the same as Seismitoad, same regards to picking your flavor of ice cream. So we have one that sets Stealth Rocks, and we have one that has access to reliable recovery and recover. They're both extremely bulky on both sides, physical and special. And so this thing can be here to soak up hits. He doesn't have to worry about any offensive water type Pokemon, and you can stop those electric type Pokemon and still have access to spam Scald. This is going to be really good to be able to pair with Zeraora, because Scald is going to be something that Zeraora doesn't really want to have to deal with. It is going to be his second water type, so he's doubling up on his typings a little bit, and he's doubling up on his ground types because he has a Steelix. But what do you think about the fit?
I think it's really nice. Gives him another Scald switching outside of Obstagoon that would like the Scald Burn forgets, but yeah, his team's like super physically offensive, so nothing wants to take a Scald, but so that makes that Gastrodon even better. Gives him a third electric immunity, which is really nice. And I think it's and it gives him another Dracovish switch in, which is really, really nice.
Yeah, Dracovish goes heyday on this one. Roserade still takes over half.
Oh, this is his third ground.
It's his third.
So that's very interesting.
It is his third ground. Mamoswine's in there too, so he has 3 ground types, 2 water types. So hey, if it fits for you, remember that you're only allowed to bring 6 every single week, so you never know which one's going to come every single time. If you want to bring your ground, you have a guarantee every single time, so you could have a game plan. The Cincinnati Dreads are bringing in Dusknoir. Dusknoir, the tier 5, very, very bulky, very slow ghost type Pokemon that does have access to Will-O-Wisp and Hex. Pain Split can be very annoying in regards to wearing down the opposing physical type Pokemon. Physical attackers, I should say. And overall, ghost types are really, really good. This one kind of is a little bit easier to wear down, but it's still really great at breaking down very physically slow offensive Pokemon. But what do you think about Dusknoir?
It's not a bad mon at all. It's a good, like, Rabbit Spin blocker.
Yep.
So, like, even though he doesn't have... I don't think... Yeah, his only hazard is Sticky Web Orbeetle, I believe.
Yes. Yeah,
that's his only hazard, so he might just get... He might have Rapid Spin immunity for the web.
Yeah. That way he can guarantee to stay that up, because this is a very bulky ghost type. Sometimes ghost types don't want to switch in on Pokemon that have Rapid Spin because they have the danger of being knocked out that next turn. The Delta Glygars are gonna pick up Venusaur. Oh boy, round 1 the first week is gonna be pretty intense. So Venusaur is gonna be amazing on this team because he does have Torkoal, so now he has a Sand Setter and a Sand Sweeper. It's the first definitive Sand Sweeper of the generation. This Pokemon is incredibly scary. It did get access to Earth Power this generation, which is something that I really, really wanted for those Steel types, even though it does get access to Weather Ball as well for that Fire type coverage, but Earth Power is going to be great, not having to run Earthquake to be mixed anymore. It get that growth, +2 special attack and attack boost, and just sweep through teams. But this is going to be an incredibly viable sweeper for him. Very, very scary Pokemon.
Well, yeah, paired with that Torkoal Sun just makes it incredible.
This Venusaur is just so scary this gen. I'm not excited for this week 1. So the Sand Ant Eggs are taking the very fast Frostlass. This is a great Pokemon. This is a Ice and Ghost type Pokemon. 110 base speed, great speed tier. Gets access to Spikes. It's going to be a great lead for him. Gets access to Will-O-Wisp, Destiny Bond, Shenanigans. If he wants to set up the Hail and go for Blizzards, he can do that. This can be a great spin blocker for him. This is going to be his second Ghost type, which is something to think about. But again, maybe he has a plan in mind because he's got doubling up on his Ghost and on his Ice types. But what do you think the fit is here? This is going to be basically a Spike lead for him?
Yeah, it just gives him another fast Mon that his team doesn't really worry about. Like, helps him out, gives him a rapid spin like blocker.
Yeah, this Mon's going to be interesting to fit on the team, so we'll see what he wants to do.
A good offensive Mon.
Yeah, very, very, very good offensive Mon. So we have the Kentucky Torcast taking Espeon, the 110 base speed number 2 Mon comes off. Very good evolution. Talk to him about your pick, man.
Yeah, I like getting a decent Psychic type in every draft. It's just something I do. I like Calm Mind, Morning Sun, Psychic, whatever move. There's not that many good Dark types to this gen, so I can just bring Specs or Life Orb Sylveon and just break holes. It's a good wall breaker. Actually, with the magic bounce, so if somebody tries to set up hazards, it'll just bounce right back. And yeah, I just think it's a really nice Mon, and it gives me just a little bit more speed, faster than Galvantula.
I just saw Shuckle King over here building his team around Cramorant. That's just one thing I wanted to point out. That Mon just so funny. But yeah, Espeon is a great Pokemon in regards to not having hazards set up, because if you want to set up your spikes, your T spikes, your stealth rocks, and have an Espeon on the other side, think again, because if you can switch it in right away and then bounce those things to the opposite side, then then you're in trouble. Because especially if you don't have any hazard removal and you're losing to your own hazards, that's crazy. So Espeon is a great evolution. We have the Montreal Milotics are going to take Golurk, the ground and ghost type. So more ghost types coming off the board. Very good offensive Pokemon. It's pretty bulky. Does have a lot of weaknesses, but still, this Mon is very strong on the offensive side, getting access to Iron Fist. So it gets a reliable physical ghost type stab in Shadow Punch. So that gets boosted by stab and Iron Fist. That's pretty good. Getting access to Earthquake, obviously. But what do you think about Golurk overall as I think tier 5 or tier 4?
I think it's tier 4, but I think it's an amazing Mon down there. It has really 2 great offensive typings with Ghost and Dark. Not Dark, I meant Ground. And if it can set up a Rock Polish and just click Shadow Punch, EQ, whatever other coverage move, it's just game over.
Yeah, this Mon is very threatening on the offensive side. It's more of a bulky offensive threat, for sure. The Vancouver Titans picking up, hey kids, Greedent himself. You talk to me about Greedent, man. I know you enjoyed this in the GDL.
Oh, I have this, as you said, I have it in GDL, and I love it. It might just be because I could Dynamax it, but it has a lot of coverage. It can hit almost everything for neutral. It can set up a Sword Stance and just claim some kills, get that Cheek Pouch Citrus Berry. So if it goes below 50, it just goes back to full. You can even run Belly Drum, so it gets like that +6 attack. So it's just it can be defensive while being offensive, which is very nice.
Baby Snorlax, basically. Baby Snorlax with the...
It's just a low tier Snorlax, like you said.
Basically, yeah. So it's a very bulky on the HP side, so you don't really have to invest too much in HP. It can still be pretty bulky, soak up some hits. And if you are going to be using this thing on the bulky side, it can be pretty good with the Cheek Pouch ability, like I said. So it's a lot of different roles it can fill on the team. The Chicago Corviknight picking up Eldegoss. I have some opinions on this thing, but Eldegoss is a decent grass type Pokemon. It's the only Pokemon with regen besides Toxapex this gen. So we have no Tangrowth this gen. Eldegoss is our discount Tangrowth, you could say, without the coverage. This thing has access to Giga Drain. About it. No, just kidding. It gets a rapid spin.
It's not that great of a Mon, I feel. It's just very, very passive.
Yeah, it does what it does well. It's able to come in, soak a hit, get rid of hazards, get out. That's basically all it's going to do. It's not going to be offensive any week. It doesn't require prep. It's one of those Pokemon that just is there for a specific reason, and that's all. So in that regard, it's pretty good. It's able to get rid of those hazards, but in regards to offenses, there's other better options, but Eldegoss is good at what it does. So Respect to Eldegoss. We love you, Eldegoss. You're trying your best, buddy. The Toronto Tyrantrums are going to pick up Alolan Raichu. I love this Pokemon. Alolan Raichu, if you don't have electric terrain on the field, does kind of get nullified on its ability because it only has Surge Surfer, but because it loses out on the Volt Absorb that the regular Raichu gets, a Lightning Rod I should say. But it gets great coverage. In prior generations, Raichu only had access to Surf for specific events, so Raichu didn't always have access to Surf, but now it's standard, so it does get access to Surf, Psychic Stab, it gets Thunderbolt, so it's Electric type Stab, so it's great coverage, it gets access to Grass Knot, so in regards to being able to come in and its great speed tier at 110, and able to pick stuff off, and just Volt Switch freely, this Pokemon is a pretty good pick, even though it doesn't have access to its ability for most times if he doesn't set up the electric terrain, but it's pretty solid electric type Pokemon for its speed tier.
Yeah. And as you said, it's one of the few electric types that can still actually touch ground types with like super effective coverage.
Exactly, on both sides, whether if you want to run water coverage or grass type coverage, which is invaluable. Heliolisk is one that comes to mind, but that's only water coverage, but it doesn't have access to grass knot, so that's pretty good for this Pokemon. The Austin Weavile are going to round out the round 9 with the Lapras, very bulky water type. What do you think about Lapras as a fat water?
It's very interesting because it doesn't have any reliable recovery outside of Life Dew, but that's 25%. It's crazy bulky while being offensive, and it actually can set up like Dragon Dance, which it won't be able to outspeed much, but with its bulk plus the Dragon.
Yeah, Lapras can be pretty threatening on the offensive side because its offenses and its physical offense and its special offense is the same. I believe base 80 or base 90, one of the two. So it can still run Ice Cold Spear, I think is what it has, and then it gets Freeze Dry, which is pretty good for other really super effective mons. So you have to think about like mons like Dracovish again, or mons like Pelipper, mons that have that secondary typing that's also weak to Ice. So being able to use Freeze Dry on that kind of Pokemon is going to be 4 times super effective. Being able to hit any other water type super effectively is really, really good. Even though it doesn't get access to Thunderbolt, it's still a really good Pokemon in regards to being bulky and absorbing water type hits. So it fits its role pretty well. And you can run Sing if you want to get spicy. Run Sing, very inaccurate, but put things to sleep if you want to do that.
That'd be some very cool tech.
That'd be some cool tech. It gets access to Drill Run too, which is something that it got new this generation, I believe. I don't think it had it before. But this is the rounding out the round number 9. Things that stand out: Gastrodon, great pick for the Rillaboomers. Alolan Raichu is one of my favorite Pokemon, so I love Raichu in general. The great coverage as an electric type like we were talking about. But what sticks out to you the most?
I really like that Alolan Raichu. I like the Golurk. And I really like that Gastrodon that is such a good Dracovish answer was still there at round 9.
Yeah, and Venusaur is going to be a great fit for the Delta Glygars. Venusaur is such a good Pokemon coming off this late. Such a great fit, such a great offensive presence, and it can also be pretty bulky. So, great pick for the Delta Glygars for sure. But we're going to hop into round number 10, guys, and we're going to see the Austin Weaviles take up Beartic. Beartic in, I believe, tier 5. So, interesting pick. Does get that Slush Rush ability, but it's a very slow Pokemon that gets that very high attack power. So, I believe that's a base 130 attack, which is pretty hard hitting. But I think it gets Swift Swim as well, so it can go either or, and it gets access to Aqua Jet. But what do you think about Beartic?
I think he just had to get a tier 5. I don't think it's that great of a mon. Like, you really only use it on like Hail, or so like he's gonna have to be setting like Auto Rain or Hail. He doesn't have like a Vanillix or like a Pelipper or anything. So I just don't think it's that great of a pick here.
Yeah, it's this is one of those things where when you spend points for a specific Pokemon, you kind of were forced into a certain point tier because he only had a certain amount of points you could spend here, so which is, I think is in his mind is the best tier 5 for his team. So pretty cool pick in Beartic. We'll see. Excited to see what he does with it. Cinccino go into the Toronto Tyrantrums. Very fast normal type Pokemon. Get access to the multi-hit attack ability. What is that ability called again? Tell me a little bit more about Cinccino.
Skill Link.
Skill Link.
It's a really great mon. It has a wide variety of coverage between like Tail Slap, Bullet Seed, Rock Blast, like Knockoff U-Turn. Those are probably all the moves you'll ever run. But if you put like a Band or a Life Orb, it just destroys teams.
very fast base 115, so it's a very good Pokemon to come in and just clean things up. And whenever skilling Pokemon come in, Cloyster's the first one that comes to mind. You just get destroyed, especially with 5 different chances to crit. Oof. That's just it's such a good Pokemon. I've had a couple games where I've had a Cinccino come in and just completely turn the tide. So I shudder at this Pokemon sometimes. This mod can come in and change the game for sure. The Chicago Corviknight are going to come in and take Noctowl. Noctowl, interesting Pokemon that got access to Hurricane and now has Heat Wave. Very good coverage, but very slow base 70. Depending on the situation, Noctowl could be pretty decent. I know there's some opinions on Noctowl. What do you think about Noctowl?
It's an okay mon. I know Panther drafted it in APA, so I don't know if that had any reason for him drafting it. It's not the greatest mon. It just does what it does. It's just the early bird and gold and silver can just like click Scarf, Air Slash, and try to do some damage with that tinted lens.
Baby and Pheasant, essentially is what this is.
Yeah.
Baby and Pheasant. All right, so with the next pick, we have the Vancouver Titans. They're going to pick up Machoke. Machoke, the secondary form of the evolution line of Machamp, can be running Eviolite to make it a little bit more bulky, but it's looking like he needed to fill some points here and to get himself a fighting type. But what do you think about Machoke? Is it would you compare this to to Girder?
I don't think it's as good as Girder because it doesn't get Drain Punch, which is what I really like about Girder. But it's not a bad mon.
Yeah, it's a decent pick.
Every team needs a fighting type to help beat those types, just to scare them away a little bit. But he just knew nobody else could take his G.
Yeah, this is one of those picks that like you kind of guarantee yourself because it's not something that everyone else would want to pick, but it still fits well in the team. So solid. It's an okay fighting type. We'll see what he wants to do with that this season. Wobbuffet! Backstory. All of us are in a chat, so Matt was over here trying to vouch for Wobbuffet with every ounce of energy he had. My man threw all of his cards, put all his chips on the table for Wobbuffet, asking why is this tier 5. But in regards to it not being taunt fodder, there's other things that you can run with it, but it does force prep. That's the one thing he did have in his argument. But what do you think about Wobbuffet being tier 5 with the shadow tag ability?
I think it's a pretty good tier 5. Should have been tier 4, but I still don't think it's that great of a mon, since if you see it on your opponent's team, you're going to prep for it. You're not just going to let it counter Mirror Coat or just encore you in. It's like a very...
Yeah, it's not very... It's very powerful in regards to being able to revert the attacks that go towards it, but it forces prep. That's what makes it good. It forces you to red shed shell on something you may not want to red shed shell on. It could just come in on any kind of souped up Pokemon that you maybe have beefed up its special attack or its physical attack. It comes in, and even though it may die, it'll revert that back, and there goes your sweeper. So it does force prep, which is one thing that he did, that argument that he did have. So Wobbuffet, pretty decent Pokemon, depending on your opinion. So next mon, we have the Kentucky Torcats taking up Runerigus this late. I like it.
Oh, I really liked it because it gives me another Stealth Rocker, which I felt like I really needed. It gives me a T-Spike user. I usually like having 2 ground types. Just electric types are known to beat me. I've been swept by Combine Raikou multiple times. So ever since I draft 2 ground types, makes it so much electric beat me. But yeah, I just think it's really nice. It gives me a ghost type, so like a Rapid Spin blocker. So I thought it was...
That's true. Rapid Spin Block and Volt Switch. I agree 100%. You and I are in the same exact boat in that. I've had Volt Switch just be so free on teams in the past, so I also like to draft 2 ground types. It's just something you don't really think about, but it's something that it's people prep for, to be able to get their electric type and just go free and rampant. So to have 2 ground types is super awesome. And then this dual typing of ground and ghost, so clean, and it's so bulky on the physical side. So great pickup by the Torcats. Good pick, man.
Thanks.
We have and we're back. Thanks, OBS. 1 second, guys. We're gonna tell this back 1 second. We're gonna go here, here, standby. But Runerigus, what other coverages does it, what other tools does it get besides just Stealth Rock?
It gets spikes, which is really. It doesn't get spikes. It gets T-spike, which is something is really nice. If I see my opponent doesn't have a grounded poison, and a lot of those monsters are like affected by it, it's really nice.
All right, let's see. I think we should be back here, guys. So we have the round 9 recap, and then we have Bear Tick. Okay, we're back. So I'm gonna get this popping. Thanks again, guys, for dealing with all these technical difficulties. Mercury must be in retrograde today with the internet and with OBS, but we love our friends over at OBS, and we love the spoilers that are coming up right now. So this is the end of round 10. Looks like we're just gonna hop into the next round. This is the next pick. Sant and Eggies are gonna pick up Swoobat. Swoobat tier 5. Very interesting Pokemon. Psychic and Flying type. It's very good because it did get access to Simple again. So there could be some threat here, but what do you think about Swoobat? Miz is going to come right back, but in regards to Simple, Simple's really good because it does get doubled stat boost whatever you do. So let's just say it sets up a nasty plot. It gets a +4 instead of a +2. So it could be pretty threatening in that regard if it comes into any kind of terrain and it's holding a seed. It gets double whatever it gets that boosted. So it could be a pretty good sweeper. It's a good defogger with the heavy duty boots. It's a great switch into fighting type attacks, but it's really weak in regards to its defenses. So Swoobat could be a game changer. It could be something that's going to be a little bit of a wild card for the Sant and Eggy. So we'll see what he decides to do with it. The Delta Gligar is going to pick...
No, you can go ahead.
Where is it? What were you saying?
I said you can go ahead.
Oh.
You can go to the next mod.
The Delta Gligars are picking up Togetic. Baby Togekiss. Very bulky Pokemon with Eviolite. But what do you think about Togetic versus Togekiss?
Togekiss is obviously a lot better. Togetic isn't bad for a tier 4. Gives you defog. It has roost. It's very passive, but it stops dragon types really well. Gives him a ground immunity that he currently did not have. Very weak to. So it's not the greatest mon, but it's a lot better than some other tier 4s could have.
Yeah, ground type spam is very free on this team. Even though, because you do notice that Venusaur does have the added poison typing, which means it's no longer a resist. So ground types are pretty free against my man. So it almost seems like Togetic was essential for this team. So pretty decent Pokemon. It does get access to Roost with the Eviolite, so it has that longevity. But as a baby Pokemon, it could be pretty good depending on the certain matchups. The Cincinnati Dreads are picking up Sandaconda. Sandaconda, the regular Sandaconda form. Basically just like we said before, same stuff, just is able to run an item. It's very it could be very offensive. It has a really good speed tier for its bulk, base 71 speed, and getting access to Iron Head, really strong Earthquake, Stone Edge. It gets Coil, so Coil could be pretty good on this set with Shed Skin. So there's gonna be some pretty good shenanigans with this thing. It doesn't get spikes, but it does get Stealth Rocks.
It does get Stealth Rock, and it can be defensive. It can set up the sand with Sand Spit, which could be used for Dracovish Sand Rush, which could be interesting. But
yes,
with like a Coil set with like Coil Rest with the Shed Skin, so it like just randomly get rid of the sleep, it would be very nice.
Yeah, the 30% chance to remove the status is so good, so good. Basically a free full heal every single time. So the next pick we have rounding out round number 10, we have the Rillaboomers taking Gigantamax Colossal. So Colossal is a pretty decent Pokemon because it gets that buff to its HP stat. With all of its weaknesses, it could be pretty good. It's able to soak up those fire type attacks and get that steam engine boost and be a very threatening sweeper. But it's a little bit more viable in doubles in my opinion. But what do you think about Colossal in singles?
Honestly, don't think it's that great. It's a lot better in Draft League than compared to Smogon, because you'll know if your opponent have like a really strong ground type, or a really good water type. So I think it would just give him another Stealth Spike or a Rapid Spin user. So it's not like the Greatmon, but he could have picked up a way worse.
Yeah, I do see that it could be another fairy type switch in for him, so he only really has Steelix for that. In regards
And
to
Rose Raid, but neither are the
and Rose
greatest.
Raid. Yeah, but they don't really want to take like the super offensive play roughs, the very strong hitting Moonblast. Colossal does help with that just a little bit, and if he's able to set up the sand somehow, this thing gets really, really bulky. I know the Aaron Cybertron Zhang has been using that a lot. Sand plus Colossal plus Assault Vest. That thing can soak up some hits, so maybe that's something that's going to be on his radar this season. So they have the recap for round number 10. We have the Beartick is the most interesting thing that I thought. I know that he probably is going to be needing to spend some points somewhere, but that's the one thing that stands out to me. I don't really know how that fits on his team. But Wobbuffet, one thing also that stands out. But what do you think that's the biggest highlight of this round so far?
Honestly, probably my favorite mon of this round was the Chinchino. It's really underrated, but it can do a lot of work if it needs to. With that base 115 speed, with that skill link ability.
Yeah, it's going to be a threat, that's for sure. So we're going to pop off into the very last round, guys. We're in the nitty gritty. This is it. This is where everybody's starting to fill those roles. So we have the Rillaboom, his very last pick, is able to budget himself out to pick up Togekiss. Togekiss is a really great Pokemon. It's one of the top fairy types in the generation. Able to soak up those ground type and those fighting type moves that maybe Colossal doesn't want to deal with. You're able to switch into fighting types a little bit better, so you don't have to deal with Dragapult all that much. You're able to switch in on all those ground types that Zero Aura doesn't like. Very, very good Pokemon, very good fit. It does double up on his flying types, but there's different ways around that for this team because he has so many ground types on his roster. But Togekiss can be a really good Pokemon at what it does. Thunder Wave, Air Slash shenanigans with that Serene Grace ability. Togekiss can be a pretty good fit on the team, even though he does double up on types. Very, very, very nice. And for a very last pick, good budget, and he didn't get sniped for it. Very nice.
Yeah, and it has a very nice pairing with that G-Max Colossal. Basically, everything G-Max Colossal is weak to, Togekiss deals with very well.
Exactly. So it's able to fill those holes. So even though he does double up on a couple typings, he's able to tailor make whatever he brings on the team every single week. We have Blossom coming in with the Cincinnati Dreads. I don't know why this is so funny to me, just knowing JB. This is like, it's one of those F-it picks that he probably did. It's a great ground type resistance. I'm assuming that's probably why he wanted it. It's a ground type resist for his team. It's a decent, I think tier 4 is where I think that we put this thing in. But what do you think about Blossom? It does get access to Strength Sap.
It's a pretty nice tier 5. It's his third grass type, which is kind of interesting, but Strength Staff plus Quiver Dance plus Sleep Powder is pretty nice. It only really gets grass and fairy type coverage, so poison types deal with it very well, but it's not a bad mon for its tier and the coverage it gets.
You're right, I'm tripping. This is his third grass type. I do see a very, very, very big fire type weakness, so we'll see if he does make any transactions to maybe mitigate that, but fire types are pretty free on his team. We'll see if what he does moving forward. But looking good for the completed form of the Cincinnati Dreads. We have the Delta Glygars picking up. Yeah, the Delta Glygars picking up Glade, the opposing form of Gardevoir. Both of the Ralts forms are off the board. Glade is still a pretty good Pokemon offensively. It's only got a base 80 speed stat, but it's a very good offensive Pokemon. Great Spadef stat, so it's able to stoke up some Spadef hits to get in for free and be able to fire off those really hard hitting close combats and Zen Headbutts, and does get access to knockoff and priority in Shadow Sneak. So pretty good Pokemon to come in late game and poke some holes.
Oh yeah, it's definitely not a bad mon. Mega Glade is easily better. So, but Glade's still good with like an ST Shadow Sneak or just Choice Band or Choice Scarf to punch some holes, or Revenge Kill makes it very nice.
Yeah, it's a really good offensive Pokemon, that's for sure. So, Delta Gligar is looking good. We got the Sand Ant Eggies running off their draft with Liepard. So, finally getting a Dark type for their multiple Ghost types on the team. It's a pretty good speed tier, a little bit over a base 100. I believe it's 106. But this thing gets Prankster, which doubles its priority, which is basically number 1 in priority for all non-attacking moves. So Copycat could be something that he may want to use. I've seen some Copycat shenanigans going on VGC as of recently, so it could be pretty decent in the singles format. But being able to parting shot out, throw off some Thunder Waves, taunts, this is gonna be pretty good, even though it can't really take any hits. But what do you think about Liepard?
It's an okay mon. It's a decent tier 5 dark type with Prankster, like you said, with like I believe it might get T-Wave. So I don't really know what else to say about it. It's not the greatest tier 5, but it does what it needs to, as I said.
Yeah, it's a good way to stop setup. Really, it's all it really wants to do is to stop setup and get in other teammates for relatively for free with its pivot options. And Heat more coming for the Toro Cats. What's your thought process behind the late fire type pick?
It was just some random. I just needed one more tier 5, and John Jr. used it against me in GDL. It beat my Aegislash. Took my Shadow Ball really well, so I was just like, hey, I'll just pick up this. There's nothing else I like.
Yeah, if something throms you one time, you're like, hey, hop on the bandwagon, bro. Use that.
Yeah.
Use that to your advantage. But Heatmore's pretty good. It's got some good coverage. It can be physical. It can be special. It gets Fire Lash, which is its signature ability and signature move. Then that's been given to a couple other Pokemon. But Fire Lash is really good because it lowers its defense every single time. So it can't be necessarily walled because it's going to be able to get stronger and stronger every single time you use it. But it's a great Pokemon in regards to getting Sucker Punch as priority. So it can be used for some shenanigans depending on the weak matchup. But you see an Aegislash, you know what to do. Call JJ.
Yeah.
So the next mon that we're coming up for the Montreal Milotics picking up Haxorus. Haxorus is an amazing Pokemon to get for the very last pick of your draft. Obviously, you probably budgeted for this thing, and luckily no one sniped it, so bravo to you, Matt. This thing is an incredibly threatening offensive breaker. It gets access to first impression this gen, so it can be pretty tough to deal with the choice band. They give it close combat, which is incredible, access to Dragon Dance just like it did in prior generations. But if you don't have a switch in for this thing can go so rampant, getting access to Mold Breaker for those levitating electric types like the Rotoms, being able to hit Hydreigon, so that's not a very good switch in every single time. But flying types is all you really got against Earthquakes against this thing. But what do you think about Haxorus, the very last pick for the Milotics?
I think that's a very great round 11 pick. Just being able to. It's just how Pokemon says it. Just choice band outrage destroys teams this gen with there not being a lot of amazing fairy types. But between a Jirachi and some of the other mons he has on his team, fairy types are already going to be pressured. So, and he got one of the better ones in Gmax, Alchemy. So, I think Haxorus is a great pick here.
Yeah, for sure. Great. Last Pokemon of the team, incredible. So next mon we have another Gigantamax mon. We have Gigantamax, trash, Garbodor. So this thing is out here massive with the eating things up, taking cruise ships, taking planes. There's a massive Clefairy dolls up in this thing, but Garbodor is going to be a very sleeper pick in my opinion. Still has access to set up those T-spikes and those spikes, and then able to Gigantamax to get that buff in his HP. It doesn't have reliable recovery anyway, but being able to give it that semi-second life to just double its HP at any time could be pretty good. I've seen offensive Garbodors go before. Shout out to Ultra Player for doing that. But what do you think about Garbodor for his Gmax mon?
I mean, it has enough coverage to where like it can do some good damage. It has like good physical and special moves. Well, being like a weak armor set, so like if they hit you, you double your speed, can make it really scary. But you can also choose not to Gigantamax and just click T-spikes and spikes.
Yeah, it does what it does when it's not Gigantamax, but a little bit better. Even though it doesn't get, you can't put that black sledge on it, but it still could be pretty good. We'll see what he wants to do with that. Flareon, someone called Panther because Flareon just got drafted. Flareon is an okay tier 5. I've used it in the past when the PCL was still around. Rest in peace, PCL. It's a great wall breaker. It gets access to guts, so you can put a toxic orb on it, so it can be a status absorber. It doesn't necessarily want to get paralyzed, but it can if it needs to get those really hard hitting flare blitzes off. It's a good flash fire mon, so that could be one of the reasons why he wanted it, and just to basically fill a hole in getting a fire type. So he has his elemental core so far. But what do you think about Flareon overall as an evolution?
It's by far, it's like one of my least favorite, but like a Wish Protect set, just being defensive, will also be able to be like that physically offensive monster with guts, makes it really scary. Somewhat hard to prep for, but Stealth Rocks plus like a Toxic Board really winnows it down.
And then for those who don't know how Wish works, Wish basically passes off half of the total HP of the Wisher. This thing doesn't have that crazy HP of a stat, but it could still do it. It fills that role really, really well in case you absolutely need it. It could be good for Passimian, it could be good for Hyperior, for Copper Raja, and it's got Ninetales there to be able to set up the Aurora Veil. So this could be a pretty good fit. So that way it can absorb all those fire type attacks coming its way. So awesome pick for the Corviknights. We have Arctivich, another fossil. This is the third fossil coming off the board. This is basically Lapras 2.0, the water ice type that gets access to water absorb. A little bit bulkier in its defense and its special defense stat, but it's a lot less bulkier in its HP stat. But it gets a couple different coverage options. It gets Vicious Rend, just like how Dracovish does. So if you're able to set up a Trick Room or somehow outspeed your opponent, then that could be something that you want to think about whenever this thing comes in. But Arctivich, interesting pick. More as a water absorber, I think, on this team. What do you think?
I think it's a pretty nice mon. Like, I believe it was a tier 4, so like it's good for your tier 4 for like that range, but it can be somewhat bulky. I just don't like how it doesn't have any recovery.
I mean, you can always get cheeky and like switch it in on a water type move, and then that way you can get that recovery, but it's not reliable. If there's no water type on the other side, then it's just gonna get whittled down eventually, and it's weak to rocks. So we'll see what he likes to do with it. The very last pick of the draft, pool number 1, we have Trevenant going, a very good grass and ghost type, awesome spin blocker, awesome ground type switch in. I've seen many of Trevenant just wreck teams with its harvest ability and being able to get those citrus berries back. With Will-O-Wisp, Leech Seed, Protect, and Substitute, those sets are incredibly viable. It does get access still to Horn Leech, which is a great move for its typing. So Trevenant, if you don't have a switch in for something like that, or if you just want to use it as a bulky pivot for ground types or to spin block, like I said, it's a pretty good ghost type.
It's great. It's not a bad mon. You definitely have to prepare for Trevenant because otherwise they can just kind of wall break. But just for it being for the speed tier it's at, it's not the greatest.
Yeah, it's a good mon situationally. We'll say that.
Yeah.
But here we go, guys. This is round number 11. The recap. We have put a bow on pool number 1. For those who have been here since the beginning, we really do appreciate you. Thank you so much for supporting us through all these technical difficulties. Luckily, the sun has come out here in San Diego, so hopefully we will have no more drops. I do know that it's cutting in and out. I really do appreciate you guys' patience. We're trying to work through all those kinks. And pool 1 looking pretty threatening. If you look back at all these picks and summarize, which team so far are you most afraid to face?
It would honestly have to be the OK Roller Boomers, coached by Shuckle King. That team just scares the crap out of me. And PlatinumHowler.
Yeah, Howler and week 1. Tune in. Here we go. Watch the thramping. Oh my god. Okay, and the Roller Boomers. I don't know what. Guys, we need to not let this man have Dragapult and Zero Aura. Whatever trades you can incentivize this man to get rid of those Pokemon, I don't know. But that's just an incredible offensive core. It's going to be so hard to switch into. For him to run Choice Specs and Choice Ban on those Pokemon every single week is going to be really, really hard to switch into. So watch out for the OK Rilla Boomers for this season. And watch out for the Kentucky Torcats. You got some really good sleeper picks on your team.
Thanks, man.
But this is gonna round out round number 1, guys. So we're gonna pop this over to the draft order that we saw in the beginning. I'm gonna say hi to you guys. So just to give you guys a heads up, we're gonna take a little bit of a break. I told Shay that we would take a 30-minute interval. Right now it's 11:50 a.m. PST. I believe it's around 2 o'clock or something like that over with his time. So I'm going to take like a 20 minute break, and then we will come back for pool number 2. Thank you so much, Mid, for joining me for pool number 1. I really do appreciate it. If there's anything else that you want to say to the people for your closing thoughts?
Just come back to the stream later. Draft analysis will be uploaded throughout today and tomorrow, and battles will be uploaded every Friday.
Yeah, guys, so stick around if you guys are still here. If you guys are going to be coming a little bit later, take a break, grab water, get your popcorn ready, and then we'll be back in a little bit after an intermission. The A teams pool number 2 are coming, baby. We got I'll show you guys the lineup for pool number 2. So here we go, guys. So we have your boy, yours truly, in the San Diego Snuggles with the very first overall pick. We so hype over here, guys. We're hype. Guys, it's time. Get hyped for it. We have Odds and the Memphis Bewares. We have Alexcoolrocket and the Milwaukee Melmetals. LanturnJoe and the Forest Green Rowlet. We have FlameHorizon and the Minnesota Lycanrocs. We have Rewt and the New Jersey Brobats. We have Vepsis, the legendary Vepsis and the Helsinki Hydreigons. Shayquaza, the rapping man himself, is going to be here to spit rhyme all of his draft picks with the Dallas Starmies. We've got Zombie, the legendary Zombie. Snomby now is with his Vittorio Vittinis. And then we have the Northern Weasels that is coached by Slackout. So great heavy set of lineup coming this after this little intermission. So go for a potty break, grab a snack, come back. You won't regret it. Hopefully get all these kinks fixed out. We'll see you guys in a little bit. Thanks so much, Mid, for joining me. Guys, we'll be still on the screen, so don't go anywhere. The stream is still going to be going on. I'm just going to pause it here and just stick around, and we'll see you guys in about 15-20 minutes. Thanks, Mid. Appreciate you.
No problem.
All right, guys. We'll be right back.
Oh shit, I'm in. What's up, man? Hello? Free. Yo. Yes, sir. Dude, fucking goals, honestly. Oof. For sure. Are you sure you're muted on the stream? Somebody just said who you talking to. Uh-oh.
Alrighty, guys. So I don't know if you guys were able to hear any of that, but I'm gonna go ahead and pop myself up on screen now. Hey, what's going on, guys? We are back. Like I said, OBS has been a journey and a half today. I thought I was muted, so if you guys heard any of that, I love and appreciate every single one of you guys. So we are back again. To recap everything, Mercury's in retrograde. OBS is loving us really, really hard today. So hopefully everything goes according to plan. If not, we have the comedic performances and the comedic presence of Shayquaza himself. Go ahead and say hi, my man.
How? We're going to, you know, we're gonna have some fun with this one, I think, you know?
Yeah, it's going to be a good time. All right, so big thanks to Mid for pool number 1. It was a complete success. Thanks, guys, so much. If you guys are rooting for anybody in pool 1, please make sure you guys drop a comment down in the stream below. And head over to their YouTube channels and make sure you drop a follow to support your favorite coach this season. But we're going to basically be going into pool number 2 now. And we're going to go ahead and recap all of the rules. So, again, let's go ahead and start this on and popping. So, now, rules to recap all this fun jazz. So, draft rules, as we noticed that we have. We'll just read off from the top. The draft will be conducted in a snake-style format. For those who don't know how a draft league works, we basically have the first overall pick. Everyone else goes after. Once the last coach pitches, the last coach gets to pick twice, and then we go back to the beginning. That's what the snake format means. All teams must meet the following requirements that are down in the middle. So we have one tier 1, a tier 2, 2 tier 3s, a tier 4, tier 5. Gigantamax is allowed with 4 free picks. We have 400 points to occupy our free picks. There are no point values when you ever occupy a tier. So Gigantamax, in regards to this league, the way that we're going to be rolling on it is we're having them hold a Pokeball. So a Pokeball could be any Pokeball. It has to be a capture device. It can't be light ball. So it can't be like a Pikachu light ball kind of thing. So you have to have it hold a Master Ball, a Beast Ball, Ultra Ball, etc. Do you have anything to add on regards to what we're doing with the Gigantamaxes? What's your thoughts on it?
Like, it is a little like what everybody says it's real centralizing for the meta, which does make sense. But like that's the gimmick of the generation, right? So we get to roll with it. It's nerfed a little bit with the Pokeball thing, so it should be fine. We'll see if it's fine, I guess.
Yeah. So it's basically our way to be able to help it be a little easier to handle. So now we can't throw a Life Orb by any offensive Gigantamax Pokemon and have it completely obliterate everything and become a kill leader every single week. So it's our way to be able to use the mechanic and still make it manageable, essentially. So with all that out the way, let's hop on to the free agency rules. So the free agency trades, coaches may make up to 5 free agent transactions in the first 7 weeks. After this, rosters are frozen. The same goes for trades. Coaches have up till week 7 to make any trades with any of the coaches that they want to do. Once that mutual agreement is done, essentially after week number 7, everything is frozen and no longer can make any more adjustments moving forward. Coaches may only trade and use free agency transactions within their own draft pool. That is important. Why is that important? Guys, you have to notice, or the one thing that we'll say is that Gigantamax is allowed, like we just talked about, as well as the Pokemon that is not Gigantamax. For example, Grimmsnarl is draftable. Gigantamax Grimmsnarl is draftable. We have 2 pools. That means that 4 Grimmsnarl are going to be running around all over the place. But you cannot trade your Grimmsnarl with another Pokemon from an opposite pool, because it just doesn't work that way. We're only drafting within our pool ourselves. Although we're going to be playing each other within different pools, once we have our teams, our schedule will consist of all coaches together. But the Pokemon that are obtainable per team are only allowed per pool. So you can't trade amongst each other if you're in different pools. Hopefully that makes sense to you guys. So moving on to the Academy playoff rules. The playoffs are going to be the top 10 teams are going to make it out of 20. So tiebreakers are for records that are the same. If not, they'll be counted off differential and then head to head. For example, if me and Shay have both records of, let's just throw a number out there like 8-4, right? We're both 8-4, and that's just not mathematically correct. But anyway, if we're both 8-4 and we have the same differential, if Shay beat me, then he gets in. That's just to be an example. Obviously, there's more games in the season, but that's just to give you a general gist. Top 6 teams will earn a first round bye. That's really important. If you can win a first round bye, get deeper into the playoffs, that's huge. Huge. Battle rules. Do you want to go ahead and go over this one, my man?
Sure. You want to go ahead and get up there on that slide?
It's up. You see it? It may be lagging on your side here. You see it now?
Just a little bit. Okay, here we go. So, baton pass clause, pretty standard. Dry pass only. None of those shenanigans. You can't be passing boosts and whatnot, but you can pass subs, which is fair. Sleep clause. That's just another pretty basic one. You can't be just sleeping whole people's teams. Looking at you, G-Max Grimmsnarl. Species clause. 1 of each Pokemon per team. Another pretty standard one. Oko clause. Oko moves are banned, which Yeah, again, fair, dude. All these are pretty fair, you know. Moody Claws, sorry, to those like 2 Pokemon that get moody. So Octillery, you ain't doing nothing. Sorry, bud. Evasion, once again, evasion is just usually not allowed in anything, so don't want to be doing all that. Endless Battle Claws, forcing endless battles is banned, so no like Lepaberry recycle shenanigans. And then Swagger, last but not least, nobody wants Swagger, dude. What is this, a rap video? No Swagger allowed.
This isn't Gen 6. Gen 6
Yeah.
not up in here.
And then coaches do not have to Gmax when clicking the first move, so you can click DD, you can click Swords D, and then Gmax, and basically win the whole game in 3 turns if you really want to.
Yeah, man, it's Gigantamax is gonna be very interesting this season, to say the least. There's been other leagues that have been trying to mitigate it by Gigantamax in the very first turn. In this league, we don't have to do that. Pick your poison. Whenever you want to do it, go for it. Keep that element of surprise. But here we go, guys. Draft pool order number this is the draft pool order for pool number 2. So, like we mentioned prior when Mid was with us, your boy got the first overall pick, so I'm super excited for this. Shay, I see you at 8 over there. How are you feeling about your draft picks? Your order, your pick order.
Well, you know, I would have gladly traded with you if that was something you would have wanted to do. But you know, 8th isn't terrible. I guess I could be 9th. You know, so I guess I don't have too much to complain about. But it's not great. It's not the best.
It's close to the wheel. It's pretty close up there.
Yeah, it's basically the wheel. You know.
So, like we talked about, the snake style format, the way this is going to work, I'll pick, the Bewares will go, so on and so forth. Once we get to the Weasels, then they'll pick again, and it'll go back to me, then vice versa. Just like fantasy football. So for those who are new to the draft league format, that's how that works. With all that being said, with the very first overall pick, the San Diego Snugglers in the Pool 2 APE Academy Draft are going to select, dun 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 dun, drum roll, Dragapult. Now, here, there's a couple explaining. I have to get some stuff out the way, right? So there's some explaining to do. Mind you, this is going to be a post-home draft. So what that means is that the Pokemon, when the cloud service was released, are allowed. Melmetal is allowed. Zeraora is allowed. Hidden abilities on such Rillaboom is allowed. Cinderace is not. You cannot run Libero, but essentially this is going to be a post-home draft. With that being said, there's a lot on the table. You get access to anything you want. In my personal opinion, although Dragapult was much better pre-home, it is still versatile. It's incredibly versatile for the format. Aside from Zeraora and Excelgor, it's the fastest Pokemon available, essentially. The versatility on this thing is incredible. I can run a special, I can run a physical. It's a great ghost and dragon type. It's the pseudo-legendary of this generation. In regards to being able to change it up for the matchup was just so valuable to me, being able to not have to be that one-trick pony every single time. Although sometimes a one-trick pony can do that really, really well, the versatility was just too great to pass up. So I love Dragapult first overall. So very excited to work around this thing. Plus, I love me some ghost types, and it looks sexy with that shiny, that yellow top. Really, really great. So with the second pick in the draft, we have the Memphis Bewares taking on Necrozma. Tell me about Necrozma, bro.
Well, Necrozma, like, it's one of the newer mons. You got kind of the not really shiny new toy syndrome, but like close enough, because it just came via post home. So it's a great mon. It does so many different things. It's bulky as hell, and with the Prism armor, all you got to do is slap a weakness policy and click a Totemize, and you win the whole game. Photon Geyser is ridiculous. Sorry, Mimikyu, you're not living today. But it's a great mon. I get why it went round 1 and 2nd overall. Just a great mon, dude, and its stats are pretty ridiculous too. Yeah,
the ability in Prism armor, allowing it to absorb any other super effective attacks a little bit better to make that weakness policy set just a little bit more viable is incredible. And for those who don't know, Photon Geyser is a really good signature move that actually tailor sets itself to be physical or special depending on which stat is greater. So that's really, really good for a signature ability. It's basically the new Mew in my regards. Mew is banned in this league, so Necrozma is the next best thing, so great pickup for the Bewares. With the next pick, we have the Milwaukee Melmetals, coached by Alexcoolrocket, that's going to take Gigantamax Melmetal, not the regular Melmetal, the Gigantamax form, the big boy. This thing is going to be pretty solid in regards to getting that buff to its HP stat, because it's going to be doubled in that regard, but it cannot run an item. So the Choice Band double iron bashes are not going to be a thing for the Melmetals, but the mascot pick is pretty solid in my opinion. What do you think about the Gigantamax form instead of the regular?
Man, honestly, this is a nut among nuts. You know, like it will not die. And if I remember correctly, there was talks of not even allowing this to be a draftable. So the fact that it was draftable, I get that it got picked up, third overall. It's a great mon. It's gonna hit just super hard, and good pick for Alex.
Yeah, this is gonna be his Gigantamax move. Basically is like Torment, so whenever he does damage, the Pokemon can't use that same move twice, which could be pretty handy depending on if there's a fire type Pokemon that wants to come in and do a Fire Blast, doesn't get that first hit KO, can't use Fire Blast again, has to try something out, but it may not even live another attack, so that's pretty clutch, pretty good Pokemon. So the next mon that we have taken by the Forest Green Rowlet is gonna be the monster, Mr. Fish, Dracovish. Talk to me about Dracovish, man.
Oh man, well first of all, we gotta shout out to LanturnJoe, dude. If you played Draft League last gen, he probably recorded your games for you. So this man is the absolute GOAT. So it makes sense that he would take like the GOAT freaking fish like first off, right? So it just clicks Fishy Boy Rend and it picks up a kill. That's all it does. So if you don't have a water immunity, then you lose them on. So great pick overall. I really like its shiny design too. I know that's not the one that's on the screen, but it's a great mon. So great pick for him. Honestly, really easy to build around too.
Yeah, Dracovish, if you don't have something to answer for it, you're going to lose something. Pick whatever you want to lose, basically. Minnesota Lycanrocs are going to take Corviknight for the next pick. Corviknight's a pretty solid pick. Corviknight is a great Pokemon in regards to being a very good bulky pivot. It's basically the buffed up Skarmory of this generation. Has access to Defog, U-Turn, great sets in Body Press, being able to use Bulk Up, and great coverage in regards to its dual stab for flying and steel types. So this thing could be a really good bulky pivot for him, and it's really hard to deal with just from its sheer bulk and its typing. So Corviknight, pretty solid pickup, and it's a great Pokemon to be able to build around for the Minnesota Lycanrocs. Great solid pick. The New Jersey Brobats Rewt picks up Melmetal. Melmetal drops this far. What do you think about Melmetal going this far deep into the draft?
Oh man, like coming this far, I get it. Like it makes sense. It's again shiny new toy thingy, and Double Iron Bash is absolutely ridiculous. So being able to run an actual item on it that isn't a Pokeball, it's gonna get some kills. So like it just hits so hard. I remember when it first dropped on the ladder and people were clicking Banded Double Iron Bash and still killing like bulky waters with it and stuff. So this thing will be real fun to switch into. It's a really good pick for him.
Yeah, it's Joey's first overall pick in his pool whenever they did the AP main. So great Pokemon. It hits like an absolute truck. For those who don't know, this thing gets an ability, Iron Fist, and Double Iron Bash, its signature ability, does get boosted by Iron Fist. So essentially, if it goes first, if you set up a Trick Room, or if somehow you can get it to be faster with the Tailwind or some sort, it does have a 30% chance to flinch with each hit, and it hits twice. So this thing can be an absolute threat and can be really, really overwhelming. Rewt is a really good coach to be able to harness those abilities. So very scary Pokemon for the coach. We have the Helsinki Hydreigons. Could not resist to pick up this mascot pick. He picks up Hydreigon. So Hydreigon's here to basically poke some holes, get some shiny new toys. He gets a Nasty Plot and now has Dragon Dance as well, so good setup options. If you want to switch out on this thing, set up substitute, starts to set up on you, that's pretty much GG. So this thing is going to be here to wreak some havoc. What do you think about the new toys that Hydreigon got?
Yeah, man, like as if Hydreigon wasn't big enough of a threat already. Now it gets Nasty Plot and Dragon Dance. Like, good luck with that. It's been going round 1 or like super early round 2 in every league I've been a part of now. So like, it makes sense, dude. And you can slap any choice item on this thing and just wall break if you want. Like choice band maybe not so much, but it could work. So I like it. Great mon, good pivot, good setup sweeper now too. It just does so many different things. It really enjoys the buff that it got this gen.
Yeah, he just hopped into the chat and said, "My boy, it's hard to deviate away from the Pokemon that you love, man. Hydreigon is such a threat." So solid pickup by Vepsis there. So the next pickup that we have is Kyurem, regular Kyurem. So Kyurem Black is obviously going to be banned. I think is an absolute monstrosity. But Kyurem coming in for the Dallas Starmies. Tell me about it, man. How excited are you for this?
Oh man, I was so like, being 8th in the draft, I didn't know what was gonna fall to me, so I was like, I'm just gonna pick the coolest and most fun thing, no pun intended, that falls down to me, and it was Kyurem. So Kyurem is just an absolute monster. Like those fat subs being hard to break and whatnot, and then clicking just Ice Beam, and now it gets Freeze Dry as well as Dragon Dance. It kind gets a little bit of the same kind of buffs that Hydreigon got, minus the nasty plot. But this thing is strong. I think it'll be really good to build a team around, and then also having the heavy duty boots this gen as well means that it can have the option to not be pressured by Stealth Rock. So I think it'd be cool to build around.
Kyurem is a threat, so watch out for those freeze dries, man. Kyurem is going to be a monster this season, especially with Shay. Man knows what he's doing. We have the Vittorio Vittini is coached by the legendary zombie himself, picking up Como. Oh, the pseudo legendary of generation number 7. What do you think about this one?
Como is ridiculous. Like, if this thing gets set up, like, it really only needs one Dragon Dance. It really only needs an Autotomize or whatever. Like, you give it one free turn, and a lot of times that's going to cost you at least a Mon, but sometimes the whole game, As long as it doesn't get hit by a fairy type move, you're pretty much winning. So I like it. I know there's a lot of people aren't the biggest fan of it, but I think it's a great Mon, and I think it's going to be, again, really easy to build a whole team around. Get you a nice steel type and a poison type.
Yeah, and then a housekeeping thing is that I do believe that his Z move, Klinger's Soul, was converted to an actual move, and it's an Omni boosting move that does cost 1/3 of his health, but I don't believe that it is allowed. I think that it is banned, because with this thing, it's going to be pretty incredible. So even though you do lose health, it's like Shay said, if you're able to set up a substitute, you still have enough health in order to get off of Klinger's Soul. This thing is going to get souped up 1+ in every single stat, excluding any HP buff or evasiveness. So besides that, it gets attack, special attack, defense, special defense, speed, crazy. So I don't think Klinger's Soul is going to be allowed, but this Pokemon is very, very scary if you can build around it, for sure. We have
probably for the best. It's not.
Yeah, exactly. We have Zeraora going to the Northern Weasels. Zeraora is a great Pokemon that was released this gen. I'm actually very surprised that it went down this late. Is in conversation, I believe, for top 5 in my opinion. It's 1 point faster than Dragapult, which is really scary on my part. Really don't want to get a knockoff from this thing. I'm gonna have to run Choice Scarf in order to be able to combat it. But this thing is incredibly fast, and the Speed Tour is really important because you can invest a little bit more in HP, bulk, and attack, and not have to really worry about the speed stat, because this thing is so incredibly fast. Like I said, it's the only thing that's faster than it is Excelgor, and the coverage on this thing in this generation is insane. They give it access to Play Rough and a couple other things like Aura Sphere to be able to run a special version of fighting type attacks instead of close combat to lower down its defenses. But with the Volt Absorb ability, it could be a pretty good pivot. So Zeraora, very, very scary Pokemon. And it's very good steal to get for the very last pick of the round, for sure.
For sure.
Alright guys, so we're going to round out round number 1. What's the first thing that sticks out to you with round number 1? What do you think is the scariest pick so far?
Dude, honestly, like, that G-Max Melmetal is looking real scary. Dragapult always, is going to look scary as well. But if we're just going by just the one Mon that I don't want to play against already, it's probably going to be G-Max Melmetal, Honestly,
really
we got some solid first round picks, though. Everyone, I think, is starting off well. But yeah, probably that's going to be the scariest one, in my opinion.
Yeah, to not be able to spam Fire Blast on the thing for it to die, oof, good luck.
Right.
All right. So we're going to hop into the very first pick. We're going to sneak back around. The Northern Weasels are going to take the very first pick of the second round. We're going to have them take Gigantamax Corviknight. Interesting pick. I believe that this is the second Gigantamax off the board. This thing is going to be an interesting pick for him because he doesn't have to run Defog on it, because its Gigantamax move does get rid of hazards, kind of like a Defog. So he's able to run Brave Bird, Roost, U-Turn, Bulk Up, for example, and still be able to get rid of hazards whenever he's G-Maxed and get that HP buff. But what do you think of Gigantamax Corviknight as a whole? Is it pretty decent?
Like, if you thought it wasn't bulky enough already, now it has double HP for 3 turns. So good luck dealing with that, rest of us, And in my opinion, the most fun and the best Gigantamax or D-Max mons or whatever are the ones that get access to Max Knuckle as well as Max Airstream, and that's going to be this bird right here, So it's already bulky as hell, so you ain't killing it. That just ain't happening. So then, you can boost its speed, you can boost its attack, and then it can wall stuff, and then also it can just clean up, which is kind of ridiculous. I am scared.
Yeah, this thing has incredible setup options, especially with that HP buff. This thing is going to be crazy good. The Gigantamax move is a little interesting, but definitely can be a good sweeper. The Vittorio Vittinis are going to swap. They're going to swap up Rotom Wash. Rotom Wash is got a little bit less intimidating as in other generations. I think that Rotom Heat's a little bit better, but for this fit, it's pretty good. Now that it's post home, does get access to Defog, it gets access to Paint Split, so it does have some new toys that it had before that it didn't have in the beginning of the generation that it can access. So it's a great Pokemon to switch in on ground types. If it's not Mold Breaker, gets access. It's really strong Stab and Hydro Pump. It's able to switch in on those fire type attacks, but Rotom is going to be really good in regards to being able to get rid of those hazards that maybe Komodo doesn't want to get worn down by and chipped by because it doesn't necessarily have the biggest HP stat, but pretty good pickup in regards to getting it early. I'm sure he just wanted to secure this pick before anybody else snagged it, which is why he really grabbed this thing. Alright guys, so for the next pick that we have is the Dallas Starmie. Tell me about Blastoise, bro.
Dude, honestly, Blastoise was I almost took it round 1 just because I was so excited to use it. It gets Shell Smash now, which is finally, because that boy is like 60% Shell, basically. So since Gen 1, it should have gotten it, right? But it's a great mon. Can be ran physical or special. Gets all kinds of crazy coverage moves on the special side especially. But it just looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. It can also be bulky like Rapid Spinner and whatnot, and that is my bad. I forgot the G-Max move for Corviknight doesn't boost the speed because it's the signature one, right? But yeah, man, Blastoise looks like a lot of fun, and
Yes, that's very true. We did mention that. We thought that we boosted speed, but that is true that the max airstream is not the +1 speed, is to remove the hazards. This is the defog. But Blastoise, very, very good Pokemon because it's so bulky. It does get Shell Smash off very freely for the most part because of its sheer bulk, and you can run it very defensively, like you said, and be able to get rid of hazards. So a lot of versatility in Blastoise. It's one of those new tools that you saw that it got Shell Smash. You're like, oh man, I can't wait to use that. So that's gonna be a fun Pokemon for sure. So the next mon that we have is Gigantamax Gengar. So this is going to be pretty good for a couple reasons, right? It's a great pair with Hydreigon. Great pair, because the one thing that Hydreigon hates is fairy types, because it's obviously 4 times weak to them. But Gengar can get rid of those with those really strong Sludge Bombs, and the Gigantamax, I think that it is Max Ooze is what it's called, to get rid of those fairies. But there's another reason why this is so big. We do have to carry Pokeballs. Reminder, right? So there are 3 Gigantamax forms that do have access to Trick, and it gives them the opportunity to get rid of their Pokeball and steal another item. So if there's a Pokemon that is on his opponent's team that does have a Life Orb, he can trick it and then Gigantamax. So let's just say that there's a Life Orb whatever on the field. He tricks it, gets the Life Orb, Gigantamaxes. All of a sudden his Max Oozes and his Max Ghost type attacks are going to be super boosted. And so that's going to be incredibly threatening. Gengar is going to be really hard to handle with the pairing of Hydreigon. That's for sure. That's really scary. So next one that comes up, we have the New Jersey Brobats that's going to pair Melmetal with the Grimmsnarl. Grimmsnarl. Tell me about Grimmsnarl, bro.
Oh man, Grimmsnarl, like you were just saying, it's another one of the mons that gets Trick. So like all of a sudden something else is holding the Pokeball, and it can get boosting item, it can get lefties or barrier or whatever kind of shenanigans he wants to click on. And it's just being able to put other mons to sleep, like getting the yawn effect from its G-Max move is kind of cool, because then, you know, all of a sudden your switch-in isn't a switch-in anymore, and then you're free to, once you come back down from being big, you can just click bulk up again, you know? So it's pretty terrifying, honestly, and it looks cool.
It looks phenomenal. The shiny form being all white, looking like a big old transformer, or like a Megazord from Power Rangers, is a phenomenal. Just the design is so great, and this thing put in the finest of work for envying the WBE, so much so that Joey PokeMMD had to try it out for himself. This thing can basically come in and get kills. Yeah, it can't hold Life Orb and things like that, but regardless, if you trick them off to it, it's going to be super threatening. So this thing is going to be, this pairing with Melmetal, really tough to deal with. So we have the next pick going on to the Minnesota Lycanrocs. They're going to take Gigantamax Lapras. Gigantamax Lapras is an interesting pick. It's a G-Max move. It does set up the Aurora Veil, so basically it gets Reflect and it gets Light Screen at the same exact time. So it gets pretty bulky. It's a Water and Ice type Pokemon that can basically support a team really well. But what do you think about the double electric weaknesses / defensive core of Corviknight and Lapras so far?
Oof, yeah, I didn't even think about that. But, you know, honestly, both of those mons are insanely bulky. So, and, you know, electric types losing the hidden power this gen, I don't think it's necessarily too bad. You know, I'm sure he can patch it up with any ground type ever, you know. But Lapras is just so insanely bulky. And honestly, I'm glad for this Pokemon in particular, it has to hold a Pokeball, so it can't hold that weakness policy and just destroy teams.
Yeah.
It's like it has...
No, sorry to cut you off, but yeah, it's incredibly scary to the two items that pop off your head if you're able to set up Aurora Veil, weakness policy, like Shay said, and Light Clay. To be able to have that Light Clay not sticker those screens around for 8 full turns, that's crazy. So this is one of those Pokemon that did get neutered by that Pokeball, but it's still pretty good. Still solid option to support your team. Awesome pick for the Lycanrocs. Next mon that we have is the Forest Green Rowlet, the greatest of all time. Joe himself, the Master Recorder, is taking Arcanine. Arcanine is an amazing Fire-type Pokemon, especially with the introduction of Heavy Duty Boots. It gets that Intimidate and is able to be a bulky pivot to come in and out. It gets access to Morning Sun, so it gets that longevity. Heavy Duty Boots is going to be there to not get that 25% chip from Stealth Rocks and from Spikes, which both he is weak to. So Arcanine is going to be a really great bulky pivot. It's able to be physical and special. With running Flare Blitz and Fire Blast. Gets access to close combat, gets access to Solar Beam if he wants to get cheeky, do those Sunny Day shenanigans to get those 75% healing opportunities with Morning Sun. So Arcanine is going to be a very threatening wall breaker / support Pokemon for his team, because it's really hard to break through if you don't have a really good special water type, to be honest. So great pick for LanturnJoe there. Next mon we have the Milwaukee Melmetals taking on Terrakion. So the Swords of Justice have come through with Pokemon Home, including Keldeo, and the first one is off the board. Terrakion is a great Pokemon because it's a really fast wall breaker, but what do you think about the pairing with Melmetal?
Having that double ground weakness as well as the double fighting weakness is a bit iffy, but both of these mons are so insanely strong already, like that I think it'll probably be fine. All it takes is one resist barrier or whatever, and you'll probably be okay, and you'll just kill them back anyways. Terrakion is also one of those super scary mons that, like, a lot of times it gets a turn, and it's able to set up an SD or whatever, but if it gets 2 turns, it gets a Rock Polish and a Swords Dance up, that's usually game. Like, this boy is so strong and so bulky, and especially if there's somehow sand in the mix or whatever, and it's Vepsis boosted, you ain't killing it. So it is something just ridiculous.
Yeah, you hit him high, hit him low. You got Melmetal that's a little bit slower. You got Terrakion that's that fast sweeper type. And like you said, these Pokemon aren't necessarily meant to be the biggest, like, bulky Pokemon to be walls. They're here to punch stuff. So if they can get in for free, they're going to punch stuff. So make sure you guys have a switch in for Terrakion. And with Melmetal, oof. Next mon we have is the Memphis Bewares taking on Grimmsnarl, the non-Gigantamax form, because he's able to hold an item. So this thing gets get that Prankster ability, able to hold the leftovers, and Light Clay if he wants to set up Reflect and Light Screen. So this thing can be very versatile. It's a very good addition to the Generation 8 lineup. But Grimmsnarl as a whole with Necrozma, that's a good pairing. The switch into Grimmsnarl to those dark type attacks that Necrozma doesn't always necessarily want to take, even though he has a good ability. But Grimmsnarl is a great pair up with Necrozma, very good synergy so far. So you'll see a couple different routes the coaches want to go for. Sometimes they want to get 2 different Pokemon to build a core around that they synergize really well, or they just want to get something that's incredibly overwhelming and then they can support their teams a little bit later on. So that's the trend that we're seeing right now with these 2 Pokemon. But what do you think about Grimmsnarl as a Pokemon versus his Gigantamax form?
I think it's it's the same Pokemon, but like it definitely does some different stuff. Being able to hold an item is awesome, and then also having prank like freaking everything is cool. So T-Waves, like, it's gonna be awesome for opposing G-Max mons. Not being able to be fast and whatnot, and then also like we were talking about earlier with the trick, and then also like you mentioned with the screens and whatnot. This thing it's hard to predict what it's gonna do, because if you think it's gonna support your mons and then it just starts bulking up in your face and like does rest shenanigans, like, it's just so incredibly annoying. I'm sure we've all had that thing, on the ladder or in a game where it just gets +6 with bulk ups, and you're like, I don't want to be here anymore.
Yeah, I'm out. Retreat. Eject button. Yeah, Grimmsnarl is a threat. Grimmsnarl is a great pickup for the Bewares. So I'm going to come in for the very last pick around number 2, and I'm going to take Togekiss. Togekiss is going to be my second part of my fantasy core. In my opinion, there's the top 3 fairies, and Togekiss sits on top of that. And now that we're post home, it gets access to all of its toys back again. And it needed it so bad. It gets access to Roost again. It gets Heal Bell, Defog. So this is going to be a great support Pokemon. It's able to absorb those. It's able to come in on those Dragon type attacks. It's able to come in on ground moves as well as fighting type attacks. attacks. It's a great support Pokemon with Wish, and just to flinch things down with Serene Grace Air Slash stuff, it's just going to be so good in some clutch situations. I'm sure that everybody shudders at the fact that sometimes you can just slap a Choice Scarf on this thing and just flinch things down with Air Slashes if you don't have anything that's faster. So Togekiss is going to be a great addition to the team. I think it's a great pairing with Dragapult. So Dragapult just wants to come in and hit things. That way Togekiss can come up and soak stuff up and give those free switch-ins to Dragapult with those wishes. So I think that it's going to be a great. I'm very comfortable with Togekiss, so I'm very happy that it fell to me. Awesome. So to round out the round, this is what we got, man. What stands out the most to you?
Well, obviously you can't just overlook Togekiss sitting right there, dude. Honestly, it's a great pick for you, and 60% of the time it works every time, you know. So that's like the anchor meme, you know, right there. It's gross, and I hate you a little bit for drafting it, but you know. So overall, I like the Gengar, the Gigantamax Gengar pick. I think his team with the Hydra is looking insanely scary. But yeah, again, overall, man, everyone's team is just starting to fill out nicely.
My biggest takeaways were Blastoise. That thing is such a crazy threat. Before, like past generations, you see a Blastoise, like, okay, there's my bulky pivot for his water type. He's there to get rid of hazards. He's there to maybe have some special coverage, you know, whatever. It's just the Blastoise. We can handle that. But now that it gets Shell Smash, is this going to come and sweep me? Is this here to wall me? I don't know what Blastoise is going to do. So in Draft League, Blastoise has just gotten so much better. So it's going to be a super scary Pokemon for you.
Straight up, I can't wait to click the button. Honestly, I'm thinking about it right now. I can't wait to click it.
It's just his fingers shaking. All right, guys, so we're going to hop into round number 3, and the very first pick is going to come back to me in the Snake. And now that I have Togekiss and I have Dragapult, I do want to hop in and be able to take care of those bulky water types. And so I want to take care of them with Toxtricity, because it is a dual electric and poison type, so I can get rid of those fairies as well. Toxtricity is a great Pokemon because it does have access to Punk Rock, which is a signature ability that does boost all of its sound type based moves, and its signature move Overdrive is the electric type moves that he used, and it gets access to Boom Burst. So sometimes just throwing on a Silk Scarf to this thing, it just pokes holes and you have no answer to it. And it does get boosted Snarls as well, so you can drop down that special attack, as well as punch a hole with that Snarl move, and it can pivot out with Volt Switch. So there's a couple different things that this thing can do. Both of them are on your screen because I do have access to both of them. I can get the Loki form and the amped up form. The amped up form is the one that has access to Shift Gear, so it does get a +1 attack boost and then +2 in speed. So that could be something that I run this season. So super excited to have Toxtricity. What are your thoughts on the design? I think this is like one of the top favorites in the generation so far, right?
Oh, definitely, because you know you got the cool one there with the yellow looking kind of Super Saiyan, and then you got kind of the derpy one over there too that can't really be slept on either. You know, they're both good mons, and you know, with ground types being like super good this gen because of no HPs, like he doesn't care. Just Boom Burst with the Punk Rock boost. It just OHKO stuff, man. So that's gonna be ridiculous. Like RIP Gastrodon every time.
Yeah. Super excited to have this one. So the next one we have is the Memphis Beware is taking the. I'm sure that this is a snipe. I think that's what he told me during the draft. That he was very upset that Toxtricity was gone, so he took the G-Max form. Tell me about Toxtricity and the differences between the two.
Oh man, now honestly, this is one of the coolest looking G-Max forms in the game. I know it just came out recently too, like kind of after everything else, so it's got a bit of that shiny new toy syndrome, but it just looks ridiculously cool. So basically, you know, he's got thumbnails for the whole season right there. Oh, yeah. And it is a little bit unfortunate losing the sound move.
Punk Rock?
So you don't get your Punk Rock boost most of the time, but you set up a Shift Gear and then you G-Max and you just hit things with that guitar made of energy or whatever it is.
Yeah, and this Pokemon is really solid because it doesn't get the Punk Rock boost. Don't get me wrong, that's a big nerf for it. But at the same time, being able to poison something or paralyze something with its G-Max move is phenomenal. It did get the better of the two because its G-Max move does take the electric side of it, so you can't set up electric terrain, but you're able to still get that +1 special attack boost from using the Max Ooze. So that could be pretty good in regards to being a sweeper because it can still take stuff relatively well with that HP boost. So in that regard, that's something that it's got going for it, but being able to paralyze something and to poison something every single time is pretty cool. That's pretty solid. It can be pretty clutch, that's for sure. All right, so the next one that we have is the Milwaukee Melmetals taking Rillaboom. Rillaboom that does have access to grassy terrain. Tell me about Rillaboom, bro.
Oh man, see, I didn't realize that terrain had been nerfed a little bit, so it's like 30% boost instead of 50. But honestly, this boy does not care. He's already all kinds of thick. You can tell just by looking at him. Also, speaking of Super Saiyan, that dude is straight up Super Saiyan 3 with like the leaf hair in the background, and it's a really strong mon, dude. I like it a lot. It's one of my favorite new mons, and being able to set up as well as being able to pivot around and just slap on a choice item, it's gonna be ridiculous. And then drum beating, lowering speed as well is all kinds of crazy cool. So lower speed to be able to take out speed for the Scarfers for Terrakion, and then if maybe if you invest a little bit in Melmetal, you lower speed for that too.
Yeah, and this thing gets great, awesome coverage. It gets access to U-turn, so you can pivot in and out, set the terrain, get out, and maybe set it for something else that maybe wants to set up a Grassy Seed on you for an Unburdened Mon. Maybe an Unburdened Mon is on his radar from here on out. It does have access to knockoff, so great coverage for a grass type. Being able to be a bulky pivot, awesome Pokemon for this generation. And like you said, just the coolest design ever. We got a surefire gorilla. That's what we needed. Now we just need our fire hot chili pepper. The next mon that we have is the Forest Green Rally, going to take Gigantamax Alcremie. This is an interesting pick. So like I said in pool 1, I really like this pick. It's a very bulky fairy type that gets access to a move that does gain back HP. It's only 25%, but regardless, it's able to replenish HP, and with its buffed HP from the Gigantamax form, that's actually pretty good. It gets access to Calm Mind, Mystical Fire for those steel type hits. It gets access to, I believe, Draining Kiss, so it's able to use that to help gain some health as well. So this thing can be pretty bulky and hard to deal with depending on the situation. Sometimes I've actually seen a couple Alcremie sweep with some setup options. So this thing, I believe it gets Acid Armor as well. So setting up an Acid Armor plus Calm Mind with Draining Kiss, and then you Gigantamax it, this thing could be so fat. So great addition to the Rowlets. I think that it's going to be a good second part to his Fantasy Core with Dracovish. So awesome pairing. Bravo to LanturnJoe. He knows what he's doing. The Minnesota Lycanroc is going to take big boy pseudo-legendary Goodra, Drip himself. What do you think about Goodra?
Oh man, this is another one of those Pokemon that just does not die. Like its Spadef is just so incredibly insane. Its coverage is insane. So you really it's hard to switch into, and it's also hard to break. Like you kind of just have you got to hit it physically, I think, really to break it, or you're gonna have to hit it like 9 times specially to break it. But it's a great mon. I love its design too. Boy is over there looking super moist, but it's a great mon, dude. Great Assault Vest user and good dragon overall.
Yeah, and not even in the Assault Vest, it's a couple differences. You can run that curse Sap Sipper set, and then just hit things with super effective coverage, because it does get really good special and physical coverage. This mon is just so thick, it's hard to take down. And looking at his team right now, this man wants to set up a Aurora Veil with a Corviknight and then a Goodra. Does he not understand that there's a timer? But this mon's gonna be really hard to break through for sure. This team is looking nasty. So the New Jersey Brobat is going to take the number 1 Rotom, in my opinion. Rotom Heat. It's going to pair it up with Grimmsnarl or Melmetal. Able to switch in on those ground type attacks and those fire type attacks for Melmetal, which is pretty solid. This thing does get access to Pain Split again, just like our Rotom Wash does, which is solid. And Heavy Duty Boots really does make this thing so much better, because it doesn't have to take that chip, and it's able to defog all those hazards away, and it can Volt Switch right out. So literally come in, take no damage, defog, get out. And getting access to Nasty Plot is also a really good addition to this thing, because it gets that +2 special attack boost, and then that Overheat doesn't really hinder it that much, because in past generations, hit an Overheat, lose -2 in special attack, then you're kind of dud, and then you have to just hit it until it dies. But now a Nasty Plot can get you back to neutral, and you can get 2 overheats instead of 1. So this Pokemon is really threatening. It's going to get rid of those bulky grass types that Melmetal doesn't necessarily want to deal with, and is able to switch in on those fairies that Grimmsnarl doesn't like, and it doesn't have to make Melmetal that one Pokemon that's going to take those fairy hits. So great addition for the Robats. The next Swords of Justice goes on. Number 2, Cobalion. Tell me about Cobalion.
Dude, honestly, Cabalion's really cool. Of all the Swords of Justice or whatever, I know it's not that high up there, like tier-wise usually, but it's a great mon. Getting Volt Switch to be able to pivot as well as Stealth Rocks, it makes for a great lead. It can set up with Calm Minds as well as Swords Dance, and its coverage is usually pretty okay. Like it usually sweeps when it needs to, set up the SD and then the fighting coverage and the steel coverage. It does what it needs to do. It's not frail either, so it doesn't really have a problem setting up in front of physical attackers and whatnot. And it's got that that signature 108 speed tier. So in this gen, that's actually really good.
Yeah, this thing is going to be a great threat. It can be physical and special, so the coverage wise is just super great. So good pickup on his part. We have Sylveon. Tell me about Sylveon. Pairing it up with Kyurem.
Ooh. Oh man, dude. If there's one thing, if you've ever seen a draft of mine, there's probably a Sylveon on it. This is like my moral support Pokemon, you know? Like if I had to fly on an airplane, I would take Sylveon with me to be able to make it, you know? Yeah, exactly. So it's just so good, dude. And even though the Pixelate got nerfed last gen or whatever it was, it still just hits so hard. If this thing yells at you, it's going to do real big damage. And then just being able to just Calm Mind in the face of even steel types and poison types has been always ridiculous to me. The wish passing is going to be nice for Blastoise Kyurem, I think. And all in all, just a great mon. And I love the Baton Pass set as well, so being able to Drive Pass is always nice and pivot around and stuff.
For sure. What makes him on really, really great in Draft League is the versatility. And allowing this thing to be super bulky, and as well as being able to hit like an absolute truck, it hits both categories. So solid pickup. And with the pair with Kyurem, that's tough. That's gonna be tough. I don't want to play you this season. Oh boy. We have Cinderace coming off. Cinderace coming in round 3, which I think is a pretty good place for Cinderace. This is not Libero. It's not Protein. It's not like the Greninja that we had in the past. If not, this thing would not be in the Draft League. It would be so disgusting. But it does get great coverage. Gets high jump kick. Pyro Ball is a signature ability. Court Change is another signature ability that it does have. It's able to remove the hazards off your field. Put it on your opponents, which is pretty solid. So in a sense, it's kind of like hazard removal. So if you put Heavy Duty Boots on this, Heavy Duty Boots has been a common denominator on a lot of Pokemon. Great item. It's able to get rid of those hazards for you, but it's really here to just bop stuff and get out. Is really what it wants to do. Super Fang is a good utility option for it, so that way it can break down those bulky Pokemon. That way it can one-shot with Pyro Ball or High Jump Kick the next turn. But this Pokemon doesn't have to run Flare Blitz anymore, which is the number one. The best thing is not all that accurate. It's like 90% or something like that. But not having to take recoil is phenomenal for Cinderace. So good. So next mon that we see going off. So this is what happened with OBS before. Stand by, guys. So what do you think about Cinderace so far while I fix OBS real quick?
Man, Cinderace is, again, one of my favorite mons this gen, and it's cool because Game Freak really liked it because they gave it 2 signature moves, Let's give it Pyro Ball and Court Change. Like, it seems a little bit unfair. They definitely have a favorite child of the 3, But great mon, like you said, with the Super Fang, it doesn't really mind switching into bulky water, switching in on it, because you can Super Fang, then taunt, and then you turn out if you really want to, if you're feeling a little frisky. It's a great mon, dude, and that speed tier that it hits is really good as well. It's a great mon, all in all.
Yeah, Cinderace is going to be a threat, especially offensively. It's going to be hard to switch into because the one thing that I always tell people whenever they do drafts, whenever people ask me, is that one thing that's essentially essential, in my opinion, is to have a physical attacker that is a fire type, because the one way that you're able to hinder a physical attacker is to burn it, but you can't burn a fire type. So being able to have a physical attacker that's a fire type is super great, because you can continue to just hit those hits and then never get neutered off, aside from Intimidate or things of that nature. But not being able to get burned and be a physical attacker is so good. But the next one that we see to round off this round is going to be Seismitoad. Seismitoad's coming off with Corviknight and Zeraora. Tell me about Seismitoad. I'm going to fix something here on OBS real quick.
Got you, dude. So I like how as soon as we mention a high jump kicking mon, OBS crashes and took that 50% recoil, you know what I'm saying? But Seismitoad is probably the best Dracovish counter, just being able to do just Seismitoad things. It's pretty bulky. It's just fast enough, really, to be able to use its Swift Swim ability as well. So if you really want to late game clean, you can do that. Stealth Rocks, it's the thing, where you got to choose whether you want to have reliable recovery or if you want to have Stealth Rocks. That's the whole big thing with these ×4 water and ground mons. But all in all, it's a great mon. It's really hard to break, and it's super annoying to play around too. So being on the team for Slackout here, I think it's gonna do really well for him.
Well, looks like we have some technical difficulties for OBS here real quick. So guys, we're gonna try to fix this. Give me 1 second, but we're gonna go ahead and recap what we've seen so far in the previous round. Is there anything that standed out to you so far? This is not the screen for it. This is a different screen, but OBS is laying an egg on us today. Mercury is in retrograde once again. But give me 1 second, guys, while I fix this thing, and tell me a little bit more about maybe what stand out to you so far.
Oh man, so let's see. The Rotom is definitely a really good pick. Like you said, with the boots and the nasty plot, it's going to be just an amazing mon. No personal bias on my end, but I think Sylveon is pretty cool too, The G-Max All Creamy, that thing just does not die, man. Spoilers, I have that. It's in my matchup early on this season, and I do not enjoy dealing with that at all, so that'll be fun. Lots of good ones went this round, and I don't really think one team really sticks out more than the other so far, but they're all looking pretty scary, and I'm excited to see how these teams are going to shape up.
Yeah, the Seismitoad, just to kind of add on what you talked about, Seismitoad is such a good Pokemon in regards to what it does. It's really able to be that probably one of the best water and ground type Pokemon, and being able to soak up those water type attacks and being able to set up Stealth Rock because no other water ground type is able to do that. So that's really, really valuable for a team, and being able to be that bulky pivot for any kind of situation is really, really good. Seismitoad is probably one of those Pokemon that is debatable to be one of the top picks in the draft, and the fact that it fell down to him so late is actually pretty clutch. So great solid pick on his part, and thanks guys for bearing with us real quick. For whatever reason, OBS has just been loving us today with an absolute passion, and it's looking like we are gonna be good to go in 1 second. As you see, there's some spoilers on the screen, so make sure you guys do not pay attention to that. So we're
don't look, whatever you do.
Don't look, whatever you do. Don't look. Oh man, we love situations like this because we are just getting down to the comedic portions of everything. So we're gonna go here, and that goes there, and then we should be all set to go. We're gonna go this to manual, and then we're gonna make this like this. Awesome sauce. So we're gonna put this on top so that way you can't see that. Excelente. And then we're gonna hit the pause button real quick. Give me 1 sec. All right, guys. So as you can see, this has been one hell of a hoot. We're gonna go manual.
OBS is top tier software.
OBS is top tier software, 100% of the time. All right, we're gonna fix this like this, and like that. Appreciate you guys for standing by me 1 second. Give me one moment. This is gonna be fixed in 1 second. Image slideshow. Right, and then left, and then pause. Apply. Cool. All right. So now we are good to go. Hopefully, let's try and fix this up one more time. We're gonna hit this, loop this back around. You can see me again, and we are golden. Boom. Here we go. We're here, guys. Appreciate you standing by for me. We basically, hopefully, won't have that issue again. Probably will, but we'll get to that when we get there. Here's the draft recap. So we kind of talked about it a little bit. Seismitoad is a big one. Gigantamax Alcremie is one that really stands out to me, but the Toxtricity is actually something that's interesting. I'm curious to see how he uses that so far. But let's go ahead and just hop on to round number 4, guys. With the first pick we have is the Northern Weasels is going to take Weezing, Galarian Weezing, the counterpart to the Cantonian Weezing. What do you think about this one?
Dude, it's a great mon, honestly. Having 3 solid abilities is pretty good for it, honestly. And then also, being able to defog as well as like it's kind of hard to switch into as well. So having that dual typing as well as like not bolt beam, but like the firebolt coverage, whatever you want to call it, is usually pretty hard to switch into. And then it's just fast enough to be able to taunt the bulky things on your opponent's team and set up T-spikes and whatnot. Great mon overall, and not a bad 4th round first pick.
Baby Tapu Lele is able to set up the Psychic Terrain, so that way he has that ability to be able to run some Psychic Sea shenanigans, maybe on his Zeraora to make it a little bit more bulky, but it's able to not let things get status. So the one thing that you're able to do to Corviknight to neuter it is to burn it, but although it is a flying type, that's actually not an example, but Zeraora, if it gets burnt, it's really, really bad for it. So being able to set up a Misty Terrain could be pretty solid for his team. So we have our last Gigantamax Pokemon that is for the tricking potential. We have Orbeetle. Orbeetle is going to be a pretty solid pickup for him. It's able to basically change the items like we were talking about before and be a pretty bulky option to sweep. I know that Joey PokeMD and the WBE put a lot of work in this thing, but doesn't have access to those attack boosting items like Life Orb. But being able to set up with Calm Mind and with Agility, things of that nature, and being able to sweep in that nature and still be able to set up Sticky Webs and not Gigantamax is a pretty good option for it. But what do you think about Orbeetle as a whole as a Gigantamax mon?
Orbeetle as a whole it's such a good mon, honestly. Like I think it's kind of slept on, and I think a lot of people really like it and some people don't like it at all. But just being bulky as hell is always good. Obviously being able to support the rest of the team. Como-O Rotom Cinderace with Sticky Webs, dude, are you kidding me? So it's pretty much always going to have that max guard, and then just being able to do things it does, click psychic move, click bug move. It's a good mon overall, and it's a good like you said with the tricking option. It definitely is going to make a name for itself as a Gmax mon, I believe, in this league.
And the one thing I just thought about it is it's a G-Max move does get access to gravity, so that way his hydro pumps from his Rotom Wash could be 100% accurate. That's something to think about too. So great pickup for the Vittoria Vitinis. We have Doublade and the Starmies picking up. What are you going to tell me about this, man? Baby Aegislash.
Dude, Baby Aegislash, like, the whole reason, this might, okay, look, it might be a little early for Doublade, and I get that. Dude, I get that, I promise. But if you look at the synergy between Kyurem and Doublade, they literally cover each other just about perfectly. So, Kyurem doesn't want to switch in on fighting attacks, rock attacks, fairy attacks. I'm sure there's more that I'm blinking on, but literally everything Kyurem doesn't want to deal with, Doublade deals with. So then you just got to worry about the fire types. And oh look, there's a Blastoise. So I think this all paired really well together. Like I said, it might be a tad bit early for Doublade, but I don't really care. I needed to have it. I wanted the thing. Can't have Aegislash, so this is the next best thing.
That's a great thing that you mentioned that, because there is a big aspect in Draft League, guys. You have to remember that even though sometimes things get taken a little bit early, there's needs that you have to fill. And sometimes if you have to jump on something right away to guarantee that you have it on your team, it's just you have to go for it. Because what if you wait one round and then Doublade's gone? Then what do? You do something else, but it's probably going to be the main fit that you wanted. So in order to not get sniped, it's better just to guarantee your pick. So solid pickup. I do see the synergy. Baby Aegislash. I like that. So we have the Helsinki Hydreigon's going to get Hatterene to pair with Gengar, Hydreigon, and Cobalion. I always have a tough time saying that name, but Hatterene's a pretty good Trick Room setter. It's basically not necessarily have to be tagged into that role every single week. It's still pretty bulky in regards to both specially defensive and physically defensive. It's a great fighting type soaker for his Hydreigon, even though he has a Gengar, but you don't necessarily always want to switch in a Gengar to a fighting type move, because it can most likely fighting type does have access to knockoff, so that could be pretty bad for Gengar. So also Cobalion is part fighting type, but it's a steel type as well. It doesn't want to switch into any fighting type attacks, so a couple different roles that Hatterene can fill. Does get access to Mystical Fire for those steel types, and again, like the original one trick pony that it may be, if you set up a Trick Room and sweep, it does have that potential, so that could be pretty good for it. So next mon that we see taken is going to be the New Jersey Brobat's going to be taking the very so bulky Ponyman, Mudsdale. What do you think about Mudsdale, man?
Dude, honestly, Mudsdale is the best horse, and there's no arguing that. I love me some Mudsdale. It is, in my opinion, the best ground type, which isn't true necessarily, but in my heart, that is definitely the best ground type. It is so incredibly bulky, especially with body press being a thing now, and it getting a stamina boost just for being touched, dude. Like, that is going to be ridiculous. Stealth Rocks, Close Combat, Heavy Slam, Rock Move, whatever you want to do. Mudsdale's there. It does not die when invested properly, and it's Rewt, so you know he's a good player. And it's just not going to die, dude. And I do have to say, sorry, I think is really what I was going for there.
That's really what you got to say. If you don't got a good specialty grass type or special water type, then this Mudsdale is going to be running havoc, because it's really hard to deal with. And next pick we have Aromatisse. Probably the most unattractive fairy type in the entire game, but still does good what it does. With that beak itself, it's got the great way to cap off its fantasy core with the Steel and Corviknight, the Dragon and Gudra, and then Aromatisse. This man just wants to not let anybody just get any HP on his Pokemon. He's drafting so fat. Eventually he's got to hit some kind of haymaker, but at the end, right now it's just... we're just tickling his team. He's just laughing at the fact that we're just trying our best to break through his squad. But I'm really scared to try to break through this thing. But Aromatisse is a great wish passer. It's really great that it can't be taunted because of its ability. It's a really great fairy type. It's a very good value for tier 3, I think, because of what he has already. And I do see the theme here. This man does not want to be... his goal probably this season is to not go more than half HP on any of his Pokemon. So we'll see. So Aromatisse is a good asset to his team. And then we have, oh boy, Joe's a goat, man. Joe knows what he's doing. Venusaur got some new toys. Tell him about Venusaur, man.
Dude, Venusaur is Cleanosaur is what they call it, actually, I think. It got access to Earth Power now, so losing the HP Hidden Power didn't really bug it too much, because you still got Weather Ball shenanigans in the sun. Dual Stab is always going to be hard to switch into. You can run like a physical set with Earthquake and whatnot if you want, and like I said, now it's got Earth Power. It's kind of sneaky fast too. Being playing since Gen 1, even like myself, I never remembered Venusaur as being a fast mon, but here we are, and here it is, Great mon overall. If he picks up some sun, it's going to be scary as hell.
Yeah, it's an interesting aspect to look at his team and then think that if you want to put Sun on there, it could fit because, like I said, he does have the Morning Sun, manual Sun option in Arcanine. But at the end of the day, being able to put that with Dracovish may not be the smartest thing in the world. But this thing is a really good, potent Sun Sweeper. It could be a Pokemon or it could be a sweeper, either or. But if we have our definitive Sun Sweeper this generation and Venusaur is here, this thing is a threat. Cleanosaur, I like that. That's funny. Then next one we see is the Milwaukee Melmetal's taking on Vaporeon. Vaporeon, the Acid Water Pokemon evolution. This thing is here to be fat. I'm sure it's here to be able to soak up fire type moves for Melmetal, to be that Scald switch in, because Melmetal is not going to want to get burnt. So this thing is going to be one way to be able to neuter it. The first thing I thought of is, in order to counteract Gigantamax Melmetal, is to burn it. But now we can't, because he's just going to switch into his Vaporeon here with Water Absorb and just soak that all up. So this is going to be a great solid pickup for him, a great Wish Passer, because what makes a good Wish Passer if it's got a good HP stat? And this thing is I think it's 130 base HP, which is so stupid. And being able to pass wishes off like that are so massive is just phenomenal. And it does have access to Toxic again now that it's post home. It didn't have it before, but now has it again. So this thing's gonna be really hard to deal with. It's a great addition to the second part of his elemental core with his Rillaboom and now Vaporeon. So solid pickup from the Melmetals. Good job, Alex. We have big boy himself, Guerrilla Tactics wannabe. We have Darmanitan coming back. Did not get Guerrilla Tactics, but tell me about Darmanitan and the fit on his team.
Oh man, we got the OG Darmanitan right now. Mm-hmm. So this one isn't banned, thankfully. So it's one of those mons that it's just you slap a choice scarf on it and you click the button until you run out of HP. Like Sheer Force Flare Blitz, Sheer Force Rock Slide, all those kind of things just hit so incredibly hard. Being able to pivot out is going to be ridiculous. If you don't need the speed, then heavy duty boots or a life orb is going to be just amazing for it. If you just don't bring your bulky water, Darmanitan is going to kill as many things as it has HP. Like it's just going to click the button until it dies. So it's definitely something you got to prep for. Definitely something you got to have like maybe Aqua Jet priority for or something like that. So I love Darmanitan. I think it's a great pick for him. And it seems to, it gives him some turn to go with his Volt with the Toxtricity, although that's Gmax Toxtricity. So who knows?
Hey, but he doesn't have the Gigantamax the first turn, and he wants to pivot around and get that Necrozma. Pretty solid pickup, but yeah, this thing just gonna smile on you and Flare Blitz. That's all it really does. We have myself picking up this Mon that for whatever reason is still there. I love Excadrill. It's one of my aces whenever it comes to draft. I love this Pokemon. It's such a great wall breaker. It gets access to Mold Breaker, and if I could pick up a sand option, then it becomes a great Sand Rush user and Sand Force, depending on if the opponent doesn't have something fast enough to really deal with it. So I've run a Choice Scarf Sand Force set before. That thing hits like an absolute truck if you have no switch-ins to any ground type coverage. So Excadrill is an awesome wall breaker. Like I said, it's great for setting hazards. It's great for removing hazards. It's an amazing buff this generation. Rapid Spin gives you a +1 speed boost. So sometimes what you see with Excadrill that they have Choice Scarfs in order to be able to outspeed things that they need to KO. Now you don't have to run a Choice Scarf, because if you have the opportunity to come in and threaten whatever's on the field, set up a Rapid Spin, even if there's no hazards on the field, get that +1 speed boost and then just wreck from there with the Swords Dance. Excadrill had no business being in round 4 whatsoever. I had no plan on getting it, and I told I was looking at odds. I was waiting for him to pick, and I was like, man, if you sleep on this thing, I'm gonna pick it. I wasn't gonna pick it at all, but then I saw it was there, and I just had to. Excadrill is just so good. Such a great wall breaker. I love this thing so much. So to round out the round, what are your thoughts so far? What's the biggest threat that you think that was taken in the 4th pick? We're still kind of constructing the overall skeleton of teams, but there's some that some coaches have hopped on to threats that may not necessarily make sense to their team, but it's something that they really wanted to use. So what stands out to you?
Just looking at these ground types that went, honestly, these things are looking awful scary. You got that's a damn good horse right there. So that's looking like a threat. And then, like you were just saying, Excadrill does not last till round 4. Like, I don't know what we all need to be in timeout or something for letting you have that in round 4. Like, I don't know what we were thinking, but we did not.
Yeah,
very good. Get that, and then the Venusaur pick, I like that. That's cool, and then the Darm pick also is pretty cool. But
yeah, to pair, I guess I got lucky on that one to be able to pair Excadrill with Togekiss to be able to cover most of his weaknesses, and now I got my Steel type from my fantasy core. Excadrill, that was my steal so far. I can't see anything else. I'm not trying to be biased, but damn, you can't let Excadrill fall fourth round. That's just insane to me. Anyway, we have the for the round 5, we're gonna wheel back to me, right? And then so now that I have my Excadrill, I'm thinking to myself, okay, so now that I have this, my game plan has completely shifted, because sometimes that happens in draft. You either go with 2 different routes when you draft. Round number 1, you have a plan. Yeah, you get more easily sniped because sometimes coaches take the pieces that you need, or you go to the other round, you kind of take what the draft gives you. And because Excadrill had fallen to me, I thought to myself, okay, I don't necessarily want to commit to full sand. I don't want to have a sand setter like Hippowdon to be able to come in and just keep sand on my field, because I do have Dragapult on there that's going to get chipped away at it because it doesn't have the greatest HP stat, and I want it to come in often and not get chipped away. So I thought to myself, what's the best pick that I could pair up with Excadrill? And that is Gigantamax Sandaconda. So this thing has a great ability in Sand Spit, so I don't necessarily have to set up sand if I don't want to, and to have double ground is essential in my opinion, because Volt Switch shenanigans is so tough to deal with if you don't have a ground type, and Excadrill doesn't necessarily fill that bulky ground type role. It wants to come in, bop stuff, and get out. It wants to poke holes. Sandaconda does the complete opposite. It's a ground type that's able to come in and soak up hits. It does get the shed skin ability, so it's able to absorb status. It gets that 30% chance to remove that status, like burn or toxic or anything like that. So this thing can be a great status absorber. Sand Spit, whether it gets hit and dies, it still sets up the sand for Excadrill, so that could be some kamikaze stuff that I want to run. But the Gigantamax form is pretty solid. It's kind of like Charizard in a way. It sets up Sand Tomb, so whenever you get hit by the ground type move, for 5 turns, you get hit by sand for residual damage, plus the sand that may have been set up. So it's like a Sand Tomb for 5 turns. So in that regard, it's able to wear down teams. It doesn't have to be very offensive. There's one set run by Chase, aka Seabad, that I really wanted to try, is that this thing gets low-key access to Hurricane. So when you set up a Hurricane, it gets a +1 speed boost, and with the 71 base speed stat, it's able to sweep teams. So I think that's going to be a pretty good pick for me. Awesome. I'm glad that it fell to me because it's a good value. It does give me an extra 20 points in free points, so great pick, and able to really complement Excadrill really well. We have Noivern for the Memphis Bewares coming up. Tell me the 411 on Noivern and its tiering at tier 3.
Oh man, tier 3 Noivern is pretty insane. That boy is all kinds of fast. Dropping Dracos, hitting Hurricanes is one of those mons that, like, if you hit, it's gonna be fantastic. You know, so having a pivot option is nice. Being able to, again, run them heavy duty boots, it's looking clean to be able to pivot around. Fast taunt mon, just all a great mon. I really do like Noivern. It kind of does need a boosting item sometimes, but if you do, you know, that Life Orb Draco and then whatever Hurricane, the fire coverage is also nice for those steel types. It's a great mon, you know, and for this gen with the speed tiers being a little wonky up for him.
Yeah, and shout out to Mid for actually giving the set out when we were doing for the pool 1. The Throat Spray set is actually something that's super viable. So it does get access to Boom Burst. Boom Burst is an incredibly hard-hitting normal type move, and when it gets that Throat Spray with a Boom Burst, it gets that +1 special attack boost. So that's this little extra power that it can get to be able to hit things really hard with air slashes or with Draco Meteors, things of that nature. But Throat Spray, it's a good option. Shout out to Mid for that one. I didn't think of that one. We have the Milwaukee Melmetals taking Gardevoir. Gardevoir, the counterpart to the second part of Rewt, to Gallade. This is a pretty good fairy type, psychic type option. I love the traceability. It's a really good option to be able to come in onto fighting type Pokemon or other Pokemon that have access to Intimidate and be able to bounce that right back to them and not get affected by it in general. It's really great. Or to just steal an ability. In general, Trace is a great Pokemon. And in regards to the fit on his team, I think it fits pretty well. The resistances line up awesome, but this is more of an offensive Pokemon in my opinion. You kind of want to be hitting things hard with Moonblast and with Psychics. But what do you think about Gardevoir with the fit that he has with Alex?
Gardevoir is always going to be a great mon. You know, it's just fast enough to be a great Scarfer, and then, like you said, with the traceability, just it basically makes whatever your opponent brings a little bit more scary for them. You know, so if they bring an Intimidator, all of a sudden now you have an Intimidator. You know,
Yep.
So I think it does fit pretty nicely with the Melmetal Terrakion being able to kind of hit some fairy moves for those guys, and I think it fits pretty well, honestly. And you can't really sleep on Gardevoir's Spadef either. The thing is sneaky bulky.
Yeah. It really, really is. Really is. Great Pokemon for his pickup, especially being able to pair it up with Terrakion. Not really wanting to take those fighting type attacks as well as Melmetal. Pretty solid because it does quad resist fighting.
Exactly.
We do have Jirachi coming with the Forest Green Rowlet. The mythical coming through from Pokemon Home. Jirachi, in my opinion, really hasn't been as good as we thought it could have been this generation. It does have really good options, though. You don't really know what Jirachi is going to run every single week. It could be a good bulky Stealth Rocker. It could be a Serene Grace like type Pokemon with Iron Head and Thunder Wave shenanigans, Heart Stamp, things of that nature. So that could be really annoying just to get Iron Head flinched to death. Does not feel good whatsoever. Passing off Wishes. This could be a really good mod for that regard. It could be a pivot for him, but it's a really good steel type. It's an interesting pair with what he has right now. But what do you think about Jirachi as a whole coming back from Pokemon Home?
Well, as a whole, it's disgusting because Iron Head, you can't just, that's just a thing that always is going to happen. I believe, I don't know this for a fact, but someone told me it did lose Heart Stamp, which is a little unfortunate, but I mean, I guess you still have Zen, but so all you got to do is hit, But yeah, it's a great mon. It does what it needs to do. You slap a Choice Scarf, and it's kind of like you're saying with your Togekiss. You put Choice Scarf, and you kind of just win the 60% of the time, And then being a kind of a bulky pivot to go along with the GMX All Creamy, the Dracovish, and whatnot. It's gonna do the thing it needs to do for him, and I like the pick.
Nice. Jirachi's going to be a solid one. We have Delmise with the Minnesota Lycanroc. It's going to be a bulky Ghost and Grass type to be able to pair with his very, very bulky team. This man is just not wanting to get any sweepers or wall breakers whatsoever, but Delmise has got a pretty good attack stat, I believe in 130 or so. It's going to be a great rapid spinner for him, and being able to have a triple stab, essentially, being able to get the Steelworker ability is what it's called, getting a stab boost to all of its steel type moves is going to be phenomenal for him. So it gets stab in steel, grass, and ghost, so that could be pretty threatening. Delmise, great Pokemon in regards to not having to have hazards because, like you see, maybe he's bulky, he's a little bit susceptible to poison, to toxic spikes or hazards in general. He said, nah, I'm going to bring in a rapid spinner, you ain't going to roll me down that way. So Delmise, great pick for the Minnesota Lycanroc. This continued journey to the fat route. So we have the New Jersey Brobats are going to take Big Boy Appleton, the counterpart to Applin and Flapple. What do you think about Appleton this gen?
Appleton is another one of those mons that despite it being times for a week to ice, it also gets the ripen, so you can run the double resist Yachi, gets thick fat, so it just does not die, dude. It's pretty freaking cute looking at it too. I would pet it if it was near me, for sure. But it hits pretty hard too as well, having options to set up with Curse as well, and then I forget what is it, Apple Acid, that I think it's what it's called, that
Apple
lowers
Acid.
their SPDEF as well. So it has options to do things and stuff, and I think it's a good pick for him overall.
Yeah, this thing is super fat, and then it gets access to Leech Seed and Synthesis. Recover. This thing is just not going to die. If you don't have anything that's going to bop it, it's just so incredibly hard to take down. It's an interesting typing. We haven't seen the Grass Dragon typing really since Mega Sceptile, and so this Pokemon is interesting when it came out, and it's ironically, those aren't his ears, those are his eyeballs, which I thought was pretty crazy, but yeah, still really adorable nonetheless. We have a Big Boy Mamoswine. Wow, this man's picking up the threats. So we have Mamoswine coming with the unresisted dual stab of ground and ice. It's really hard to switch into this thing. This is so incredibly offensive, but could be run as a Stealth Rocker because it does force switches, so it gets access to superpower for those steel types, and just here to basically take lives every time it gets a free switch in. Hydreigon doesn't really want to deal with other dragon types depending on its set. Although it could run a Choice Scarf set, that could be incredibly viable, but Mamoswine's going to come in and get rid of those bulky grass type Pokemon that Gengar may not necessarily want to run coverage for depending on the week, but Mamoswine, I think that for around where he got it is kind of one of those situations where it's hard to pass up because Mamoswine doesn't really last all that long. It's pretty much a pretty solid round 2 Pokemon in my opinion, so Mamoswine, solid pickup offensively for this incredible onslaught that he has. It's funny that now we're starting to see teams form and their ideas of what they have for the draft, whether they're going to be incredibly bulky, incredibly offensive, or if you're just going to be balanced. So you can see which way that Vepsis wants to go, that's for sure. We have the number 1 Pokemon in Minicus's book, drafted by your boy Shayquaza. Go ahead and talk to him about Salazzle, man.
It's that boy, dude. Salazzle is incredibly ridiculous. It was one of the few mons that didn't lose Toxic before home. Now, obviously, we have post-home, so it's fine. But Salazzle is just ridiculous, man. As far as fire types go, it has one of the best speed tiers. And like I've mentioned several times, speed tiers are a little wonky this gen. So having that, I believe it's 117, is really, really nice because my team was lacking a little bit of speed. I needed something to be able to break those opposing steel types so that I didn't have to deal with that with Earth Power and Aura Sphere with Kyurem and Blastoise and whatnot. But I really like it. The Subtoxic set is disgusting. I apologize to anyone I do that to already. And it has Nasty Claw as well.
He's being a nice guy
so it's
about it, guys.
It's not really hard to...
Yeah. Salazzle is an incredible fantasy core killer, getting access to stab Fire Blast, stab Flamethrower, stab Sludge Wave, stab Sludge Bomb, and then still getting access to Dragon Pulse, so that way any dragon types didn't switch in. So if you want to switch in your dragon type to maybe try and soak up a fire type hit, that ain't going to happen. So that's something that definitely think about. This thing, being able to spread toxics on your steel types is the most frustrating thing, because the one thing that you want to do with your steel type is to be able to be that switch into your poison types for your opponent has. Salazzle says, nah, not today. I'm still poison you and you're going to die slowly. So Salazzle, great Pokemon. Great pick. Solid. It really fits well on your team too. We got some bulk and now we got that speed. Solid pick.
Yeah, I think it rounded out together pretty nicely with this pick. I'm liking it so far.
The next mon that we have on the team is the Vittoria Vittini is taking the ever so moldy Ditto. Ditto is an interesting pick. Ditto, you kind of have to really know what you're doing with Ditto. It basically guarantees you won't get swept by any kind of, not guarantees you, but it helps you mitigate any kind of setup that your opponent may want to bring. Let's just say he's playing Vepsis, for example. Homeboy's got a bunch of setup, and he brings in Ditto, able to copy it and then reverse sweep. But Ditto has been a staple to Zombie, I think, since I've known him. He's always really liked drafting Ditto. So Ditto's a really good Pokemon in regards to being able to just be universal. Whatever you want to use on your opponent's team, you got it too. If you see a Melmetal you want to have, you got Melmetal too. So Ditto's an interesting pick, and it doesn't always have to run Choice Scarf. I've seen some Quick Claw shenanigans. That stuff can come out pretty solidly too. So Ditto's a solid pick. It's a good value at tier 3, in my opinion, because it fills like that one role. Let's just say that you're team building, you're like, I don't know what to fit on last. I'm gonna just slap Ditto on there and then it'll just work. So Ditto's a solid pick for the Vittinis so far. And we have the next mythical coming, Celebi. The last pick is gonna be in round 5. The U-turn fodder. Tell me about Celebi this gen.
That was exactly what I was about to say too. All you gotta do is keep this boy away from U-turns, and he should do just fine. It's really similar to Mew and Jirachi. I mean, obviously it's the same stats, but being that psychic type, being able to set up, and I believe it gets Nasty Plot and Swords Dance, so it's able to be offensively pretty good, and then also defensively, like you said, keep it away from U-turns and bug moves. And it can be pretty bulky as well. It's definitely something that, like, when you see it at matchup, it may not look super threatening, but then when it's in the game and it's just not dying, you're like,
yeah, like, what do I do? Like, why is this thing just thromping me? Yeah, it's true. It's like it's kind of like Jirachi, where you don't really know what set it's gonna run. It does have it's a lot more weaknesses than Jirachi does, but it runs kind of the same way in regards to its element of surprise. So great pickup. It's a good pickup pair with Seismitoad, so it can come in on those grass type attacks, even though he's got Galarian Weezing, but Celebi is a good option for him as well. So that's basically the end of round number 5, and here is our recap. I'm obviously going to be very biased and pick up Sandaconda because I have my Excadrill now, but what do you think about the round as a whole?
Yeah, once again, dude, we need to be in timeout again, because not only did we let you get Excadrill, but now you have potential Sand to set for that with the Sandspit Sandaconda. So that's on us. If you win this whole thing, I'm gonna, like, it's our fault, you know. Mamoswine lasting this round this long, as well as Jirachi lasting this long, is kind of insane as well. Yeah. And then I really do like the Ditto pick, because, you know, especially in a newer meta, Ditto is always so good. If you don't know what to pick, just take everything, you know. So you take Ditto, Choice Scarf, like you said.
Yeah, the Ditto pick, for one thing that we do have to keep you guys aware of, Ditto does not copy Gigantamax, so that's one thing that we do have to keep in mind of. Let's just say that our Gigantamax mon is out there, he sends out Ditto. He'll only copy the regular form of it, not the actual Gigantamax form, which is something to keep in mind. So that would be pretty cool, although it'd be overpowered. I think it'd be banned at that point if you could do that. But yeah, Ditto can only do the regular Pokemon, not the actual Gigantamax form. So still a solid pick, but Ditto's a good value for sure. So we're going to go and hop on to the wheel with the Northern Weasels, and we're going to hop on to round number 6, and we have Pangoro going. Pangoro is a solid wall breaker, an awesome dark and fighting type Pokemon. It does have that 4 times super effective 4 times weakness to Fairy. But at the end of the day, nothing a Roselia berry can't fix because it's still relatively bulky. And it gets the Iron Fist ability with its boosted Drain Punches and his boosted Elemental Punches. So this thing can be pretty solid in regards to not having to worry about any bulky Psychic types. It fills that role really, really well. It doesn't necessarily have to come every single week, but whenever it does have to, it's a threat and you do have to prep for it. But what do you think about the Dark Fighting typing?
I love the dark fighting typing, honestly. It's when I first saw Pangoro for the first time, I was like, that's cool as hell. I want to use that. I wish it was a little bit faster, but the slow parting shot is always going to be nice. Like what you were saying with the fairy type weakness isn't great, but then also it's so strong that with the Iron Fist boosted bullet punch, if your fairy comes in and it's chipped down, it doesn't care about it anyways, you know? So it can do the things it needs to do, and it can also allow other mons on his team, such as like, you know, Celebi, Corviknight, Zeraora set up just because it'll get the slow parting shot, eat the hit for you, and then now you can't break Corviknight. So fun stuff.
Yep, parting shot's a new toy, so new toy syndrome, really solid pickup for my man there. We have Whimsicott coming. This is a pretty late pick for Whimsicott, pretty solid pick. It's a very mixed emotions about Whimsicott in the singles format. It's obviously top tier, S tier in draft, not in draft for doubles, but in draft league it's a little bit less, but I'm sure Wolf would argue that. It does have other options in Tailwind. It could have those Prankster ability, allows it to get those taunts off safely. You could Encore, so basically it stops setup. So if you're trying to set up a Dragon Dance and you're able to switch in accordingly at the right time, you can set up an Encore and then you can basically mitigate that setup. So in that regard, it could be pretty solid. It's very fast at base 116 base speed, I believe is what it is, and it can hit pretty hard. With its Stab, Grass, and Fairy type coverage, it does get access to Moonblast. So Whimsicott could be pretty solid as a kamikaze way to set up Tailwind. So the one thing that I'm looking at is team, if Komodo can come in with a Tailwind and then get Mementoed out, Komodo can get that pretty safe belly drum depending on what's out there, and just go from there. So pretty solid pickup from a man, and Whimsicott can be pretty threatening with whatever he has on his team. So moving forward, we have I'm just gonna let you start right here.
Oh man, see, I'm glad that you introduced it like that because this is the mon I've been trying to draft since this gen came out. I am so excited to get more Pico, dude. He's like, he's the most adorable Pokemon that's ever been a thing. Look at that picture, dude. You want him on your team. So he's one of the very few electric types that don't really mind not having the hidden power anymore. Because first of all, he's a physical attacker, and then you know, that Aura Wheel being able to be a dark type every other turn is nice. Gets Seed Bomb and Ice Fang as well, so it doesn't really care about your ground types. And like it's kind of become a meme how much I love Marnie. So the fact that this is her signature Pokemon, I needed to have it on the team, and I'm just so glad I got it. Honestly, it was one of the best tier 4s, I think, and I just can't wait to click the buttons, dude.
Yeah, it's surprisingly fast. I think it's like a base 97 speed tier.
I believe
right?
so, yes.
And this gen is so fast actually because everything is relatively slow. Yeah, Pokemon Home kind of leveled that out a little bit, but still, it's still pretty quick. Parting Shot, if it's Parting Shot, that's pretty good. So this can be a pretty good sleeper for you. You know, just passing out the nut, going from there.
Right.
Morpeko, great pick for the Dallas Starmie. So we have the third Rotom form coming off the board. We have Rotom Mow. This Pokemon is actually really, really good because it does have the dual typing of grass and electric, so it doesn't get completely walled out by ground types. So it can Volt Switch around, and if it doesn't have a choice item, it can switch up to Leaf Storm, which is incredibly threatening for your ground type. It's probably going to one-shot it depending on the bulk investment, but this thing is probably going to be on his team for some bulky pivot and to be able to get rid of hazards. And I do see that somewhat he has an issue with the ground types in general, aside from Mamoswine. Some ground types do threaten Mamoswine, but Rotom Mow can come in here with a choice scarf and basically mitigate that. So it's probably the second best in my opinion this generation in regards to the Rotom forms. Number one being the Rotom Heat. So pretty solid pick. All Teeth himself is now on the team. So great pickup for the Helsinki Hydreigans. The next mon that we have is the New Jersey Brobats picking up the most offensive starter, the water starter, the Skinny Man 007 Inteleon. Tell me about the hidden ability available Inteleon.
Oh, I honestly didn't know that its hidden ability was available. That's awesome because Snipe Shot having that that extra chance for the crit is nice, and then having Sniper as well. So I mean, it all word wise that works out. But Inteleon's cool, man. Having that 120 base speed, I keep bringing it up, but the speed tiers are iffy this gen. So 120 base speed is ridiculous in itself. Having the ability to pivot out with U-turn is also really cool. And then just Ice Beam. Water move, air slash. It's not really walled by grass type, so you can't really switch it in on that. And then I had the DMAX version of this in PCL, RIPCL, and running Mud Shot to deal with the electric types was really cool with that too.
Yeah, it gets surprising coverage. It doesn't look like that much on paper, but if you really dissect into it, then it's really, really good. And if you look at his team, he didn't have anything faster than base 100. The fastest mon that he had was Rotom Heat. So being able to patch that up with Inteleon and also getting access to U-turn is pretty solid because you can come in, threaten something out, U-turn out, and then bring in your Melmetal, for example. That's pretty solid. And then you can actually threaten those bulky fire types or the fire types that can handle one Earthquake from Melmetal. So solid pickup by Rewt. The man is a solid player. He knows what he's doing. So next mon we have Tyranitar. This is another one of those mons that I don't understand why falls to round number 6. Although even it's the new toy syndrome. You get that. It's a new generation. You want to try new stuff at the end of the day. But every generation that Tyranitar is in, it's always so good. What do you think about Tyranitar?
Man, Tyranitar is one of those mons, like you were kind of just saying, that it's always going to do Tyranitar things. Setting the sand for him is going to be good. Getting that Spadef boost is cool. Chipping, whittling stuff down for Corviknight and all that good stuff. Luckily, he can't take the Excadrill that you already took because that would be insanely scary. But it's just so hard to kill, man. You run the right resist berry, it's going to live every single hit, especially specially. And Stealth Rocks plus absolutely insane coverage is going to be pretty cool. And I like how he's kind of stacking the pseudos with Goodra and Tyranitar here.
Yeah, he now he's gone and he's like, okay, bro, I'm so fat you can't deal with my team. How do I chip you down more? Let's throw up sand out there. I can handle the chip, you can't. It's just this team is so stupid. I don't even know how. I need to get like an extra wall break in order to deal with this guy.
Right, choice band everything.
Choice band everything in order to really hang. The Forest Green Rallet's going to take out the first, I think the first Hitmon so far taken off the board is Hitmontop. Solid Pokemon. It's really bulky with Intimidate and gives access to Technician. So that way, though, you get those boosted Rapid Spins. So you get by plus 50%, I believe it is, and Technician, and being able to get that +1 speed boost, so that way it can be a little bit more of an offensive presence with close combat. So that's something that he could run with some heat. Gets access to Earthquake, close combat, like I said, Mach Punch also to be boosted by Technician, as well as Bullet Punch for some fairies. So this can be a pretty good Pokemon for him to be able to switch in and get rid of hazards and threaten the rest of the mons that don't really want to come in with really, because the one thing that I see here is that he doesn't really handle fairies very well. Arcanine does a pretty good job of it, but Dracovish doesn't want to have to come in on some really bulky fairies if it can take a Fishious Rend, which isn't really all that prevalent, but at the end of the day, hazards are a thing. So Hitmontop is a solid mon to get rid of those. It fills a role that he needs for sure, and it's a good pickup for tier 4.
100%.
We have the round 3 recap. The first thing that stands out to me is I do watch your videos almost every single one. I do see Sylveon a lot, so good pickup on your part to be able to find something that's similar, that's familiar to you. But what do you think stands out the most besides that Sylveon of yours?
Well, is this not the last round's recap? Because this is the one where it was
you're right. That's his
more Pico and whatnot. Granted, I'm glad Sylveon gets another thing on the screen because I do love that boy. But yeah, as far as this round goes, the Inteleon I think was a cool pick. Obviously, we give a shout out to Marnie Mouse right there as well, and then the Pangoro pick also was really cool.
Mm-hmm. The picks so far that they have we're for sure starting to see the trend of them of coaches actually starting to fill those holes. So this is where, if you see something that may be prevalent to where like, okay, maybe I can bring the steel type because you can't handle it very well. So now they're starting to fill those gaps, which is something that everyone's starting to slowly catch up on. So you'll start to see that be a trend with all these coaches. So now that we understand how to fix OBS, we're going to do it real quick. So we're going to go like this, and then we're going to loop back around. start from the top, and here it is. Cool. There we go. This looks much better.
Go.
And then, so now, let's go ahead and hop on to the next round, guys. Actually, no, this is not it. 1 second. JK.
Can we get some Fs in the chat for OBS?
Big Fs in the chat, guys. Big Fs in the chat. So we have Melmetals, and here we go. Here we go. Now we got it. Spoilers. Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert. Here we go. We got it. Next pick in the round, we have the Milwaukee Melmetals taking Haxorus. Haxorus is a really, really, really threatening dragon type Pokemon. This thing with Choice Banded, new toy, first impressions, oof. Sometimes if you just can't handle it, or if you don't have a really good bug resist, this thing has such an overwhelming attack stat with the choice band, it just picks stuff off. For those who know OG Albina, who is now in Maine, he actually had this thing in the GDL, and it just came with choice band every single week and just picked stuff off with first impression. So that's a new toy syndrome that it has that's able to use every single week. And speaking of new toys, it has access to close combat, which is incredible for a wall breaker, being able to deal with those bulky steel types. It also gets access to Dragon Dance, so really, really good sweeper options. It gets those physical options in Dragon Claw and Outrage as well. It can run Poison Jab for those fairies. It's just an overall really, really solid wall breaker, and it's able to switch in with all those resistances being pure Dragon typing. Haxorus is going to be phenomenal for the Melmetals. Great, great wall breaker. So for the next pick, we have Decidueye. We have the starter for Gen 7. What do you think about Decidueye as a ghost type?
Man, honestly, Decidueye is pretty damn good in my opinion. Its typing is pretty unique. I believe there's not, I think Trevenant is the only other one maybe, but being able to pivot around with U-turn, Spirit Shackle, being able to kind of take a double switch out of the equation is always nice, and that's not really like something that happens super often, but when you have the ability to click that button, and then that's one less thing you have to worry about, especially with this timer and whatnot, you know, anything like that to kind of prevent you from having to think anymore is always going to be nice. And then it's another pivot for him, really. So between this and Darmanitan, he's going to be able to bring in his threats, and it's not going to be a lot of fun to deal with, I don't think. Great mon.
Yeah, for sure. Decidueye is really unique in regards to its trapping move. It gets that Spirit Shackle ability, not ability, but move. So depending on what Pokemon is out on the field, not being able to switch out kind of sucks. So in a way, you have to run a Shed Shell if it's a Pokemon that doesn't have the advantage whatsoever. And we just lost the slideshow. Give me 1 second, guys.
More Fs in the chat.
More Fs in the chat. More Fs in the chat. Give me 1 second, y'all. So we have here.
OG Albina says Haxorus GOAT, and he is correct, dude. That's the last thing that Mon needed to was a priority move, as if it wasn't strong enough already. Like, good God.
Yeah, Haxorus is a crazy threat. OG Albina is probably going to be the #1 advocate for Haxorus because that thing is just so incredibly threatening. And if you watch his GDL run, that thing is always going to be it's basically he comes in, clicks his move, gets a kill, and then gets out. So in that regard, it's just it's so good. So
straight up, man. You slap a boosting item on there, you can click first impression, and then not having to. I remember last gen, you had to kind of rely on superpower or earthquake to break certain mons. So having close combat and not having to lower your attack and be forced to switch out the next turn is going to be super cool. And then, you know, if people expect a first impression and they go out into something that isn't, you know, weak to it, then that's all. That's one prediction away from getting a DD up and winning. I think the whole game is how it goes like that. Yeah,
exactly. So it's hard to predict, really. It's just you're going to be choice banded, or going to be am I going to think of choice banded, or do I have to play for the setup? It's so many mind games with Haxorus. But next up we have Rapidash. Rapidash, the Cantonian Rapidash, with the smoke on his back, looking mighty fine. El Guapo himself. This is a great Pokemon in regards to his speed tier. When I saw it available, and I was looking at what was available for me to be able to form fit things, because mind you, I had no idea Excadrill and Sandaconda were going to be able to fall to me, so I kind of had to tailor-made some stuff and future plan and hope that I don't get sniped. So in regards to a fire type, Rapidash is going to fit point-wise and be able to fit with the team pretty well. It does have access to Flash Fire, so it's a great fire type switch into Excadrill if it doesn't want to take those, so I don't have to make Dragapult come in every single time. it's going to be a great Pokemon in regards to its speed tier, a base 105 base speed, and it hits really, really hard with its coverage. It gets access to Flare Blitz, Wild Charge, Play Rough, high horsepower, so it can be a great late game sweeper or cleaner, and maybe even a wall breaker if I decide to put a choice band on it. And it's got some great utility in Morning Sun, and with heavy duty boots, not having to worry about that 25% from Stealth Rock, solid pickup in regards to speed. So I couldn't pass it up as a fire type, and for what it was worth to be able to move forward as my draft progresses. So rounding out the round 6 here, more Pico. Interesting pick. I really like the way you're gonna. I'm really excited to see how you use it in draft format. I haven't really gotten the chance to really scout more Pico out, so I'm very excited for that one. But the Haxorus is the number one thing that really just sticks out like a sore thumb to me. But what do you think so far about the round?
Great round overall, and my friends would not let me live this down if I didn't give you a for your Rapidash pick, because just a damn good horse, you know. Haxorus, ridiculous. I think Joe is really going to appreciate that the Hitmontop kind of support he gets on his team. The Royal Mo is nice, and then more Pico is kind of the GOAT, and that Aura Wheel boosting the speed, as well as I forgot to mention as well, getting Rapid Spin too. So we're just over here stacking hazard removal. Another good round though, I think. A lot of mons are really, like you said, starting to come together.
Yeah, Tyranitar is another one that sticks out too. Getting Tyranitar pretty late, even though it doesn't really have all that new toy syndrome besides Hydro Pump. Tyranitar is always going to be good whatever generation it's in, so it's a solid pickup for this late in the draft. So we're going to wheel back around, and I'm going to come back, and I'm going to think, what do I need now? I actually consulted with my good buddy OG Albina, and I thought to myself, okay, I'm really, really weak to water. So I have to get a water absorb mon. So I took Lapras. For the tier 5, for you guys know, tier 5 was garbage. Just from what we had access to in tier 5, there was just nothing really that like stood out. Maybe besides a couple Pokemon, like Skuntank was the first one that came to mind when I saw the list that we had for tier 5. Mm-hmm. But Lapras was a good Pokemon for me to be able to switch in a water type Pokemon. I don't really want to have to deal with Dracovish and his Vicious Rin shenanigans. Not today. It's got a great HP stat. It has great coverage, and Thunderbolt gets access to Drill Run and Life Dew. Not Life Dew, but I forgot what it was called. There's one of the recovery moves that he has. It's only 25%, but it's still pretty solid and stacked up with leftovers. It can stick around for quite some time. Another thing that I've done in the past with Lapras is run some Perish Song Whirlpool shenanigans, so maybe you'll see that a couple times this season. So if you guys get a chance to get caught on my Whirlpool and I Perish Song you and sing you to sleep, then we'll do that. So Lapras is a pretty solid water type for the tier that it was put in. So love to have this thing. Next mon that we have is another water type trend. We have Gastrodon. He has access to both, no difference. It's just the green one's better than the pink in my opinion. But what do you think about Gastrodon as a water ground type?
Well, them's fighting words, because I think the pink one's definitely better. But I mean, we can, it's personal preference. But yeah, man, it's kind of like both of y'all tag teamed and we're like, we don't want to lose to Dracovish. Let's pick up some water absorbers or storm drain mons or whatever. So it does fit his team pretty nicely, having a nice defensive mon in there, because he's been kind of just stacking up those offensive mons, and having the nice defensive pivot or whatever you want to call it with Gastrodon is going to be nice. Scald Spam is always nice. It doesn't get Stealth Rock, but it gets Recover. So, it was like, I remember you said in the last stream too, it's like, what ice cream flavor do you want? Do you want rocks or do you want recovery? Pink or green?
Exactly. It's really what fits your team better, and that's what, because Gastrodon and Seismitoad are pretty hand in hand in regards to what they do. Just that one aspect of recovery or rocks. What do you want? Hazards? Do you want recovery? Recovery sometimes usually is a little bit better because you can get rocks and something else, but Gastrodon is pretty good at what it does, just spamming Scalds. Muddy Water is allowed. They can run Muddy Water, so that's something to think about. So being able to drop to be able to drop what do they call it? Not evasiveness, but I think it's evasiveness. So
accuracy.
Accuracy, there it is. And so that way, that could be something to be looking out for. But Gastrodon, great water ground type Pokemon. Speaking of tier 5 value, we have Skuntank. Skuntank lost Pursuit, as all Pokemon did, but nonetheless, it's still a really, really great value for tier number 5. It's a poison and a dark type, so it only has one weakness in ground, and it has access to, and what puts it over the top for me is that it's a dark type and a poison type that gets access to Flamethrower and Fire Blast, so it doesn't necessarily get completely walled by steel types. That way, if it wants to spam, it's Sludge Bombs, and a steel type wants to come in, and you can switch it up to Fire Blast or to Flamethrower, and then kind of mitigate it in that way, depending on what Pokemon switches in. But this thing is a really great defogger, has access to defog again. Aftermath is something to not scoff at. It sometimes can win you the game. Let's just say there's a scenario where you have Skuntank and another Pokemon, and you've gotten your opponent down to only one Mon, and then you knock out Skuntank, and Aftermath kills you. So that's something to think about. Skuntank was a really great value at tier number 5, and Pepe Le Pew is gonna put in some work for the medals for sure. The next mon that we have is the Forest Green Rowlet taking Runerigus, and the most interesting aesthetically built Pokemon in Gen 8. What do you think about Runerigus?
It kind of looks like it always reminds me of like if a kid got a hold of some Scrabble tiles and then like drew a dragon on the back of them or something. But it is a pretty good mon. It hits surprisingly hard, and being a ground type, being that electric immunity is going to be really nice for this generation as well. It gives him a stealth rocker. So other than Jirachi, because ain't nobody trying to lock Jirachi in as a stealth rock roll every week, so that's going to help him out a lot. And then being able to spin block also for so set up the rocks and then spin block for yourself as well is going to be really nice. So I like the pick for him a lot, and I like the mon too. It gets a lot of hate for some reason. I've seen some people not really care for it too much, but I like it.
Very bulky on the defensive side, and if you read that Pokedex entry, it'll make you shudder. But you notice that he's wanted to get Rapid Spin with a spin blocker, so he doesn't want to be running any defog shenanigans. He wants hazards up in general. He just wants to take him off of his side. So solid pickup and good synergy with his team so far. So solid job by LanturnJoe. We have the next mon, Excelgor, the fastest mon aside from Electro that is not in the game. Really good pickup. So now my man is finally going to let up on the Gordo in his team, and he's going to bring on some speed. And I've seen some, who is it that I saw recently? I believe it was it was our founding father, the coach of the Milwaukee Sawsbucks. I can't remember the name off the top of my head. Steve ran a throat spray Excelgor, and I lost my mind. I had not even thought about that. I forgot that Bug Buzz was a sound move. But Bug Buzz with Throat Spray, and then with the coverage that this thing gets, it doesn't necessarily have to be that lead with Spikes and die, or Final Gambit and die. It can come in and be a very viable sweeper and wall breaker depending on how fat your team really is. So Throat Spray, now that the addition of that thing, is going to make this Pokemon really, really threatening, because there's nothing that's going to outspeed it aside from Choice Scarf. I have a Dragapult, but I have to go Choice Scarf if I want to outspeed this thing. So it's going to force some prep, which is really great pickup for him. Very solid, because if you're going to chip things down with this fat team, now this thing comes in and just cleans things up. Oof. Watch out, it gets U-turn too, so oy vey with Excelgor. Great pickup. And the shiny, top tier.
Hope shiny, for sure.
And then we have the New Jersey Brobots taking, confirmed via the anime, it is pronounced Silvally, for those who don't know. What do you think about Silvally with this multi-type ability to run on his team?
Oh man, well, that's the first I'm hearing of it, and I refuse to pronounce it like that. So Silvally got a buff this gen, which I wasn't aware of, with multi-attack being boosted, I believe, to 110 or 120, which is 120. Kind of insane, because it was already a great mon, being every type. It's kind of like another, it's not Ditto, but it kind of does a similar thing prep-wise, where it's like, what's it going to be? You don't really know, so you kind of just have to prep for it speed tier-wise and just hope for the best, really. Now that it got Flame Charge back again as well, it can do some sweepy shenanigans with SD and whatnot, and just coverage moves out the ass, dude. It's insane. So it can do just about whatever you need it to, and then it's bulky enough to be able to kind of get a slow parting shot around, and then let something else on a team set up, like the Rotom Heat, like the Appleton.
Yeah, this thing is going to be that one-size-fit-all mon that you can just slap on a team, and then just, this is what you're going to do this week, but you don't know what it's going to be. So, solid pickup. Root's looking scary. I don't want to play Root. Oy vey. So the next, we have made famous by Kyle A himself, Sir Donovan is going to be picked up by Vepsis and the Helsinki Hydreigans. I actually really like Quillfish. Quillfish is a solid water and poison type Pokemon. The abilities that it gets, if you really think about it, if someone decides to draft Rain, you can get a Rain Sweeper that's really low key. You get an Intimidate user, and what's incredibly viable in Draft League. Now, don't misinterpret this. A grounded poison type is what you use when a poison type is actually touching the floor, not a ground typing and a poison typing. A grounded poison type, which means that you touch the floor, you're able to absorb T-spikes, is super good, and this thing sets up T-spikes. So it's a great Pokemon in that regard. Great support options with Intimidate, like I said, but this thing can be really, really good in regards to its physical move pool. It gets poison jab, and it gets I think it's liquidation now too, which is really good. So low key, Quillfish, good tier 4 Pokemon. What do you think about the Pufferfish?
It really is a great tier 4. Getting one of my favorite things to do with a Pokemon like this as well is having that hazard stack, and then it's just so much fun to be able to use, especially when he's got so many offensive threats that appreciate, Pokemon being poisoned. They're taking, a 12 to 25% chip from entry hazards and whatnot. It's going to be insane for his team. And then, like you said, there's always that Swift Swim option in the back. So if if you did need to lower attack for anything, you just run Swift Swim, especially if your opponent has Rain. And all of a sudden, dude, this boy's looking like a threat. And it's one of those mons that's just fast enough to be able to get a taunt off on your opponent's, bulky stuff that you don't really want recovering or setting up or whatnot as well. Great mon.
Yeah, great value for tier 4 for sure. And then the next one we have coming up, the Dallas Starmie pickup, Claydol. Tier 5. Talk to me.
Oof. This was, like you were saying with Skuntank, this was one of like maybe 3 Pokemon in tier 5 that I didn't absolutely hate. So I was like, I'm going to go ahead and pick this up. And I'll kind of stick with the theme of just unnecessarily stacking rapid spinners for some reason. I don't know. It just kind of ended up being funny. And then it's a pretty cool mon now because it gets insane coverage being a psychic type, and then also it gets nasty plot now. So it's not quite dual dance, but if you want to get a rapid spin off, boost your speed, you can nasty plot up and get the boost. Then it can kind of be offensive as well. Granted, I think it has like 75 special attack and attack, but it's just enough, dude, with a nasty plot and maybe a weakness policy. If I'm feeling frisky, then I think it can do what it needs to do.
Yeah, it's got some solid defenses, so that's very viable. And then rapid spin +1 speed boost. There's a like low key sweeper. So Claydol, it's gonna be that undercover kill leader for the Dallas Army. All right, so the next pick that we have is Gengar. Wow, this is another one of those picks that you're like, wow, I don't know how in the past generations this thing lasts this much, but this is round 7 Gengar. Mind you guys, each tier needs to be filled. He filled his tier 1 with Komodo. This is a tier 1, so it goes into his free slot. So he has to spend 180, I believe, is the value that 200, I believe, is the value that we had for tier 1s. So he took a big hit on his free points, but being able to get a Ghost type that's incredibly scary this generation. Ghost types just run rampant with no pursuits around. This thing can come in, Shadow Ball something, get out, and then go from there. Gengar, incredibly threatening Pokemon. This thing can be a great choice scarfer and does not have anything outspeed it. It's got the Destiny Bond option in case it's not strong enough to really take on a wall that it doesn't have access to knocking out that turn. They can just set up a Destiny Bond and then die and then take down that threat. So Gengar could be pretty threatening for this team. Ditto is an option to really reverse sweep, but Gengar is now able to take control of that role. So solid pickup by Zombie. This is one of those Pokemon that just falls through, but because of the new toys. So solid pickup. Very good sleeper pick. We have Melody herself. We have Primarina with the last pick of round number 7 going to the Northern Weasels. This thing got a couple new toys. Tell them about Primarina.
Oh man, Primarina it's always going to be such a good mon, dude. You can just slap choice specs on it and pretty much claim a kill. It gets really good coverage too, just from being, like a fairy type, getting that energy ball, stuff like that. And it's just honestly, I think it's kind of slept on. It is such a good mon, and it's really hard to switch into. So with the right item, it's always going to be a threat. And then getting stuff like Encore and some other, I've never used it. I don't know its entire move pool, but I do know it does get some sneaky stuff that you can use to kind of give yourself an opportunity to set up with a different mon or whatever.
The two new toys that it got this generation are massive. So what it got is Calm Mind. So now it has access to Calm Mind, and then it got access to Draining Kiss. So It could be that bulky Calm Mind variant and then just not die with leftovers and Draining Kiss. So it could be super bulky because it does have a really good HP stat and it's a really good def stat. So this mon could be a wall breaker, like Shay said, and then it could also be that mon that just sits in front of you and just does not die. So great Pokemon in general. Great typing, Water and Fairy. Oof, really good. So we have the recap for this round for round number 7. I don't want to say that I'm biased, but I think that the tier 5 Lapras is pretty solid in my opinion. But Quillfish I think is my favorite pick so far of this round. You're gonna start to notice that whenever you go into a draft in regards to participating in one, when one coach starts to take something and then another coach takes something, like in this case is a tier 5, it kind of lights a light bulb in the other coach's head, like, okay, maybe I should probably take a tier 5 before they're all gone. So a lot of us did that this round. A lot of tier 5s in Lapras and Skuntank, and Quillfish is a tier 4, but Claydol with Shay. But what do you think about the overall look of round 7 so far?
Yeah, you're definitely right. I know you took Lapras and then Skuntank went, and I was like, well, Skuntank was one of the only 3 tier 5s that I didn't hate, so I was like, I need to go ahead and get this now, because it really does work like that. They start going, everybody's like, well, hold on, I need to get mine too, you know? So everyone you kind of ditch your plan and you start sniping. You don't really care. But another good round, like you were saying with the Acelgor with Steve, that game was amazing. I laughed super hard seeing that actually do some work. It's cool when you see, you know, kind of a low tier mon just decimate somebody like that. So Volley as well. I can't believe it lasted this
yes
long.
Yeah, so Valley is a great pick at this late. Gengar as well, great wall breaker to get in round 7. Are you kidding me? Usually this thing goes first round, but
right,
now then
for
new
sure.
generation. But Zombie for sure lucked out. Took a big hit on his free points, but same as me with Excadrill, sometimes you just cannot like pass up stuff that's in front of you. So we're gonna hop
definitely
into,
worth the puntos.
Yeah, for sure. If it fits and it's overwhelming enough, you're like, F it. Let's just do it. We'll figure it out later. So we're going to hop into round number 8 here, and we're going to hop back onto the wheel, and the Northern Weasels are going to take probably one of the most threatening Gen 8 Pokemon that we've seen in quite some time, if you can use it right, Obstagoon. You go ahead and take Obstagoon here, man. This thing is just nasty.
Man, honestly, with a guts boost and facade, this thing is insanely hard to switch into. Being a good status absorber, getting parting shot, and then one thing I remember I played against this, and then when I was running calcs, I didn't realize just how insanely bulky this thing is. Like, it's kind of ridiculous. It does not die to something that isn't a fighting type attack, you know? So it's just fast enough to be able to wall break or clean if you need it to, and also with the obstruct, being able to guarantee if you run Flame Orb or whatever, then you're looking good, man. And like I said, just bulky enough to be able to parting shot out. And then it's another mon. So he's got this and Pangoro, you know, so he can just parting shot literally all over everyone's team. It's going to be gross, and I hate it.
The one thing that I do notice that I'm looking over the teams, because a lot of the times, well, for me personally, I actually didn't really scout out. I'm one of the people that actually gets very analytical about the opponent that I face that week, but I don't really look out into other teams to future scout, because sometimes people make drops and stuff. But I noticed here that he has Wheezing and he has Obstagoon, which is setting up Misty Terrain sometimes and does not allow him to get that Flame Orb boost, so basically limits him in that way. But I'm sure that he can still use Obstagoon very creatively, because I've seen some creative sets with like the most creative set that I got from a buddy of mine is that there's the option to run Defiant. And if you run Defiant with like sticky webs or something like that, or if someone tries to intimidate you, and then you get the white herb, so that way you get your attack back. So something like that. But having to get creative, I think he has to do in order to do the mitigation of not having to run Misty Terrain Wheezing some weeks. So we'll see what he does. It'll be very interesting moving forward. And we have the Vittoria Vittinis picking up Unfezant, John Jr.'s favorite Pokemon of the GDL. So this Pokemon is very interesting. It does have some pretty useful tools to really be successful. It's one of those early bird Pokemon, you know, it's the normal flying type of its generation. I think this is Gen 5 or Gen 6, Gen 5. And I mean, I'm not really that too familiar with Unfezant. I've never really been a big fan of it, but I know they can hit Brave Birds really hard. It's a normal type, so it's able to soak up those ghost type attacks. Tailwind is something that he could run on this team, but I do see Gengar there. Maybe this is going to be his switch in for be able to deal with some other psychic type. It's other ghost type. So Unfezant's going to be an interesting pick, an interesting wild card. Maybe it's just filling a role that we don't know just yet. So I'll be excited to see what he does with it this season. And Rabombi, Miss Sticky Webs, tell me about her.
Oof. So Rabombi here is another one of those mons that I think the speed tier was kind of necessary on my team. I really did like having the Sticky Webs option as well. It really helps out kind of some of the slower stuff on my team. Cough, Kirim, cough, you know. And then it's just it lost HP, you know, hidden powers and whatnot, but it still hits hard enough with dual stab, plus just the occasional coverage move it may get with psychic or energy ball or whatnot. I think it gets energy ball, I don't know, but it's a great mon. I really like it, and it's another one of those mons that really appreciates the heavy duty boots. So being able to just kind of pivot around, set up sticky webs, potentially quiver dance if it has a good if I can force a switch or something, I think it kind of fits the team really nicely. And I am stacking fairy types, but if you had to stack a type, fairy isn't a bad one to stack, you know.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily have to fall into that sticky web role. It can be very offensive.
No, we'll call it the
like with that
sticky roll.
Sticky roll. Yeah, perfect. But it can run Quiver Dance and it can be really threatening, like you said. So having to come into a +1 or +2 boosted Moonblast from this little pixie here is not going to tickle. It's going to hurt a lot. So great pickup. Great pickup. We have Snorlax. Very interesting that it fell this far. Typically, Snorlax got a lot of really cool tools this generation. Darkest Lariat is one move. I think it gets Heat Crash now. Really solid coverage as a offensive Pokemon, and it's really fat. The one nerf that it did get is that the 50% berries did go from 50% to 33. So in that regard, Gluttony isn't all that crazy now, but it does get 33% from a citrus berry like berry. So we'll see, that can still be very viable. But the belly drum shenanigans is still very hype for it, but maybe it's going to be there to pair well with Gengar. But Snorlax, very good Pokemon. Don't sleep on Choice Band and Snorlax too. This thing hits like an absolute truck. So, and it doesn't feel good to get swept by a cursed Snorlax that you just have nothing to deal with. So make sure you bring Taunt, because now this thing's going to roll over you and take a nap. So, solid pickup by the Helsinki Hydreigans. Moving forward, we have the New Jersey Brobats picking up Garbodor. Interesting pick. Garbodor in tier 4. What do you think about Garbodor?
Garbodor for tier 4 is pretty damn good, honestly. Having a grounded poison type is always nice, and then having that option for T-Spikes as well. And I know y'all did mention it in the previous stream, but it gets some pretty good coverage as well. So if it does get its weak armor boost, it usually has the coverage moves to hit most of the things on your team, you know. So if you try to switch in your steel type, you know, a fire punch or a drain punch isn't exactly gonna feel great, and it's kind of gross to look at, and I don't like it very much, but it's a threat nonetheless.
Yeah. Shout out to Ultra Player for showing us that our Garbodor can be offensive with the Life Orb. So it doesn't have to necessarily just set up spikes and just die. It could be filling a couple different roles, and for, like Shay said, being a tier 4, it's a solid value pick. We have one of the best aesthetically built Pokemon of all time. I love me some Raichu. We have a Lowland Raichu going off. It has a Surge Surfer ability, so if you don't have Psychic Terrain, it kind of nullifies your ability, but the coverage is too much to pass up. In past generations, Raichu only had access to Surf via events, but now it has Surf Standard. So now you have options to not only deal with ground types with Grass Knot, but with Surf as well. So you can get that Thunderbolt, Thunder, Volt Switch coverage, and then you have Focus Blast in case you want to run that. This thing's coverage is insane. And a solid base speed stat at 110. He's finally starting to get something that's going to be able to clean stuff up, with us getting the headache of all this fat on his team. He got himself an Electric type. He's able to just Volt Switch into his other fat threats. It just continues to get disgusting. FlameHorizon has a game plan, and you can definitely see it. The coverage on this thing, like I said, is just too much to pass up. Even though the ability is nullified, who knows? Maybe he'll put Electric Terrain on it manually, and then he'll just sweep everything and be faster than everything, and then get those boosted Electric type attacks. So you never know. We'll see. Raichu is a solid pickup and a very good aesthetically looking Pokemon, if I do say so myself. And then Electric types. Was this a snipe? We'll never know. But we have another Electric type, 130 base Jolteon. Let me know about Jolteon. What do you think about it?
Man, Jolteon is last gen. It was one of my favorite mons to use for sure, just because there's nothing that's more satisfying than getting a Synchronoise kill. Unfortunately, it did lose that, which is a little bit sad, but it's still all kinds of fast, man. It still hit. It's 1 base 10 special attack, nothing to laugh at. So it doesn't have the best coverage, but Choice Specs is real easy to just slap on there. And then if you can't, you know, Volt Switch on something, you just click Shadow Ball, and you're probably doing close to half anyways, you know. So, and then also being able to run Quick Feet, kind of be a Scarfer without locking yourself into a move is always nice. So some Pokemon that like to set up Dragon Dances or whatnot are going to have to think twice, because you can just come in and then click, you know, either Stab Move or Shadow Ball or whatever you got to do. And I like it altogether. Not the greatest mon, but this late in the draft, I think it definitely works, and it fits on his team pretty nicely, I think.
Yeah, it lost hidden power, which is a big nerf to it, but Shadow Ball's still pretty good coverage. And at the end of the day, it gets the evolution egg type moves, which can always be clutch. It's not necessarily bulky, but you can still run a Wish Baton Pass kind of set to be able to bring back his Dracovish. Maybe his Dracovish took a lot of chip. He wants to get that Wish Pass back onto it. You never know, but this thing is going to be a great way for him to be able to deal with other bulky waters that may want to switch into Dracovish, because Dracovish is looking pretty clean on this team, and then those bulky waters are going to be something that he's going to really want to attack. And Venusaur can deal with the water and ground typings that they have out there. So solid pickup. And then another electric type. I think that there's a trend here. The coaches are starting to be like, oh my god, the electric types are starting to go. So the Milwaukee Melmetals are going to take Galvantula. Great Pokemon. I love this mon. This thing has access to Sticky Web for some very, 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 very important speed control, in my opinion, for this team. Mostly for Melmetal to get those double Iron Bash flinches, as well as being able to deal with ground types as an electric type with Energy Ball. And it doesn't necessarily have to fall into that sticky roll like we talked about, like Rabambi does. It could be really good offensively. Sometimes it forces prep, so solid pickup for Galvantula here. So we have our third electric type going in a row, and next we have is Hitmonlee, the second Hitmon off the board. What do you think about this being second versus first from Hitmontop? Which do you think is better?
Oh man, I myself am a big Hitmonlee fan. It's another one of those mons that if you just had to pick a draft that I've had in the past, it's probably on the team, you know. It especially appreciates getting that speed boost from Rapid Spin. So now, you know, Choice Scarf, high jump kick with Reckless has always been a threat, but now you don't even need the Choice Scarf anymore. Now you can run a Life Orb and just absolutely just decimate something, as long as you know, 90% of the time it works every time, right? But being able to do unburden shenanigans with either the white herb or a seed, if you want to run some, I don't think he has terrain, but some manual terrain on something is always fun. And then it's just such a threat, man. It's so nice to be able to. It's like the fastest of the three Hitmonlees, the three Hitmons, I believe. And then being able to rapid spin off and clear the hazards, and then still be a physical threat is really nice, I think. And I really like Hitmonlee.
Yeah, it could do the. There's a couple ways to get the Unburden Boost busted, right? So this thing can be really threatening if it's really, really fast. So like the substitute until I get my Citrus Berry set can be really good, as well as I'm not 100%. I don't really feel confident in saying this out loud, but I don't know if the normal gems are allowed, but a normal gem fake out could be a way to get that Unburden Boost. So Hitmonlee has some options, and it's a very, very, very good threat. And even then, the Reckless boosted high jump kicks, oof. Don't run protect, but oof, that thing's gonna hurt like a constant truck.
Straight up.
And then this pick for me. Now, I did not know this at the time. I actually really only I was looking through the doc that we have on our website here, and I thought, okay, I really want terrain, really want terrain, psychic terrain specifically. The reason why I want psychic terrain is because one of the best ways to deal with Dragapult is priority. Although it does get Sucker Punch, and it's gonna be able to use that, but priority is a big thing for Dragapult. So I wanted to get Psychic Terrain. And so I was like, okay, I want DD Male because it's a little bit more offensive. And then Mid, Commissioner, that was in our stream before, said, hey, you get both. I'm like, oh, dope. That's so sick. And that's huge because they do two very different things. The male form is very offensive, base 95 speed, and hits like an absolute truck, especially with Psychic, boosted by Psychic Terrain. The female form is a lot more bulky, more HP, more speed def, more support. So two very different roles. It could be a very good Calm Minesweeper. Very different things that it could do. So the fact that I can get both of them was just such a value pick at tier 3. I haven't filled my tier 3 yet because of my route that it took, because of what happened, what I was able to pick up. But the fact that I can get both of these things, I'm like, ooh, now I get terrain with my Mons and with Excadrill. How do you deal with Excadrill and Sand Rush? You deal with it with priority. You can't when you have a Psychic Terrain up. So I thought this would be a really good Pokemon to pick up to support the team, to be able to avoid any kind of priority shenanigans. So solid value to be able to get both of them at the same exact time. I'm very happy about that. And it's also a part normal type, so it's immune to ghost type spam. So that's something to think about with Dragapult. So I really like that pickup. So solid mon for the team.
Great mon for you. And, you know, Dragapult doesn't have the best physical coverage moves, so being able to boost your Psychic Fangs with that terrain is super nice as well. It'll probably help you pick up some KOs that you might not have been able to regardless.
Yeah, Psychic Fangs is really great too. I think that Psychic Fangs also gets rid of screens too, and I didn't know that before like a couple days ago. I was team building for the next couple games, and then my buddy mentioned it. I was like, no way. And I looked it up, and my mind was completely blown, so I thought that was pretty cool. So rounding up the round, we have here is I'll let you take this up. What stands out to you the absolute most? There's a couple picks here that's pretty like sleeperish.
Yeah, there's definitely a couple sleepers here. There's been a couple in like every round, right, where we're like, how did this last this long? You know? So I think, well, first of all, Unfezant isn't a Pokemon, and I hate it, but it's pretty good for a round 8 mon. Snorlax lasting this long is insane. You don't even need return, dude. You just get the pair with Body Slam, so you do your thing, you know? And then just people kind of stacking with the electric types, it kind of makes sense. And then I really like the Hitmonlee pick. I think that's going to be really good for odds, and just being a for his team, as well as the kind of
Yeah, and then there's the one element that we will segue into when we mention the sleeper picks is that you'll have to notice that, yes, we have 20 coaches in this league. So in order for us to be able to have a pretty decent team to roll with a very long season is for us to separate them into pools. So a lot of these Pokemon are going to slip through the cracks and allow us to put on to teams that you may not have been able to have the opportunity to do so if we had all one draft, and then things would kind of get bare bones around round 8. So teams are able to be stacked, and you're going to see a lot of duplicates. You're going to see 4 Grimmsnarls, you're going to see 4 Gengars, all that fun jazz, but it makes it for a very, very interesting week matchup every single week. There's nothing that's going to be brought every single time. All Pokemon are able to come, which is a cool element to this draft league so far that you guys may not have pointed out so far, or seen so far. But moving into round number 9, we're going to wheel back around. It's going to come to me, and now that I have my psychic terrain, I'm thinking, okay, so now Dragapult's been a little bit more of a threat. How do I add on to my offense? So I'm going to go ahead and bring in Persian, Alolan Persian from the Alola region. Coming in from Pokemon Home, this thing offensively is not that great, but the one crucial thing that you must have, in my opinion, at all times is a dark type. The last thing you need is for someone to come in and take advantage of my own psychic terrain and just mollywop me with psychic type attacks. And so Persian is able to deal with that somewhat. It does get the fur coat ability, so it's able to soak up physical attacks a little bit better, but it's more support oriented. It's able to use those taunts, fast parting shots. It's able to really turn things around with attack power in regards to foul play, being stabbed, and to just get rid of items with knockoff. So this thing is going to be a great support Pokemon and be able to control the speed, because if you look at my team, we have Dragapult, which is stupid fast, and then we have Excadrill that can be extra super fast, and then we have this thing at base 115, and then we have Rapidash at 105. So far that I'm controlling the speed in regards to what's going on here, and this is really what I wanted to do, to not have to fit certain Pokemon on the team from speed alone. So that's the main thought process behind Alolan Persian. Plus, it's a pretty good looking Pokemon. Got stunned by a bunch of bees. I love it. Gypsies on the team to really support. So shout out to Gypsy from Gen 7. Next mon we have the Memphis Bewares is taking the Iron Snake, Big Jaw, Joy Pokemon MD himself. Tell me about Steelix.
Steelix is really cool this gen because obviously it's a Steelix. It's bulky as hell. Don't even bother hitting it on the physical side because you're just wasting time, really, you know. But it got Dragon Dance, so granted it's kind of super slow, but it can boost speed. So if you're in with a physical attacker, it can just click Dragon Dance, and it probably has 2 or 3 turns before you're doing any real damage to it, you know. So being able to boost the speed like that is cool. Having a move like Body Press is absolutely insane for a mon with, what is that? I think its base defense is 1,004 or something like that. So it is just ridiculous being able to hit so incredibly hard. And then another Stealth Walker for him is going to be nice. Actually, I think this is his first Stealth Walker. Yeah, because Gastro doesn't get it. But yeah, man, it fits his team kind of nicely. It gives him a really good physical wall to kind of pair with the Gastrodon. Granted, this is his second ground type, but I don't think they share any weaknesses. So it's looking pretty good for his team.
Yeah, for sure. A Curse Gyro Ball body press set is going to be something super scary from the Beware, so watch out for that one this season. We have the Milwaukee Melmetals picking up the ground type number 2 coming up in a row. We have Piloswine, Baby Mamoswine. Again, pick your flavor ice cream. Which one you like better, the more offensive version, or do you want the defensive version to get up Stealth Rock? So this thing with the thick bat ability is able to soak up a lot of hits. This thing is here to set up hazards, and it's here to sit in front of you, say I don't care about your moves, and still have the coverage options to be able to hit you pretty good, if not super effective. And it's able to pick stuff off. Dragons don't really like to come into it because of the Ice Shard option for it, and this thing is just here to have its eyebrows over his eyes and not care who you are in front of it. So Piloswine is going to be a great Pokemon in regards to sheer bulk for this team. He's got the Vaporeon, so that's able to stack that good little defensive core. They cover each other really, really well aside from the grass type weakness, but he has other options to mitigate that as well. So Piloswine can be a pretty solid option for him to be able to soak up hits, and it's a great Eviolite user. Solid Pokemon. We have Xatu, Magic Bounce boy. What do you think about the totem?
Oh man, Xatu it's always been a cool mon, I think, like ever since Gen 2, it's been just great design, awesome mon, but it's really good in like Draft League because if it's just it being on your team, means your opponent has to think twice about setting hazards, about going for taunts, toxics, all those kind of shenanigans. So just having it on your team forces a certain kind of prep, and then also it being able to set up Calm Minds and Roosts and do stored power things, or just, you know, click coverage moves with like Psychic plus Heat Wave. It's going to be really nice. It can be offensive if you need it to. Great pivot. Another mon that'll appreciate them boots, which, I mean, granted, that's everything weak to rocks, right? But I think it's a great mon overall, and I really like it on his team. He's stacking the Psychic type a little bit, means he's a tiny bit knockoff weak, but as far as dark types go for his team, he has GMX all creamy, so bring him on, I think, is what he's kind of going for here.
Yeah, basically, knock off my Pokeball, see if I care. Basically,
Right.
that's what he's trying to say. So Xatu is a great Pokemon. A great design. I actually really like its design. So the next one that we have is Persian, the Cantonian Persian. I don't know if this is a snipe or not. He never told me it was, but maybe he just wanted Persian and then he got the Cantonian version. But still a great Pokemon. Does a lot of the similar stuff that Alolan Persian does. This is a pure normal type, so essentially it's a little bit of a disadvantage in regards to typing from the Alolan counterpart, but it still does a lot of the same things. It doesn't get Fur Coat, but it does get Technician. So Fake Outs are pretty prevalent. It doesn't. It's one of those Pokemon that really got that nerf from Hidden Power. So before, in past generations, Hidden Power was base 60, so Technician would boost it up to base 90, and it could be any type that you want it to be. But because Hidden Power is gone, it doesn't really have that advantage anymore. But being able to U-turn on things and still have some great coverage, like Thunderbolt, Water Pulse, things of that nature, it could be pretty sneaky to come in and just clean stuff up. And all could be a really fast taunt user. So Persian could be pretty sneaky depending on what he wants to do. So Persian could be something that he may be able to work with this season for tier 5, because like we were saying, tier 5 bare bones, not really much you can pick that's going to be like phenomenal for your team. That's really going to fill a big role.
Exactly.
So. And we'll see how he does with it. We have a pretty boy El Guapo. We have Galarian Rapidash with Rewt. I feel like this is a good trainer for him. What do you think about Galarian Rapidash, man?
Oh man, it's another horse, so obviously we got to drop a and it's granted it's not the greatest thing. You know, it's awesome that it gets Swords Dance, so it can boost up its attack and whatnot. I believe it also gets Calm Mind, so if you want to run that route, but
Yeah.
Good speed tier, especially for this gen. It kind of fits his team pretty nicely. He needed a fairy type to go with his Melmetal. Well, I guess he has Grimmsnarl, but that's a GMX. So it is a good pick for him overall. I love him. It's a damn good horse, and it gets pretty good coverage moves too, with like high horsepower plus like fighting moves, and then dual stab, of course. And it's just as far as kind of lower tier mons go, it's a pretty good one. It's a good horse.
Yeah, I got a double horse, got the pony team going on. It'll be like stomping on double ponies. Yeah, got the unicorn and got the fat horse, so pick your poison. Solid pick. We hung out for 24 hours in Glenwood Tangle just to listen to this thing, so it deserves some respect. Cheese and rice, man. All right, so the next pick we have is from me. So this is actually not what it was. So we're going back. So we're going to go ahead and try to fix this real quick. Give me 1 second, guys. Shout out to OBS. OBS strikes.
OBS once again. Doing just the things it needs to.
87. Right, so.
Hey, but at least it brought the other horse on the screen. You know, we're talking about horses. You might as well go back to Rapidash again. You know, his little Cantonian counterpart.
Yeah. The irony. So we're at 86. So luckily.
Good horses, though.
Yeah. But I think we actually may have took all of the horses.
That's good. That's always nice to see. You know, good mono horse taking. Everyone's kind of on the same page.
Yeah, big horse. We gotta get the going this season. All right, here we go, guys. Here's the next pick going on. We have the Helsinki Hydreigans. They're going to be taking. See, the good thing about all these technical difficulties, I'm learning, so now I can learn how to fix this. So boom, right on to the next pick. So sad. Anyway, we have the Helsinki Hydreigans taking on the Flatfish. Big Beak himself. I love how Alex, I believe, is the one who did this slide, and he flipped them upside, which is how he can give us the little cheesy smile. So we have the regular Stunfisk, the electric ground version. What do you think about Stunfisk? I actually don't even know about this. I know that Owen is a big advocate for this thing, but I don't really know much about it.
It's something that it's always just bulky enough to where it's probably going to live a hit. You know, like even if you have super effective move versus it, it's probably not dying. It's probably going to get up rocks. If you touch it, you're definitely getting paralyzed because static, we all know static is more like 80% than 30. So,
yeah.
And then just discharge and whatnot. It's a good mon. You can't really sleep on it. And it's always there to just be like just annoying enough to do what it needs to do, you know?
Yeah, this thing is It's like you said, 80%. This thing's not 30% static. Every time I place it, I'm always getting paralyzed every single time. It's like guaranteed hacks every single time. So good pickup for the Hydra. It's a solid ground type. I think he hasn't had a ground type so far, no, but it's a good value pick at tier 5. To be able to get a ground type around that late, and for that value, I think it's pretty good, depending on how he plays it. So we'll see. Owen comes in and says, Owen comes in and says, go to to Stunfisk over here. So we have Girder. Oh, we have a baby Veins himself. Talk to me about Mr. Vascular.
All right, so I still needed a fighting type, and the ones that I had like as an option weren't all that great. But however, Girder is pretty good this generation, getting defog and then just being so incredibly bulky. Being able to just bulk up kind of just in the face of some things that can even hit it super effectively is just absolutely insane. Having guts, so you don't have to like we were saying earlier about physical fire types. Physical guts mons are ridiculous too. Burn me if you want, dude. I go for it. It's not the most aesthetically pleasing mon in the world, but I think it's going to fit on the team very well. And once again, I'm just out here hogging removal, so we got another defogger. So just in case I didn't want to run rapid spin on one of my 7 rapid spinners, we got this little boy to do the thing as well.
Crested the Crown went on Roy's and gave us Girder. That's what we got here. A solid pickup. It's a really good physical offensive presence for the team. We have I can't every time. Oh my god. So officially, team APA fans of all ages, put it on record here that Cramorant has been taken in both pools. It's in high demand. Cramorant goes to the Vittoria Vitinis. This thing is so derpy. I mean, the ability is pretty clutch. If you really think about it, Gulp Missile is pretty solid. Getting that 30% chance to toss a Pikachu and get that static opportunity to paralyze you, but you basically touch this thing after a hit from a surf, and then you get that extra residual damage. It can come pretty clutch. I know that John Jr. has made this one of his staples, so I just can't stop laughing every time I see his eyeball. So great Pokemon. I just think of the seagulls from Finding Nemo, like mine. So Cramorant, awesome Pokemon. Both pools drafted. This thing is OP. Just so you guys know, it's not going to be not drafted Cramorant every single time. So solid pickup by the Vittoria Vitinis. I can't even not smile while saying that. Okay, anyway, next pick we have is Centiskorch. Centiskorch, big boy, non-fast Centiskorch. Tell me about the aesthetically beautiful Pokemon that we have in front of us.
Man, I don't know if you guys ever watched Samurai Jack growing up, but this boy is straight up Aku, like hands down. Its typing is a little bit rough, but it's got boots, dude. So as long as you have 14 pairs of boots for all his legs, he'll be fine. Fire Lash and lowering defense, as well as having the grass coverage move Power Whip, means that not a lot of things are switching into this very well. And like you said, it looks cool as hell too. But it's a great mon, really. Hits so incredibly hard. I tried to switch into this recently and things did not go well, so I like it a lot.
Yeah, coil in this thing is pretty intimidating, that's for sure. So we have the round 9 recap. So we have looking back at it, I think that Piloswine for the Milwaukee Melmetals is pretty clutch for his ground type. But I'm very curious to see how Galarian Rapidash is going to fit on the New Jersey Brobats. Horse number 2 is going to be pretty solid for him, but I'm interested to see how many games it actually comes. But what do you think so far? What's the first thing that sticks out to you?
This round, I really like the Piloswine pick. Piloswine, in my opinion, I usually end up taking that over Mamoswine. Well, Mamoswine always goes like round 2, right? So except this league. So Piloswine is usually a good mon, like a good backup go-to whenever I want a good ground type like that. And I've actually seen a man non-Eviolite Pasho Berry with the Freeze Dry to be able to take care of a swift swimming Seismitoad, and it worked, and it was ridiculous. And from that moment on, Piloswine will always be in my heart as the GOAT. So I also really like the Persian pick. I know we got double Kitty here, but normal Persian is pretty cool as well too, like you're mentioning with the Technician fake outs and nasty plots and whatnot.
Yeah, so Persian's got a couple different utility options that it can run. So solid pick and solid speeds here. So great role that it fills, because I'm tired of seeing so much fat. I'm glad that he's going to the other route now. It's kind of shifting gears. So we have moving forward, and for the next round, we're rounding back into round number 2. We have Frostlass, Fast Ghost Girl. She is going to be a very interesting pick. I love Frostlass for a couple different reasons. It's a solid spiker. It's a solid lead. to be able to will-o-wisp stuff or to I love me some Destiny Bond always, but it's a solid Pokemon to be able to set up the Hail if you want to set up the Hail to get that residual damage. But overall, Frostlass is a pretty good Pokemon, especially because it has access to Freeze Dry. This Pokemon is going to be really good against those water type Pokemon. So Frostlass is a solid speed. I'm probably thinking that speed is what he's really thinking about on this team, is where it's going to fit. And it's a solid way for him to be able to switch into normal type attacks, obviously. But the speed, I think, is what he's looking at here, with solid pickup overall for the Northern Weasels. And,
Definitely.
Next pick that we have here is Baby Hippo. Oh boy, talk to me about Little Hippo here.
Oh man, just the tiniest little big nose guy, right? It's, as far as like budget mons go, it's definitely not a bad one. If you need a mon that sets the sand and the other ones have been taken, then you know you got this guy right here. It is pretty damn bulky as well with the Eviolite, so it's, dude, you know, it's just literally Baby Hippo, so it does the exact same thing, just probably a little bit worse, but it's a Violite, it's still bulky, still, you know, sets up rocks for you, and I think it's going to be just fine for him.
I'm trying to figure out what his thought process is with setting up sand with this team, but I'm interested to see what his last pick is going to be, because setting up sand doesn't necessarily benefit his team right now, but it could just be a ground type that's going to fill that role. But Stealth Rock is what I'm looking at right now. But I love the derp. I hope it comes every single week. solid aesthetic Pokemon. We have, talk to me about Golisopod.
Oh man, it's your boy Guzma, straight up. So one thing I was looking at, I've always liked Golisopod, but now that boots are a thing, I was like, this is awesome. It can come in for free. You don't have to worry about rocks taking you down to your emergency exit. First impression is so incredibly strong coming from the stab. I think it's got 131 attack or something like that. So It's kind of ridiculous. This thing has priority out the wazoo with Jet and Sucker Punch as well. So having those to kind of help with G-Max Mons is going to be nice. And then just setting spikes is another thing as well that I didn't really think about when I picked it, but then it got on the team and I was like, oh, I guess I have a spiker now. Cool. So wasn't exactly planned, but it worked out really nicely, and I think it helps out the team kind of a lot. Again, it's stacking water types, but you know.
But they do two very different things. For sure, you got a ground resist now, so Golisopod can do that. And I mentioned this in the other part of the stream, is that even though the emergency exit can sometimes be a bad thing, but sometimes it can be a good thing. Maybe you have that little range where it won't die to the next hit, but you can switch it out, switch it back in, take a hit, emergency exit out, and pivot into something that you need to be able to help you with whatever situation's going on. So emergency exit could be a blessing or a curse depending on how you play. So Golisopod, amazingly aesthetic Pokemon. I just wanted to just start ripping Pokemon apart and eating them with his little hands, but well, you know, it's a rated G show, so you know, Golisopod, solid Pokemon. We have Bug number dos. We have Orbeetle, regular Orbeetle. A little bit better than the G-Max one, I believe, because you can put items on it, but this thing is here to stay. Sticky Webs for his team. Sticky Webs with Hydreigon and Gengar. Oh boy. This team can also set up screens for Fat Snorlax. It can set up screens for Nasty Plot Hydreigon and Nasty Plot Gengar. So, oh boy. Someone stop this man. Someone stop this man. This thing is going to be so good for his team. Being able to run weakness policy on it and maybe be a sweeper on its own. That thing is definitely viable. So, great Pokemon. Lots of weaknesses, but because of its sheer bulk, it takes them really well. So, great Pokemon, great pickup. It fits the team really well. I also noticed Mamoswine there. So Webs with Mamoswine. This is not looking fun. This is a very offensive team. So solid pickup by the Helsinki Hydreigon. So we have, Colossal. We have the Grill. The Grill turned from the cart himself. What do you think about Colossal as a Pokemon?
Well, as a Pokemon, every time I look at Colossal, I just think Marge Simpson, which is hilarious. So I kind of like him like that. But
there you go.
The Steam Engine boost is nice. If you can live the hit, dude, the Steam Engine boost is nice. I also didn't know this thing got spikes as well. So being able to set up both kinds of hazards is super cool. And then Heat Crash, because this thing is so heavy, does some pretty good damage. And then, not the greatest mon, but as far as like late draft lower tier mons, it works, dude. So he already has the Rotom Heat for a fire type. I guess he was just looking at something for rocks that isn't Mudsdale, but I think or rocks and spikes rather. So I think it can work, and in the right hands, we know Root's a great player, so I think he'll be able to do just fine with it.
I don't want to give him this idea, but heavy duty boots, rapid spin with the stealth rock and such. Oy vey. This one can be pretty decent, and Root, so he's gonna shred with it. So we'll see. Oh boy. I've been a big advocate for this ever since Generation 8 started because of the additions of the common denominator, heavy duty boots. Now that we're a post home, right, it now regains Roost, it regains Defog, and it gets access to Hurricane, which in some situations could be pretty solid. Mind you, Goodra has an ability that does benefit in the rain. I think it's Hydration. That does remove its status every single time that the rain is set up. So maybe he wants to set up manual rain, and then he can just thrash things with Hurricane. That could be something that he wants to do. But this thing can come in for free, essentially. And Dragon Dance is extremely viable to do a low-key Charizard X kind of thing, or to be a +1 speed, specially oriented Charizard. So there's a couple different sets that this thing can run. It's very good speed tier at 100 in this generation. So obviously this is going to be the fan favorite for a very long time. It's one of my favorites of all time for a really long time. So I'll make sure he brings the black one every single time. But Charizard is a very good Generation 8 Mon. Just from heavy duty boots alone, it just opens it up. I can't just set Stealth Rock and then just lose half of its health. It's just going to be a big threat for this team, and that way he doesn't have to deal with bulky grass types, because I'm looking at his team, I don't see a way for him to deal with bulky grass types, so aside from Corviknight, but that doesn't really want to do that, it wants to be bulky, so Charizard's a solid pickup for the Lycanrocs. And then we have Liepard. Liepard's like a hit and miss in my opinion. What do you think about Liepard? It's a solid speed tier, but
it is a great speed tier. One thing, I actually drafted it pre-home in a different league and then realized it doesn't get Prankster, and I was like, okay, this is a stupid cat. But now that it does get Prankster, it's actually super clean. Getting, I believe it also gets Nasty Plot and Swords Dance, so it's kind of got the Infernape thing going on where it can kind of do both things, not great, but it does do them nonetheless. And then it's cool, man. With the Prankster, you get stuff like Encore, and then I believe it also gets U-Turn, so it can be a cool little pivot. It's a nice little cheeky.
Yeah, Liepard is one of those mods that if you don't prepare for it or underestimate it, now that it's post home, it could be really threatening. Sucker Punch, it does get access to Sucker Punch, and it gets access to Dark Pulse. So, I mean, for the right hands, maybe you can see some really solid shenanigans from my man LanturnJoe. And it's a dark type, that way you don't get swept by psychic types. That's really, really important in my opinion. Rotom. No appliances. Sears is not needed. Just go bare bones. Go raw. We have Rotom. What do you think about the raw Rotom here?
I do like regular Rotom, you know. Sorry, hit the mic. It's a little bit faster than the other one, so that is nice, being able to be a little bit faster of a pivot. Still gets, Nasty Plot and whatnot, so Electric and Ghost spam is looking pretty clean for him. It also gives him, I don't believe he has a Ghost type yet. He does not, no. So the Melmetal, the Terrakion, Piloswine will all appreciate having since everything gets close combat now, it appreciates being able to switch into that, and just being just fast enough and just bulky enough to be able to kind of spread some status around T-Waves, Will-O-Wisps and whatnot. It's looking clean for his team. I like it a lot.
Shout out to Envy for showing us that Rotom loves to spread that yellow cheese Thunder Wave all over the place. So watch out for that from the Cool Rockets. The Alexcoolrocket and the Melmetals. Oh, we have, speaking of cheese, that was not planned. I promise. That's so funny. That was not planned. Pikachu goes, interesting pick. Pikachu non-Gigantamax form, because Gigantamax Pikachu is available. So this Pikachu can run Light Ball. I have to check, but I'm pretty positive he's allowed to run the cat Pikachus. I'm not sure, I could be wrong on that, but if he's allowed to run the cat Pikachus, that could be pretty solid, giving him access to Iron Tail, Volt Tackle, things of that nature, so it could be pretty solid. It's got a decent speed tier where it can be just fast enough to outspeed some stuff and hit things really, really hard. And so Owen says he just did it to mess with Alex, but hey, you never know, maybe Pikachu can get some kills. So Light Ball on this thing could be pretty intense, so if he keeps it for the whole season, we'll see. If he brings it a couple games, bravo to you, my man. Pikachu's out here putting in the finest cheese. So Pikachu off the board, off some things that still are on the board, which is crazy. So Pikachu, welcome to the Bewares. And now that it's gonna come to me, I'm thinking that I get the very final wheel and I can kind of set the tone from here on out. There's a couple different holes that I have to think about so much, and Owen says that Alex was so mad. He was. For those who don't know, Alex loves some Pikachu cheese, so it really poked his little buttons, so that was a good thing to kind of add on there. But I'm going to pick Virizion. Virizion is a great speed tier. Allows me to go 3 points above Rapidash and then bring out a 108 base speed. It's still not fast enough to get to the 109, 110, but still it's a great grass type Pokemon. It's not very offensively oriented where it's going to completely smother you, but Swords Dance sets are incredibly viable. It has a 90 base stat in its attack, but it's really fat in the speed def side. And typically with grass types, me personally, I love for them to be just ground type pivots, really just to be able to soak up a ground type attack and any of the water type moves. So I'm not really going to want to come into a Scald because it is more physically oriented, but at the same time this thing gets great coverage and it's dual stabs with Leaf Blade and with close combat. Both stabs are very, very strong. I can slap a Stone Edge on there to not worry about any flying type Pokemon. And Swords Dance is really, really viable, like I said, but this thing is here to be a good pivot to ground types and to water type Pokemon and to electric type Pokemon and to dark types because it does get justified. I technically do not want to have any dark type stab whatsoever with my Dragapult, so I don't want to necessarily have to have Togekiss completely just be fodder to just soak up hits every single game. That way I can bring in Virizion and soak up those special dark type attacks and then get that +1 attack boost. It's a good value for what it was. It was at tier number 3, which I haven't filled just yet. I waited a little bit to see if I can get everybody else to move away from tier 3 so I can get something like this. So solid Pokemon. Noble Steed will be coming a lot this season, so solid pickup for the Snugglers. But here we go with the round 10 recap, man. So what's popping out at you? What's poking you in the eyeball so far? To me, it's that Orbeetle. I think that Orbeetle is a phenomenal fit for the Helsinki Hydreigans.
Very true. The Orbeetle absolutely helps his team so much. His just super offensive Mons being able to be basically +1 speed is ridiculous. And then also, you gotta give a shout out to the Pikachu pick too. That's cool. So I like it a lot. And then Hippo, the little baby Hippo. Like I think it was a little bit odd, but also hilarious. I like it. And then you got to respect the Charizard and Virizion picks too. I think Virizion really helps out your team a lot, and I think Charizard really helped out his team.
Guys, at the end of the day, remember we're on YouTube, so you gotta do something for the thumbnails. Can you imagine getting your dubs and seeing a hippopotamus graze that thumbnail? Or if you see a Pikachu out here with that Volt Tackle, my god, 1,000 views instantly by default. So these guys are over here with the aesthetic factor, so great picks overall. We're getting towards the nitty gritty. We're about to start the last round so far. Do you have any thoughts moving into this very last round? Anything that you were looking at your team and you're like, what do I need?
This whole time I realized I was just gonna wait and take my Gigantamax last round, and I realized everyone had taken theirs by like round 9, I think, round 8 maybe. So I was basically able to just hold off on the one that I actually wanted from the get-go and just pick it up last. So that was pretty cool. But other than that, man, everyone's teams are looking super scary, and like
so
you said, we're in that nitty-gritty of like when you realize like, crap, I have 40 points left and I still need, this and this and this and this. So you kind of gotta struggle a little bit and kind of start getting a little creative with picks. But that's always the fun part, right? Everyone's creativity kind of comes in that last part of the draft.
Yeah, round 11 is always going to be that one round you're like, wow, that really fell to you, or wow, it really worked out that you budgeted for that. So this is the most interesting and most fun round of the entire draft, in my opinion. So we're gonna wheel back over to me after picking Virizion. I'm gonna go ahead and take Crustle. Now Crustle is gonna be for a couple different roles. I love this thing. Just before I start, this man has got to be green every time. We got Krusty Krab here with the super lasagna on his back. And Crustle is just a phenomenal Pokemon, and for multiple reasons. Now, number one, another benefit. I'm going to spoil this for myself, but I'll throw up my other coaches here so you guys can watch it. None of you guys are here, so rip. Heavy duty boots on this thing. It gets access to the ability Sturdy, and it gets access to Shell Smash. So a very viable set is to be able to come in with heavy duty boots, not have to worry about any hazards that are already set up. I get a free Shell Smash off. And completely sweep if you don't have anything to really handle it. Gets access to Rock Blast, so if you decide to try to set up a substitute on me, that's not going to work. Gets really great coverage. It gets Earthquake. It's obviously got his stab and X Scissor as well. So this thing's really, really good in regards to be able to sweep. And I have a really bad problem with hazards. All I really have is Excadrill, so that's a really big problem. So I brought Crustle in here to be a bulky pivot to be able to set up not only Stealth Rock, but as well as Spikes. And so this thing can be that one really fat Pokemon that also gets access to Shell Armor, I think is what it's called, so I can't get crit. so I can just stick around and just rest up on people and just not die. So Crystal's a really good Pokemon in that regard. Getting the bug typing with the rock typing did help it a lot because the fire type is no longer super effective, it's just neutral. The ground type is no longer super effective, it's just neutral. So it's able to help it out a lot. Crystal was able to fit into the team to not necessarily come every single week, but it's going to fill a really, really big role once it does. So I'm very happy that I got the Super Crab here for my very last pick to really round out my team. And moving on to the Memphis Bewares, he's going to round it out with Pharaoh Seed, Baby Ferrothorn himself. No expression whatsoever, he's just going to blink and not die. This thing with an Eviolite is very, very bulky, but what do you think about Pharaoh Seed over Ferrothorn?
I don't think Ferrothorn got drafted, right? I think it was pretty high tier, so I get it that it didn't get drafted, but at least in this pool. But it does almost the exact same thing. Still really, really bulky, and if you can't knock it off or hit it with a fire move, it can kind of sit there and just Leech Seed or Curse or do whatever it wants or Hazard Stack you, and super annoying sometimes, you know. So it definitely fits for him. I don't believe he did have a Steel type. Did he have a Grass type? He did not. No, he had Decidueye. Okay, cool. So he probably just got it for the hazards then, which makes sense. Gives him some stealth whack and some spikes, but it's definitely something you can't sleep on. And I think for the very last pick, like a round 11 pick, it's a great mon.
Yeah, it gives him that Eviolite user that can be pretty bulky. It doesn't get that leftovers of recovery, but it doesn't get actually recovery at all, besides Leech Seed. But besides that, that could be pretty good. Leech Seed Protect could be something that could be ran one day. But Pharaoh Seed, pretty solid pick for very last. It gives you that little lost option, because me personally, like the hazard thing was a problem. So it could be the same for him. So you're trying to patch those holes wherever you see it at first glance. And then now we have Heatmore for the Milwaukee Melmetals, an interesting fire type. Some people love it. Some people hate it. I think it's okay. You know, it's a good offensive fire type. They get Sucker Punch, access to Fire Lash, signature ability that's now been given out to SiNxRealize, but it's able to drop his defense every single time it hits. But it could be an interesting pick. It's the Aegislash killer, from what I've been told. So Heatmore could be a solid pick for the Melmetals. You interested? Do you like Heatmore? Is that something that's on your radar?
I do like Heatmore. It's cool. It kind of looks like Bakugo from My Hero Academia, if you're a weeb, so that always kind of sticks out to me with those little things on his arms. But it gets pretty damn good coverage too. Getting Giga Drain and stuff like that to be able to hit, like, so, you know, if you think your Gastrodon or your Seismitoad is a good switch into this, it's not, and that's just, you know, something you gotta watch out for. Like you said, Sucker Punch is cool as well, and then Fire Lash, man, it's not for, like, again, for a round 11, it's not a bad mon. For a budget fire type, it does what it needs to do.
Yeah, we're in those budget pick guys. This is like the like squeeze through, you're gonna have to get by with something else kind of thing. So pretty solid pickup. We have Braviary talking about budgeting things out. So Braviary is actually up there, I believe, in tier 3 if I'm not mistaken, but it's a pretty good Pokemon and he had to spend some points to get it. Most likely he probably thought that no one else is going to take it, so he's able to take it a little bit later. But it's a good normal and flying type Pokemon. What do you think about Braviary?
I like it a lot, honestly. I think it's a lot better of a mon than Unpheasant, but somebody will probably rip me on that one. Getting the Defiant boost on defogs and whatnot is actually really nice for him. So even though he doesn't really necessarily have hazard stack, still having that in the back is just makes it that much easier for Rocks to stay up for his sweepers like Alcremie and, well, potential sweepers like Alcremie, and then, you know, Dracovish just coming in and killing things. So I think it's nice for him as well. Gives him another kind of pivot mon to be able to just U-turn around and whatnot. And then I believe it gets Sheer Force Crush Claw, which is kind of slept on because that thing does insane amounts of damage with a Life Orb.
Yep. It does get that. And if you notice that with his Dracovish offensive threat he's got a Spin with Hitbone Top, and then he has Braviary with Defiant, and then he's got Zatsu with Magic Bounce. So he's saying not to your hazards. So if you're going to try to chip away at Dracovish by switching around using hazards, it's not going to happen with the Rowlet. So I can see the idea behind it. So solid pickup with Braviary there. And a Rhydon, very slept on Pokemon. I actually really, really like Rhydon. I personally like Rhydon a little bit more than Rhyperior. Not only because it's a lot prettier, one of the best Pokemon aesthetically. It was the first one created, but Rhydon's a great Pokemon. Being able to use an Eviolite with the really monstrous defense stat, this thing can soak up a lot of hits, especially super effective hits. Even though it doesn't have that solid rock ability, it's still pretty good in regards to being able to soak up those hits. And it does get Rockhead. So it's able to hit those head smashes a little bit harder. So those things, that's something to think about. So it doesn't necessarily have to be that bulky pivot to set up rocks. So really good Pokemon, rock and ground type. It can really not only add to his fat, but allows him to set up hazards himself. So pretty solid pickup by the Lycan Rocks. This team is probably my least favorite. the whole shebang. Like if you look at this thing top to bottom, I'm just like, why? Why did you do this to us? This is not cool. But anyway, great for him. So the next pick that we're moving on to, we have Drampa. What do you think about Drampa, man? Big Snoop.
Dude, Drampa the dragon is that's a great mon. Honestly, it's the it's a dragon and a normal type, which are both usually pretty good coverage wise. Like that usually get a bunch of coverage moves and support moves. So getting the Berserk ability as well as Sap Sipper means that it can come in defensively and get an attack boost that you're probably not gonna be able to use, but still an immunity is nice. And then also getting that Berserk ability, all of a sudden you can't kill it and hit. The boy's thick. So you go below half health, you click Hyper Voice or Draco, you get a kill. I believe it received Roost and Defog back when Home came back, so it's a hell of a lot more valuable than it was. All in all, it's a great pick, and it kind of fits on his team a little bit. He's got some slower things, so if he is able to get up Trick Room, which I don't know if there's a lot of mons that do that on his team, but if he is able to do that, then this boy in Melmetal are looking like some threats.
Yeah, Double Dragon. Got a Double Dragon on there. Nothing. Double Dragon isn't that terrible to double up on, but Drampa's a good value pick at tier 5, we'll say. So good pickup by my man Rewt. And then we have Panther 2's favorite Pokemon of all time. We have Flareon, and Flareon is one of the favorites of Panther, and Milanic AGCS, great Pokemon. It's probably one of the lesser sought out evolutions in my opinion. It's, I mean, it does a couple things, but it does it pretty well. It gets access to Guts, so it could be a status absorber and smack things really hard with Flare Blitzes. It could be a really good Wish Passer. It could be something that you use to pivot in and out of with Baton Pass, with that really big threat of the Guts boost. And Flash Fire is nothing to scoff at. So I'm looking at his team, and I'm assuming the Flash Fire option is probably what he's going to want to look at, because he does have Cobalion, Rotom, and he has a Mamoswine that does have thick fat but is a little bit more weak to it, and Orbeetle that are all weak to fire. So I'm assuming that's probably the thought process behind getting Flareon, but still great mon, great fire type for the tier and the value that he gets it at. So good pickup by the Hydreigans. This is probably one of the more well-rounded teams, so this is gonna be a scary team to watch out for. So we'll see what he decides to do with it or how he plays it. And we have a big boy Flapple. Tell me about your G-Max.
Oh man, so this is what I was talking about earlier. I still needed a grass type, I believe, and no one else could take a G-Max mon. So after a few rounds ago, I was able to just kind of let this thing chill and then just kind of take a bunch of stuff that I also wanted. So Flapple being G-Max is pretty cool because it gets the hustle ability, right? So for 3 turns, you're getting basically a free choice band, being able to just destroy things. Not having to G-Max first turn means I can D-Dance if I really want to. It also gets access to flying moves, so if I just want to click the button, I can boost my speed and then go ahead and click that. I forget what it's called. I think it's G-Max Sweetness or something like that, where you just and it lowers their evasiveness, which means that you have a higher chance to hit the hustle move after you come back from being a big old apple. So it all kind of works in itself. And
yeah, Flapple is a really great Pokemon. You've seen Dan A-Drive put in the work in the WBE with it. Mind you, he can use an item on that in that league, but this one is with the Pokeball. But regardless, this is still a great sweeping threat. It's a great Pokemon, like he said, with Dragon Dance. So Flapple is going to be, I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of your kill leaders. This thing is a threat. To be able to get free hustle boosts, I already shudder at the idea of hustle. Being able to get those 100% accurate for 3 turns, that's pretty solid.
I like it a lot, and I think I might have said it's moved wrong, but yeah, we know what it is.
G-Max Tartness is what it's called.
That's what it is.
But Flapple, the team's looking pretty solid, looking pretty fuego. It's very, very well-rounded. There's a lot of threats. There's nothing, typically you'll see teams and you're like, okay, that's like the meme, or that's like the mon that's never going to come. But I see every single one of your Pokemon coming, and that's the one aspect of a team that makes it fire. So solid job building.
Appreciate that, man. I know what you mean. It isn't really top-heavy. I like that a lot.
All right, so guys, moving on, we have Thievul coming for the Vittoria Vitinis. I'm not saying this is a meme, but I'm saying is that it's got pretty solid options in regards to using that mustache to its absolute ability. It's a very good dark type. It does get access to Unburden, so I mean that's something that he could probably do. I have run on the ladder some meme. I do every now and then whenever a new generation comes out. I like to run on the ladder with a really crappy with a different account, and I ran a Throat Spray Snarl Feeble, and I thrashed people with it. That was pretty fun. So that's one thing that he could do, and then gives him it uses the Throat Spray to get the +1 special attack, and then it activates the Unburden, and then you can sweep from there. So that's something that he may want to run this season, but being a pure dark type is really valuable for a team to be able to not have to get thrashed by psychic types. That's something that I say all the time is really important. The last thing you need is a Calm Mind Reuniclus that I think that didn't get drafted, actually, in this pool. I don't think that Reuniclus did. In order for us to mitigate threats, we put them in high tiers, as you can see. So now they can't just freely go on a team. You have to commit to it. So Ferrothorn and Reuniclus are two mons that we don't have to really worry about so far. So great Pokemon, great pickup to round out his team. I can see why he got it. So it fits a role to be able to pair with Orbeetle for sure. And next mon that we have going on, we have last pick of the draft is Wobbuffet. So, Wobbuffet is an interesting Pokemon. What is your opinion on Shadow Tag with Wobbuffet being tier 5?
Honestly, I don't think it's a great mon, but it's it's tier 5 and it still definitely gets the ability, so if you have mons that are setup fodder for it, it's going to encore you, and you're going to get either mirror coated or countered or something. You'll get encored, and then they'll get a free turn to setup or whatever. So I think it definitely might force a shed shell or two. So even like worst case scenario, if this never comes, you're probably still gonna have a couple of games where somebody's gonna, miss out on a life orb boost on some attacks because they have to run shed shell or something like that. So I think as far as tier 5s go, it's good. As a mon overall, it's probably not the best, but I think low tier, it could be sneaky.
Yeah, the forcing of shed shell is alone bringing its value. I don't want to bring Life Orb on my Excadrill because what if you bring counter? Then I'm screwed. I lose my Excadrill for things like that. So Wobbuffet can be a sleeper. It can be a Pokemon that, bar to popular belief, you never know. He maybe could be able to do some shenanigans with it. So we'll see how this goes. So that is the very last pick of the whole entire draft. We're at the very final end stretch of round number 11. Looking back at the round and looking back at the draft as a whole, what are you most afraid of to face this season?
Well, there just so happens to be one team that kind of stands out a little bit, I think, of Mr. Vepsis with his just insane threats. So that is not going to be fun to play against whatsoever. Good on him, though, for drafting such a just absolutely devastating team. But I think a lot of people have some really solid teams. Obviously, I'm a little bit biased, but I really like mine. Yours is, I guess, I'm still in awe that we let you get freaking Excadrill that late. So yeah, man.
Yeah, it's a solid effort by all coaches. All coaches for sure. So doing the 2 pools for sure was the way to go. It's great for you guys to watch. You're gonna be able to see a bunch of different Pokemon running around. You're gonna see a lot of duplicates. So there's gonna be a lot of creative team building by every coach. So that's something to look forward to this season. But this is the home stretch, man. Is there anything else that you want to say to the people? Any other closing thoughts?
I don't believe so. It's been a good stream. I'm glad everybody watched, and I've had to pee for an hour and a half now, so I'm glad it's coming to an end.
Guys, just to not make sure my man's bladder bursts, a couple different things I want to say before we go. All the coaches are going to be posting their draft analysis right after the stream is over, so make sure you go over to your favorite coach and hit their YouTube click link, and then go support them. See what their thought process was whenever they decided to pick what they picked. And for those who were able to hop on call, thank you guys so much. I really do appreciate it. I really do want to thank Mid, and I want to thank Shay for accompanying me to being my co-host for this season and doing the draft recap with me. So I appreciate you, man. Thanks so much for coming out.
Of course, dude. Thanks for having me.
All right, guys, with that being said, hope you guys were entertained. Hope you guys had a good time. That's going to be it from us. I really do appreciate you guys tuning in. Thanks so much to everybody who came by. Again, check out all these coaches. Check out their draft analysis 1 week from yesterday. So Friday coming up is going to be our week 1s that are going to be posted on Fridays. I do believe this is to not clash with the APA main league. So Fridays when you can expect for us to post our week 1 battles. This week will be the draft analysis. So again, guys, with all that being said, thank you guys so much. We're going to get the heck up out of here. Have a great rest of your day. And above all else, Be nice. Peace.
Bye forever.